In life, you have but two choices. You can either eat sandwiches or die. Behold my sandwich buildcrafting anthology, WichCraft, brought to you by my community who funded this project on Kickstarter. Yes, really, I'm as surprised as you. This is a series of 3 8-hour videos totaling a 24-hour sandwich buildcrafting legacy, where I'll discuss pretty much everything about sandwiches using a lot of input from the Kickstarter backers and bringing all of that to you live and publicly on my YouTube channel. I'm not a food YouTuber or a professional chef or anything. I'm just some guy that likes sandwiches. I make videos on the internet, but not normally about this. So we're just gonna have a bit of fun. We're gonna go on a bit of a journey together. Let's begin our adventure. There's really nowhere else to begin our adventure besides looking at a sandwich. After all, what is a sandwich? Whatever is the fuss about sandwiches in the first place? We'll never know unless we take a look. So I'm proud to introduce this sandwich that I make a lot of the time. Now, each of the sandwiches is going to have a code name. I'm going to show you one of these about every hour. This one is going to be early, so there won't be one at the end of this hour, but about every hour or so, there will be a sandwich blueprint. Then I'll cut to my past self physically eating the sandwich in real life. But first, we're going to talk about the structure a little bit. So here you can see this one is codenamed Sauerkraut. This one is for me. A lot of them will be from Kickstarter backers, but this one is mine. I make this all the time. I had this for breakfast this morning. It was delicious. The idea of this one is basically just to put sauerkraut in a sandwich with other things that I like. But it's a bit of a waker-upper. The idea behind this one was to make a sandwich where I can put a lot of zingy, zesty, maybe a bit sour things into a sandwich. The sauerkraut I normally get comes in bags, so it's not as wet on the top. Like when you first open a bag of this sauerkraut that I buy, the top of it doesn't have fluid on it because it's at the bottom of the bag. It's not close quarters. And so that sauerkraut is kind of better for making these. But what frustrated me, what I found is that as I got further in the bag, it got really messy to eat a sandwich like this. So what you're going to see when I show you this sandwich physically is that I've made this kind of ham pocket, two sort of ham tacos intertwined around the sauerkraut. You can see in the blueprint there are 2 slices of ham twice, but that's just meant to represent the ham fold over thing. As you can see, there's a little bracket that's enclosing the sauerkraut. The idea here is that when you put the sauerkraut in the sandwich and bite into it, you know which way the fluid is going to come out. So you can just have the taco thing facing like this, one end facing your mouth, the other end facing the plate, and bite it. And it's messy, which I kind of hate in a sandwich, and which we'll talk about later, but it gets messy on the plate, and then you can just rinse it off, and it's really easy to clean up, which I really like. A few other things going on here. The cheddar cheese, so where I live, the cheddar cheese that you get in slices is not sharp. I want sharp cheddar cheese. It's not that sharp. Throughout WichCraft, I'm going to be showing you a lot of sandwiches that will use mostly pre-prepared products. I'm not a chef. I'm not a food YouTuber. There's tons of videos about like really chefy, intense sandwiches, and this is not that. You're getting something different here where I'm going to make an accessible version, not to be snobbish about it. It's really cool. I enjoy watching those fancy chefy sandwich videos, but I can't make them, and realistically, neither can you. And I mean absolutely no offense when I say that. It's much more accessible to just use store-bought things and make something tasty. After all, sandwiches are a very accessible food, theoretically. And so let's focus on that, right? That being said, sometimes an ingredient's cheaper version just doesn't do what the ingredient is meant to do in that sandwich, and that's the case here. So with that cheddar cheese slice, I want it to be sharp. I want that sharp cheddar flavor, that kind of bitter. Cheese is kind of bitter. You don't really think of it that way, but it's bitter, and that's what I want. I like bitter, and I want something to kind of wake me up in the morning. The cheddar cheese that I can buy in slices where I live is not sharp. It's not even like not sharp enough. It's not at all sharp, which makes me frustrated. So I need to buy a good block of cheese and slice it, which I don't mind doing. What I do mind is that makes my Dijon mustard possibly like ooze through. And also the bread. I don't want to have a specific kind of bread. A lot of these sandwiches I'll at least suggest a specific kind or category of bread, maybe not a specific exact way of making bread because I don't know what those are. But, you know, a vague kind of bread, a hearty bread, a starchy bread, a sweet bread, you know, something like that. This one, whatever bread. I use sourdough, and the sourdough that I get has a lot of holes in it. You'll see this when I show you the sandwich, but this is just a little intro. And that sourdough will let the Dijon mustard through if there isn't something blocking it. So that's why the Dijon mustard here is not on the top. A lot of the time I like my sauce to be on the top because if any of it kind of oozes out, it's going to get on the rest of the sandwich, which is nice. Here I have it a little bit below, and it also kind of makes the cheddar cheese slices that are all a bunch of different pieces and not one slice, because that's what I have, as I talked about before. It makes that cohere, you know? So anyway, let's show you the sandwich. And I hope you're hungry, because again, I just ate one of these. I'm fine. But you, I don't know. We'll see. Behold, a sandwich concept by me. This is just the sandwich that I eat really often in the morning. The sandwich, if you will. It's pretty rustic, as you can see. Nothing wrong with that. If you wake up in the morning, you want to slap together some sandwich ingredients and eat something tasty, this is the sandwich for you, or at least is the sandwich for me. I feel like this is not a very exciting taste test because I know what this tastes like. I have this a lot. It's not interesting for me to try this, but for you, I will do it. And then I'll eat the rest off camera because this is legitimately my breakfast. So let's give it a go. Structurally, again, pretty rough. You can see that I've utilized a sort of ham pocket to keep that sauerkraut in there. We'll talk about that more later. Wait, let me get a bite. It's going to be a little hard. This is kind of a messy sandwich too. I wouldn't recommend eating this on a nice cutting board, but again, for all of you, I will boldly go. There's that light problem again. Hearty. A lot of lightly colored ingredients, but you can see with this kind of sandwich, a lot of the time the sauerkraut is not going to be there. You can see that. It's not like that first bite on the edge is all sauerkraut. In fact, I should probably mow myself down into the center so you can see that. One thing you are noticing is that the cheddar cheese on the top is keeping the Dijon mustard from oozing out of the little pores on this bread. I really like sourdough bread. And obviously one of the goals of this sandwich is to be a bit of a waker-upper, being refreshing, not heavy, if you will, which is why I want that sharp cheddar cheese, and some ham can be kind of light, I think. Sauerkraut, very light. And the sourdough also, kind of a zingy sandwich with the Dijon mustard. But many sourdoughs, or at least the sourdough that I like where I live, that I can buy from a local bakery, is, it's full holes. And so you could toast it. There are some big holes in here that wouldn't completely solve the problem. But the main thing is that I don't want to worry about getting it on my hands. I care about my food not being messy, and this is a way to accomplish that. So shielding you from the mustard is a priority for me. There's the sauerkraut. There's the messiness I talked about. This is actually not that bad. Oh. Oh. Good for your gut. Good for your soul. Good for that attention span. Get some protein in the morning. Perfect sandwich. Absolutely no flaws, except for other flaws that there are. This is pretty good. I'm gonna go eat the rest of it. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Now, unfortunately, as you saw, my poor sandwich was defeated. A bunch of my slices of cheese fell out of one side, but otherwise you got to see the mechanics pretty clearly. You saw that ham tube that directs the sauerkraut liquid to not be all over the place or on your hands is really the big thing. Part of the point is supposed to be that that sandwich is simple, but there is some stuff going on there. There's also some stuff going on with the ordering of the ingredients. Some of you might be confused why the cheese isn't all in one spot, and we will get there. We will get to a lot of things, but there's a method to the madness, and we'll get there, but one step at a time. What you just saw, this little segment that we're doing right now, is part of the meta structure of these 3 8-hour videos, of which you are watching the first. It's that every hour or so, as I explained, we're going to show a little sandwich blueprint and then cut to me eating the sandwich in real life, and then we'll come back, talk about it a bit more, and name the sandwich. For you see, sauerkraut is not a good enough name for such a glorious sandwich. So, as part of this Kickstarter, a lot of the backers submitted names for all these sandwiches. They have a code name for development, as my graphic artist for this project, Carolyn, and I were working on the blueprints. Of course, we needed some kind of name to refer to them to, right? That made it clear which one was which. And so we often use the key ingredient or something that just wasn't in the other sandwiches. Some of them you'll notice as we go through are kind of really good names. Some of them are pretty off track. They're not really intended to be good names. Some of them are pretty descriptive and some of them aren't. But the point is, we're going to name this sandwich right now. Let's keep the blueprint here, and I'll open this folder. I haven't looked at these. I haven't checked what people suggested as names for any of the sandwiches. I thought it'd be funnier that way. So let's take a look. We have 8 names. And now I'll read each of them out and tell you what I think of them. Slippery pickle boy. Ah, yes, that's slippery. Why? That slippery kraut boy. Slippery pickle boy. One pickly boy. Good. That's good. This is gonna be solid gold when we get to the part where we talk about like what even is a sandwich and what do you even call a sandwich. Slippery pickle boy. I don't know. The German bubble, aka Volkswagen. We could name the sandwich Volkswagen. That is actually kind of amazing, but okay, let's just push your feelings down. Let's just keep going. Scurvy Limbo. Ooh, that's kind of piratey. Also a little bit of Warframe, a game that is the subject of much of my Buildcraft discussion stuff on YouTube. Scurvy Limbo. Ooh, that's nice. I can dig that one. I like that one. Let's go through. The next one is not good. I need to sit down for this one. Hold on. We're not standing while I read the word I'm about to read. I'm not gonna be standing after this. Okay, some of these are just really all right. The next name is The Morning Moist. So, as is gonna come up a few times throughout this video, these videos, mostly in this video, I think. This first video is going to be more focused on fundamentals, on concepts, on mechanics. After all, you can't make a good sandwich build without understanding the mechanics behind it. And what you're going to notice is that I majored in English, which you can tell because I'm a professional YouTuber now. Self-deprecating humor. But one, I hated being an English major. I did it because I kind of hate it. I was a creative writing focused English major, and that came with me despising a lot of the highfalutin literary canon, which we'll get back to later. Really, we will. It's already in the show notes. But I just want to say, one thing I do agree with most of my fellow English majors is that the word moist is disgusting. So thanks for doing that to my sandwich. Moving right along. Vegetable gusher. Okay, that's a little bit clever. Gush, I assume you're referring to gushers, like that candy from the 90s that I guess they're not really candy. It's a fruit snack, sort of, and it's got fluid inside of it. I think these are kind of gross. When I was younger, I was ridiculed a little bit by my friends for throwing up. I ate one of these and the texture made me barf. I despise gushers, but I suppose objectively, this is a vegetable gusher, almost, sort of. not that much, but I get it. Sure. Okay, the next one is my sour cabbages. My sour cabbages. My Avatar The Last Airbender references. Am I right? I'm picking up what you're putting down. I like that one too. The final two. The wet blanket. Okay, that's just moving right along. And the European. Well, that's a sexy name for a sandwich. There probably is a sandwich called that already, right? Of these, personally, I think the Scurvy Limbo wins by a mile. Like, I don't even like any of these except for that one. That's not true. My sour cabbages made me laugh. Volkswagen is actually an interesting name for a sandwich. I sort of like that. That's interesting. Scurvy Limbo is badass, so I think I'm going with that one. You can tell me whatever you want. In the comments, you have the power to redefine this video and have a comment with 1,000 likes that says it should be called Morning Moist. Like, I can't... I mean, I could stop you, but I'm not going to. So go ahead, whatever, do your worst. Personally, I think the Scurvy Limbo is a good enough name. Let's just make a note of the names in order. The Scurvy Limbo. Oh, glorious. Absolutely glorious. I'm proud. I am. Not of most of those, but of the whole. There was such variety, such enthusiasm. Oh, folks, it was better than I expected, and I expected a lot from you. So thank you very much. Those are fun names. Now, you've kind of gotten a taste of the full segment. I'll end an hour by showing you the blueprint, and then we'll cut to past Sandy eating the sandwich, go back to the blueprint, and then we'll name the sandwich and, you know, talk a bit more about its structure. You noticed in that little segment where I was eating it, I don't exactly... Oh, let's not be generous. I'm not good at talking about tasting notes for things because I'm just Joe Average when it comes to sandwiches. But I thought it was better that way. I thought it was better to just eat the thing and react to eating the thing and show you it's more about showing you the physical thing. And then, I mean, we have a much better discussion point right here, right? I mean, part of why we made these is it's just easier to talk about when we have this thing right here, right? So go figure. No big deal as far as I'm concerned. So, where are we? I mean, we have seen a sandwich. We have borne witness collectively, have we not, to a sandwich. But only one. And if you, like me, had no idea what a sandwich was, absolutely no idea at all, as I know you don't, we've never heard of such a thing, one example is not enough. So we have to go deeper. We have to do my least favorite subject, history. A very tiny amount of bad history. Sandwiches originated with the Earl of Sandwich, except that they didn't, because the concept is literally putting things between bread. So no, that's not where sandwiches originated. But we are going to look at some definitions, and one of them is from the Earl of Sandwich. The Earl of Sandwich, for which sandwiches and sandwiching, the verb to sandwich, are named, was a guy who really liked gambling, and he told his staff that he wanted to eat food more efficiently with one hand while gambling. So they put his food in bread so that it was easy to hum nom nom while gambling, right? Very clever. And thus we have the Earl of Sandwich definition. Does the food optimize itself for being eaten with one hand while gambling? I suppose they do, most of them, don't they? But there are things that I think we would all agree are sandwiches that are not convenient to eat with one hand while gambling. There are many sandwiches that are very popular that are extremely messy or just otherwise disruptive. It's rather popular for sandwiches to be spicy, for example, which is not, I don't think, particularly conducive to us. A pretty hardcore form of gambling, I suppose. Fair enough. You could do they sell those peppers where you don't know which one is really spicy. Like 1 out of 10 is really spicy. I suppose the sandwich itself could be gambling. Write that down. Anyway, we'll put in the show notes. Gambling sandwich can maybe be a topic we discuss. But anyway, the point is, it's not a catch-all definition. As you will go on to realize, no sandwich definition is. But we do have one definition to start with. The Earl of Sandwich sandwich. If you want to define a sandwich this way, it has to be convenient to eat while gambling with one hand. So, indeed, sandwiches generally are this thing, like vaguely in general. A lot of them aren't, but plenty of them are. You can see how the concept of a sandwich is trying to accomplish that goal, but many things that I don't think anyone would argue are a sandwich by some intuitive definition that we'll get back to later are not a sandwich by this one. So, alas, we must move on to the cube rule of carb placement. Folks, I thought about putting up graphics for this section, but I know everybody knows what this is. And if you don't, just Google the cube rule of carb placement or whatever. Cube rule of carbs, something like that. This is a very popular meme where so it's a chart and it shows different placements on a cube of a carbohydrate food in your food that you're eating, ingredients. And so depending on where the carbs are, the idea is that's how you can categorize foods. So this is toast, this is a sandwich, bottom and then 2 sides is a taco, 4 sides is a sushi. So it says, it depends on the kind of sushi, but anyway, you get the point, right? 5 sides is a bread bowl with the top open, 6 sides is a dumpling. You get the idea, right? And this is a popular definition because it seems to kind of work. It feels like, oh yeah, I mean, that's how you determine what those foods are. When you say something is a dumpling, when you say something is a taco, that's why, right? Except for sandwiches, because sub rolls, those exist. And that's a sandwich. I think you could probably agree that intuitively, even if you say, oh, by this definition, whatever, sure, we can have a bit of fun and joke about how subs are not technically a sandwich, but they are, though. I mean, by any useful definition, it's not useful to say that they are or are not a sandwich. And that's where we get to my definition, what I'm going to say about sandwiches, which is that you shouldn't be prescriptive. Language isn't prescriptive, it's descriptive. If you're not familiar, this distinction refers to the idea of talking about a word about how it's supposed to be used, what the rules are for that word, and talking about how people use the word. So it's kind of a chicken and the egg situation. Does the word's meaning come before how people use it or not? If you think the word's meaning comes first, that's prescriptive. And if you think that the meaning that people ascribe to the word, the reaction people have to the word, if you will, comes first, that's descriptive. Now, of course, there is a correct answer here because all words are made up. Descriptivism is the way. That is how people use language. Like it or not, the prescriptive definition of a word does not matter in real life. Now, you can have whatever definition of a sandwich you want. I just want to be clear that I'm not here to tell people they're right or wrong about what they think is a sandwich. By saying that descriptivism is the right way to go, I am saying if something is a sandwich to you, go for it. That's totally fine by me. We're here to have a bit of fun. We're not here to be snobby, right? And having said that, now I'm going to let everybody else do the talking, for I asked all of my Kickstarter backers what they thought a sandwich was. Oh yes, that's right. If you think this is as bad as an idea as I thought it was, then you're in for a treat. So now we're going to go through those, and we're going to see how similar or different they are to the Earl of Sandwich definition, the cube rule of carb placement, and the descriptivism definition that I suggested. Let's review those quickly before we start. The Earl of Sandwich definition. This is a historical definition that revolved around the Earl of Sandwich asking his staff to make his food easier to eat one-handed while gambling. Thus, they sandwiched it, and the verb was born. The cube rule of carb placement suggests that a sandwich is carbs like this, and that's what a sandwich is. If there are carbs like this, that's not a sandwich. If there are carbs that loop over in the back like a sub roll, that's not a sandwich. It's got to be carbs like this, right? And my descriptivism definition. Basically, if you intuitively think it's a sandwich as far as I'm concerned, as long as you're not being disingenuous. Now, it's a welcoming definition and it's an open definition, but it's also a little problematic because it doesn't draw a line toward what is being disingenuous and what isn't, So anyway, let's see if we can resolve those problems with the help of crowdfunding. or crowdsourcing. This part, you probably should have paid me to read some of these, but well, I guess you did, didn't you? But not explicitly. Let's go through them. There are 14. Pingers suggests that a sandwich is a kind of layered food primarily oriented along a 2D plane that, when sliced orthogonally to this plane, has fractal similarity, excuse me. That is, when you cut a sandwich in two, you have two sandwiches. Oh, interesting. Okay. So this is kind of like the cube rule, or you would probably, no, I guess a sub could do that too, right? That's interesting. Yeah. So the idea is that the sandwich can be sort of subdivided. Is that not true of other foods? So if it's a dumpling and you cut it open, then I guess it's not a dumpling anymore if you use the cube rule, just for the sake of it being helpful for a second. Whereas a sandwich would be. Okay, sure. A taco still would be, but that's okay. It's layered. Tacos are arguably not layered. Again, it's not important that it obey the cube rule. I just think analyzing this definition, it's helpful to think of that one. This is a good descriptive way to discuss definitions. Is it helpful? When you think of sandwiches with a temporary rule, is it useful? This is interesting. I like that one. Moving on to Fuuryuu, who suggests that sandwiches are anything that involves a filling of some kind between two covers. Ooh, two covers. What's interesting about this one to me is that if you think about making like a stuffed pasta, like a ravioli or some such, you might make that, or a dumpling. A lot of dumplings are made this way. You put down a piece of wrapper, and then you put some filling in, and then you cover it. So there are two pieces, but it's enclosed on all sides. And what's interesting to me about this one is that I feel like this definition definitely does define sandwiching. Like a dumpling is sandwiched between it's filling, sandwiched between two dumpling wrappers, right? That's interesting. I like this one. This one tickles my fancy. Okay, cool. Moving right along. True Mr. Food suggests that a sandwich is, okay, this one is rather itemized, at least one piece of bread-like substance. Okay, one liquid, usually of high viscosity, a sauce, to keep everything together, and at least one other edible of nutritional value. Okay, well, hold on. You could put a lot of things in a sandwich. Let's not get carried away here. Nutritional, but somehow it just made me laugh so much to suggest that the things in a sandwich must have nutritional. There are some sandwiches that are real bad for you. But no, I'm picking up what you're putting down. At least one piece of bread-like substance. So you could do a toast. Toast can be a sandwich. A Toastwich? A Toastwich. This is interesting. And the suggestion that there needs to be a sauce, that's really interesting to me. I so strongly disagree. That's fascinating. Yeah, I definitely think what's useful here is to think, okay, so if I put ham and cheese between two pieces of bread, is that a sandwich? It is, I think. I struggle to produce a definition where that's not a sandwich, that I like. I don't like the idea that there needs to be a sauce. I don't know. But that's interesting. The at least one piece of bread thing is kind of interesting to me. This accounts for open-faced sandwiches, which is a thing people say. Again, all words are made up, but okay, moving on. Cat says there are two possible definitions. Okay, that's cheating, but we'll read both. Either a food that is easily consumed while gambling, okay, playing billiards, that's the Earl of Sandwich one, as specified by the Earl of Sandwich, or a food contained by two slices of structural carbohydrates per the cube rule. Okay, I don't mean to be reductive, but we're in agreement, as I discussed before, moving right along. Kisutora says that a sandwich fills one's heart with joy and wonder. It is pure art, and thus is subjective in every way. The medium and the ingredients you use to sandwich don't matter, as long as you are having fun sandwiching. Leaning into the verb more, I like it. Very nice. This is beautiful. I may start crying and stop the recording, except for all of the ways in which I won't do that. Liliana says that sandwiches, like sex workers, are whatever you want them to be. Okay, that's an abstract philosophical statement. Let's lean back in our chair for a second. Pondering, calculating. Aromas are not occurring in my nose. Having a wine tasting kind of experience right now. Well, fair enough. Sure they are. Looking forward to Liliana has a segment in this video coming up that is related to that, so I'm looking forward to that. Phoenix or Blaclam, if just Phoenix can get me confused with someone else. I don't believe we have another Phoenix in here. There are only 22 Kickstarter backers, 20 or so. So you should be able to remember some of these names. They'll almost all come up again throughout this little project. Phoenix says that a sandwich is any food that is composed of 3 or more layers of food stuff. Okay, for the first and last layer are generally identical. It must also be portable, and you must be able to eat it without cutlery for it to be a sandwich. Okay, this is doing some very different things. So kind of like the cube rule, it's saying there's something about the vertical structure in some way. It kind of reminds me of my blueprints too. 3 or more layers of food stuff. To me, this makes me think of biting through the sandwich. Would there be 3 or more layers that you'd have to, hum through, right? Where the first and last layer are generally identical. That kind of covers the sub thing as well. If it's wrapping around, you will still bite through the same layer twice, even though it's kind of one thing. That's interesting. It must be portable. Portable is relative, of course. I feel like it's hard to argue that most sandwiches are relatively portable. You know what I mean? Or I think if you turn another food into a sandwich, does it get more portable? Yes, I would think, in general, I suppose. And you must be able to eat it without cutlery for it to be a sandwich. Well, but you can eat a lot of things without cutlery. Okay, this one has a bit of a relativity problem for me, but I'm picking up what you're putting down. I like this one. That's useful. Decipius. You said a type of food that is filling, either meat or cheese at a minimum, between carbs. Okay, specifying what the fillings are, also specifying carbs. It looks like we have a lot of cube rule people. I told you that was a popular one. Either meat or cheese at a minimum. So it's got to have a sort of a dense protein animal product inside. Well, that's not an inclusive definition, but I agree that I think a lot of people would resonate with that. I've seen another one of those sandwich alignment chart style things where it talks about one of the axes of the alignment chart is the type of filling in the sandwich. Basically, the idea is stereotypically it's kind of savory, and there's often a mix or a contrast of some kind of like crunch element and some protein. And then as you go further across the chart, it gets less and less traditional sandwich ingredients. I don't know how much I agree that there are traditional. Nah, it's interesting though. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time that is true. This one is by Yatagami Odin. Odin is sufficient for subsequent mentions. Cool. A sandwich is an item of food consisting of some kind of filling between 2 structural ingredients. Oh boy. Most often, but not limited to slices of bread. An open-faced sandwich is a sandwich in name only. The filling being enclosed by 2 structural ingredients is the essential element of a sandwich. This also disqualifies such food items as tacos. Okay. This is a long one. A sandwich is an item of food consisting of some kind of filling between 2 structural ingredients. Yeah, so it's similar to some of the ones we heard that are cube rule inspired. The idea is it's a boom boom, Does this allow for 2 structural ingredients? This also really opens up the door for the 2 different things to not be the same often bread, but even different kinds of bread, which I don't think unmakes something a sandwich, but that's interesting. I like that you mentioned the sort of in name only element from an open face sandwich being a sandwich in name only. We kind of talked about that, or all words are made up kind of thing. Open face sandwich is just the word. It doesn't mean it has to be a sandwich by whatever definition we're using. Xalveris says a sandwich is anything between 2 pieces of bread. Anything. 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 Moving right along. Pixel says that a sandwich is a woman so experienced in the martial mystic arts that she mastered not 1 but 2 elements, both earth and fire, and in doing so has become the one foretold, the one who shall be the devourer of billions. Or is it devoured by billions? There's some debate as to the prophecy's translation. She has become the Sand Wich. Oh, the slow burn on that one was so good. Ooh boy, the sandwich. Define sandwich however you like. The prophecy is being foretold right now. One of the 4 horse YouTubers of the Sand Wich apocalypse. Is Zandy making a 24-hour sandwich Buildcraft video? Moving right along. Freemanoid says he's defining sandwich as Uno reverse card. Is it even possible to create both precise and general enough definitions for things humans usually classify based on intuition? No, it's not. That's the entire point of this segment. Would love to hear your thoughts on the subject if you have enough time. I absolutely do. That is the whole point of this segment. It's interesting. There's one more as well, where somebody asked, it wasn't in the sandwich definition part. I think it's a parlay question that we'll get to later, where somebody asked, yeah, why does it matter what the definition of a sandwich is? It doesn't. That's, to me, that's sort of the whole fun, is that we as humans have this desire, this want, this need, this, dare I say, hunger to have there be a definition for something. But it's not helpful. It's just not useful most of the time, right? Temporarily going into a definition and then adapting, I think that's the most helpful way. Lion of Comer says a sandwich is whatever I can produce at a social occasion where I've told the participants I brought sandwiches and they wouldn't be unduly nonplussed at what I gave them. Interesting. So this is kind of a hyper, hyper subjective definition, a hyper descriptive definition, even more than just how people use it. It's like, a sandwich is whatever I can use the word sandwich and get people to understand. That's interesting. You're doing some tricky stuff there. I like that. Oh boy. Ragnavr ends with the cube rule. Probably the best baseline definition I can come up with the caveat that things like fold-over sandwiches, which would be a taco, are still sandwiches due to purpose. Ooh, okay. A good one to end on. Due to purpose. Huh. So the purpose of a taco and the purpose of a sub. The purpose of a sub, which by the cube rule is a taco because it's one contiguous thing. There's one carb that wraps around. But the goal of a sub is different. Yeah, you eat it generally from the side. You can eat subs lots of ways, I suppose. But you know, there's sort of a different idea behind it. It's meant to sandwich. Okay. Yeah, a taco is arguably not intended to sandwich in the same way. A taco is kind of a holder or like a really elaborate chip, if you want to look at it that way. Whereas a sub roll is kind of sandwiching. That's interesting. I like that one. So far throughout all of these, to me, the guiding principle is the most intuitive or descriptive in my mind definition for a sandwich is the verb, not the noun. Don't think of sandwiches. Think of sandwiching. Is it sandwiching something? And in a lot of cases, I feel like, so for a dumpling, for example, I talked about that thing where you've got the sheet of dumpling wrapper and then a little filling and then dumpling. But I don't know if that's sandwiching. It's enveloping. You know, it's covering. That there was that one definition. But I don't know if it's sandwiching. And when you use a dumpling, when you eat a dumpling, it's just kind of contained in there like a pocket, right? It's constructed of those two parts, but it's just kind of in there. And the same thing with a taco. It's kind of more of a holder, whereas sandwiches, when you eat them, it's about the verb that you do. You sandwich the things inside using what's on the outside in order to consume it. This is not a planned part of the series. I genuinely think that this definition might work for. I have some jokes coming throughout the 24 hours that are on their way, the 8.5 hours, 7.5 hours left in this one, about some of the sandwiches that were submitted arguably not being sandwiches, depending on a definition. But I think that if you use that definition of the verb, they all are. I'm not sure that definition ever doesn't work. That's interesting. Okay, cool. And with that, we need to segue to some parlay. So one of the other things, of the many things that the Kickstarter backers who made this thing possible submitted, some of them submitted parlay. So something that I already do is respond to people's Q&A questions using my parlay system. The way that I run my business, my YouTube, my Twitch, my Patreon, my stuff, is that all the content is free. All the video stuff is free, but you when you support me directly, you're participating in it. So the people asking the questions that are made into the public videos, mostly on my other channel, but this is essentially just a gigantic parlay, that's how they're participating, right? But the videos are publicly available. So we have some of those, and they're going to be sprinkled throughout these 3 8-hour videos. So let's do a few of them now, because a lot of them relate to this topic. This one is a parlay from Liliana, who suggested the definition about the sex workers. So we already know where this one is going. Liliana asks, does it really matter what a sandwich is? So long as it falls within your personal definition, surely it will be magnificently delicious. I bet you didn't expect me to be the reasonable one here, did you? Oh, what's that supposed to mean? You think that just because I'm making 3 8-hour videos about sandwich, just because I'm talking about sandwiches for 24 hours, just because I had a Kickstarter where I funded $1,000 to talk about sandwiches for 24 hours for my own self-interest, you think that I'm the one who's not reasonable, huh? No. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It really doesn't matter. The whole point of this segment, of course, it's not fair to you because you didn't know how I was going to make the video. But of course, I agree. There isn't really a need per se. I do think that it's worth coming back to this idea that humans are kind of obsessed with definitions. I think that's relevant. I think we should talk about that. I think it's important to consider the ways in which humans do and don't have good reasons for their fixations. But humans like patterns. I think that's where the definition thing mostly comes from. People like patterns. It feels good. Even as the guy who dropped out of college as an English major. No, I didn't, but at this rate, maybe I should have. The guy who began a long sandwich video talking about how the definition of a sandwich doesn't matter, and then spent 20 plus minutes talking about the definition of a sandwich, including history and meme culture definitions. Maybe that's a little bit contradictory, sure. But that person, was happy when I thought, maybe the definition that it's sandwiching, that it's the verb, that delighted me. You could see I'm no actor. You can tell, right? And so I don't know. I guess here's what I think, Liliana. I think wanting to organize things can feel fun, and I know from my gaming Buildcraft experiences that a lot of the time when you make a build, and we'll be getting more into what a build is going to be defined as in a second, for we spent an awful long time talking about sandwich definitions. How could we neglect build definitions? It's called WichCraft, after all. We can't not talk about what Buildcraft is. When we get there, when you play a video game and you have a build that's just so, it feels good. It's fun. It's satisfying, And I think that adds something to it. I'm not sure I agree that a sandwich is delicious regardless of what a sandwich is. Now, you said so long as it falls within your personal definition, surely it will be magnificently delicious. Indeed, headcanon, sandwich headcanon is totally a thing, but I'm just trying to say, I do think it's an important thing. I feel like it's wrong to be a snob and tell people that they're wrong about their personal experience of a sandwich. But I think it's equally wrong to say, this is a melt, and the thing that is a melt is an objective definition, and if you disagree, you're just wrong, and it matters a lot, and it's very important. No, it's not. I mean, it isn't. There's no consequences to just calling it something else. That being said, understanding that when a person from a place that calls a certain thing a melt says the word melt, they're thinking of a certain thing and that would make it delicious to them, that matters. So I do think there's more here. It matters that you understand where other people are coming from with sandwich definitions, provided that we can all agree to be nice and to welcome each other's definitions and see them as opportunities to find new and delicious sandwiches. But personally, no, I mean, I don't think it matters. I think I am the reasonable one. Let's fight about it, Liliana. You're going to be in this video quite a bit more, actually. So Liliana has an hour-long topic that is in one of the hours of this video. So we'll be coming back to you. And we'll be coming back to discussing sandwich buildcraft and the definitions of both of those words after a quick status report segment. That's right. I'm recording for 8 hours straight. I get to take a little break. Come on, let's kick back, have an entire liter of water. I can't talk for 8 hours straight without drinking a lot of water and taking a break. This is just not possible. So here we are. Folks, you can't just record an 8-hour video with no real script, off the cuff, with no practice, with no real experience making that kind of video. I do have a lot of experience making long one-take videos, but they cap out at around 2 hours. There are a couple of videos like that that are quite successful on this channel. They're about video games. They're about Buildcraft in video games, just like this is about Buildcraft with sandwiches. They're not unrelated, but I don't have to show you my face and be physically confident, which I'm not entirely because I can see myself in the camera right here. I have to be able to so I can look at the sandwich blueprints, but let me tell you, it pains me. You know, this is going to take some doing. So yeah, I'm going to do one of these in the middle of every hour, about the middle of every hour. You know, 30, 40 minutes in. We're 45 minutes in right now. Take a little, 2-3 minute break. Talk about some meta stuff. Because making a video about sandwich buildcraft is already talking about some meta stuff, right? And I'm very interested in, for example, this video's performance on YouTube. In fact, I think I'll talk about that more in one of the next little status report intermission-y segments, but yeah, there's a lot to say. This is a video that is 8 hours long, so thank you for clicking on it and getting this far. I'm sure most people don't. I'm very curious to see how well this will do. Again, I'll elaborate later, but it's something that has been on my mind even as I record this beginning part. This is about the threshold right now, where in my mind, I have the option to stop the recording and turn around. But right now, it's long enough into the day now. It's been almost an hour. And for me, it's a bit past noon. So it's not going to be good recording light. In fact, I think we will actually run out of light toward the end of the video. And of course, I have lights ready for that. But I can't just restart infinite times, This is the first take. Let's see if it turns out okay. For all I know, there'll be a fire alarm 5 hours from now, or the power will go out, or somebody will storm into my office for some reason. I really don't think so, and I will probably keep the recording going as I respond to that situation. So I guess you can look forward to it, but I'm not looking forward to it. Anyway, on with the show. With Kisutora's parlay, kind of related to the Liliana one. This one is just really funny. Why sand and why witch? Oh, if you could rename sandwiches, what would you call them? Should they be renamed? Very clever. I'm happy that somebody put this one in. It would be a shame for this video to go by without somebody asking that question. You can see how there, I can talk about sandwiches for 8 hours. I can waffle about, I'm a professional waffler. I can talk about this for as long as I need to, and I need to talk about it for a very long time, and a very long time yet, even when I finish this. You might think, oh, it's going to feel good to finish an 8-hour video. Well, not so much, because then I think, okay, I just have to do that 2 more times. Oh, but one thing that makes it much easier is that I get to respond to what all of you are saying. And most of these hours have a lot of audience participation in that sense, Kickstarter backer participation. Why Sand and why Wich? Well, it's the Earl of Sandwich's name. So, I mean, why in that sense? How did it etymologically come to be? We kind of know, I guess, but is it a good name? In English, no. Which contributes to the which is which problem in my mind. Which, W-H-I-C-H. Which, W-I-T-C-H, which is what a lot of people think this video is supposed to be titled. And, sandwich, and then there's, the witches. In my mind, I think this is a problem with English in general. There are too many words that sound similar but are not the same. And sandwich does not massively contribute to that, but it is not guilty of the charges, in my opinion. Sand. Sand is not a word that I want in my sandwich. I I could definitely see calling a sandwich something else and keeping the verb sandwiching because it just, I don't know. Now, there is something I really like about the term, though, as I'm saying it that way. It has a bit of onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia, if you're not familiar, being the concept that a word sounds like what it is. Sometimes I think people define onomatopoeia a little constrainingly. It's a pretty narrow definition of onomatopoeia in a harmful way. Sometimes people think of onomatopoeia much more like fuzzy. Kind of gives you a fuzzy feeling on your lips when you say it. There's some onomatopoeia there, sure. But to me, there's also a sort of rhythmic, poetic onomatopoeia that I feel like isn't quite the same way. Sandwich doesn't really sound... How would it sound like a sandwich? But the structure of the word and the way you say it has the cadence of sandwich. Two parts that are in English 4 letters, and they sandwich. I don't know. That's kind of nice. It could be worse. The name sandwich, I don't think my indigestion disagrees with me when I say it could be worse. I think this is a fine name, but it's a fun question. What would you even rename sandwiches? This is a good comments question. Help me out. I don't know. One thing that I could grow at as a creator is I might be able to think on my feet and talk about stuff kind of off the cuff for a very long time, but I'm not that or I'm much less creative. I don't know how creative I am on or off camera, but I'm a lot less creative when I'm in the middle of a video. So I think, I don't know. The idea that it would be called something like here's my only proposed name. You could rename sandwiches carbohydrates. Just a sandwich is called a carbohydrate. Somehow to me, the carbohydrate, of course, is a molecule type, a macronutrient category. Is it a molecule type? Anyway, that kind of doesn't make sense, but it does make sense in that to me, that word feels like a word that could be, I don't know, to me that kind of works, but your mileage may vary. Personally, I like that name. If we didn't have to have carbohydrate mean something else, I think I'd be interested in that being that thing. So I don't know. I'm sure that people come up with way better sandwich definitions than me, but alas, that's the advantage you have. You have a lot of free time and I do not. But I don't know. I mean, I think the name sandwich is not bad as they go. That's how I feel. And speaking of the name sandwich not being bad as names go, I actually feel the exact opposite way about Buildcraft. I kind of cringe at this word. I feel like I kind of have to use it. I'll confess to you that one of my secret goals for WichCraft is to leave this project having a different word for Buildcraft. Or builds or something. I just kind of hate it. I don't know why. It's not that bad, but I sort of hate it. And there was a parlay request that made me think maybe it's okay. So I'm going to read it. This one is pretty long. We're going to go on this one for a bit. This one is from Pixel. I'm going to read it to you, and it's pretty long. Pixel asks, says for quite a while, sandwiches are a food item that lend themselves to low effort creation and consumption. To clarify, they don't have to be low effort, as this series will demonstrate. But they are well suited to it, capable of pulling high convenience, high quality results from low effort creation procedures with thermodynamically illegal efficiency. Spicy. Of course, in Buildcraft, huge upfront effort to effectiveness efficiency ratios can often translate to harsh and quick onset diminishing returns, and that's a significant combination. Let's stop there for a second and quickly define those things. So what Pixel is saying is, being that sandwiches are a food item that not by definition, we talked about that for about 50 minutes already, but by their general nature, sandwiches are usually not very hard to compose. And one of the tenets of sandwiching is that you're making something greater than the sum of its parts, right? And what that entails, what that means for you as a person making sandwiches, is that you need to consider how much effort it's worth putting in to this thing that you're sandwiching, right? And when we talk about builds, there are these two concepts of marginal benefit and diminishing returns. Marginal benefit is the idea that the more of something you have, the less benefit you get from more. In sandwiches, this is pretty easy. If I have 2 slices of cheese in my sandwich, the third one is not as much more cheese experientially as the second one, even though the slices are the same. If I have 3 slices of cheese, adding a 4th slice now feels like even less of an increase of cheese because I already have 3 slices of cheese. If I have 10 slices of cheese, I'm adding 1 more slice, the same amount I added before, but now that there are already 10 slices of cheese, it just doesn't make much of a difference, right? That concept is called marginal benefit. The idea that not just in gaming, not just in sandwiches, not just in Buildcraft, it just in general, when you have more of something, it's usually contextually worth less to have the same unit that you were gaining before. It gets less valuable to get the same amount over and over again the more times you get it. Diminishing returns, on the other hand, is this idea that the system by which you're getting something, your taste buds, a video game mechanic, whatever, is giving you less of the thing each additional time. So this would be something like tolerance for alcohol, for example, comes to mind, or just spiciness. If you eat the same spicy food over and over again, if you drink a few nights before a night you're going to drink more, you won't experience as much of it because you gain some tolerance. The way to think about that in build crafting terms is that it has diminishing returns. If you do this upgrade that gives you more damage over and over again, some games have diminishing returns, which means the game will give you less and less damage each time you pick the upgrade, which also has marginal benefits, because even if you didn't get less every time, it would be worth less because you already have more of the thing, right? And yet you also get less and less. And so diminishing returns and marginal benefit can compound a lot of the time, which is pretty interesting. So the idea here is that when you've already put in a good amount of effort, the marginal benefit of putting in another unit of effort into making your sandwich is probably lower than it would have been, because the low-hanging fruit have probably been picked, if you will. If you're making a ham and cheese sandwich, go get good bread. Take the time, instead of just picking any bread, get a good tasting bread. If you don't think bread tastes like anything, you need to go to a bakery. I'm not budging on this part. If you take anything away from this project at the end of this first hour, go get good bread. You need good bread. It makes a difference. It does matter. Not all bread is equal. You need to get good tasting bread. I'll be specifying a few general kinds of bread, and I'll try to recommend. I'm no expert on bread. I'm not an expert on any of this, but I will suggest a few, a place to start, right? Don't go get a loaf of supermarket wrapped in 3 layers of plastic square loaf bread. That's good for some things, and I'll be using it for some things in this video, but not for all of them, and neither should you. Pick the right tool for the right job, and bread is a sandwiching tool, which is very important. So that's something. And then once you've done that, there isn't as easy a way. You can put in the amount. Let's say it took you 15 minutes to go find some good bread. You can't just use another 15 minutes and improve your sandwich by the same amount. That's a marginal benefit loss. The marginal benefit of caring about your sandwich the same amount again is lower now, because you already kind of got the benefit out, the efficient benefit. And the diminishing returns part. Yeah, I mean, there's a flavor crowding thing that I'll get back to later. I think it's more of a marginal benefit issue. Indeed, if you have something that has a very good effort to effectiveness efficiency, then it's going to have really sharp marginal benefit loss with the amount of effort you put in. Cool. Anyway, moving right along. Those two aspects, high upfront effort to efficiency, effectiveness, and marginal benefit losses, sandwiched together, nice, very nice, are well suited to exploring something existent across Buildcraft. The good enough point. Ah, yes, very nice, Pixel. A good name for that thing. A point of build effectiveness return diminishment, or marginal benefit loss, beyond which additional benefit is technically still possible and meaningful, but the cost to benefit ratio is so bad that significant numbers of people would rather just say, good enough. One could argue whether food Buildcraft has such a point. You could, and I would argue that it does. One could posit that should it exist, it's determined too subjectively to be significant, but I wouldn't agree. More by limitations of food type, ingredients, or even human sensorium That's not a word, but it's wonderful, than by any objectively measurable effectiveness as the objective of food buildcraft. One could wonder for ages what even is the true objective of food buildcraft, or if that goal purpose even could be so singularly defined. Indeed, why not start now? Oh, I will, Pixel. This was by far the longest parlay question. The idea of what the point of food buildcraft or sandwich buildcraft is another question. And since it's kind of a minor element of this, I'm going to use this answer more as a time to set up that eventual topic. It's not soon, but we're laying the groundwork. This whole video could be viewed as laying the groundwork for the other two, but there's plenty of stuff in here. So I'm going to focus more on this good enough thing. That's what really fascinated me about this one, because I actually think it's more universal than you might think. I think that for a lot of people, they can come to an agreement about what the good enough point is, right? And that's what this video is kind of about. In a way, I want to make sandwiches in a way where, I'm not making a hard and fast rule that I won't cook anything for any of the sandwiches. I did cook some things, and I hope you will too, for a few of the sandwiches. The rule is just that I'm trying to keep in mind a sort of good enough thing. I made the sandwiches with my primary goal being, you will make this sandwich. Like, don't do anything that's going to make someone look at the sandwich and think, oh no, do things that make people think, oh, you could make that. It's not so bad. And throughout these sandwich reviews that are in between the hours, although not on this one, as I explained before, by the way, we're 1 hour in, I'm going to be trying to focus on, this is the way that I made this without cooking much. You could improve this by, doing this cooking thing. And I've done that before in a lot of cases, but you don't have to. It's fine. Like, just make it with whatever ingredients. And then if you like it, then let that be what encourages you to make a fancy version, right? When I cook things, I don't dread the process. I don't view it as work. But the reason is that I didn't do it because someone told me to cook something. I did it because I was excited to have a tastier version. And I've cooked enough that I'm convinced that you do get a tastier product by putting more effort in most of the time. Now, a topic I find very interesting that applies to sandwiches a lot is the idea that for some foods, there isn't much point in getting a good one. Like, the difference between like not a very good quality thing and a good quality thing is not much of a thing. There's also some foods, we talked about spice and alcohol before, which kind of apply, and alcohol in a different way, things like tea and coffee, where a good quality one doesn't matter unless you know what you're looking for. Like, if you've had good ones, then you're going to notice and you should probably get something good. But if you haven't, then you will likely not object. It might, you don't know what you're missing, I guess, but you don't know what you're missing. And so it's not a huge deal, right? And so that's a third interesting factor. But where I'd like to talk about this concept of diminishing returns, marginal benefit, it's kind of both on sandwich buildcraft, is this idea of when should you put extra effort into the thing, right? So I'll give you a few examples. I think, broadly speaking, of the ingredients in a sandwich, if you buy the cheapest bread, the cheapest sauce, the cheapest meats and cheeses or fillings or whatever, and the cheapest produce, let's just say all those things are in a sandwich. You're making a sandwich with meat, cheese, lettuce, and ketchup or something. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Just an example. I think that you can look at those ingredients and make an order, a priority order, for which ones to upgrade sooner. And I think that priority order would generally, it depends on what the ingredients are, but go like this, just as an example. I think the meat is probably the thing that you will gain the least by spending more on most of the time. I think a lot of the time when you buy a deli sliced meat, or especially if you buy there's sopressata in one of these sandwiches, it's pretty good. You could make your own, but it would take 15 times as much work, probably way more. That's an unscientific measurement. And it would taste better, I'm sure. It would taste great. But that violates the good enough rule all the way to the bank, right? You can just buy whatever meats. Now, I wouldn't buy really, really cheap ones because that's kind of bad for you a lot of the time. Cheaply made meat often has stuff in it that is not as great for you. Sure. Buy, something that is more sustainably made, maybe. That is a good way to help the environment. Meat is a place where your purchase can have a lot of impact on the well-being of our world, but I don't know if it makes a huge difference for the taste. So that's one. Cheese. I mentioned earlier about cheddar cheese. I think cheese, it kind of depends. For example, I like pepper jack, and I've had a few pepper jacks where I live, and they are similar. To my palate, they're not that different in taste. They do cost pretty different amounts, and it's not worth it at all. For me anyway. They don't taste, it's not better enough, And so I would just buy the pepper jack. Now, I don't think you need to taste every single one to know that. I think it's predictable that something like pepper jack, where the goal is to put, jalapenos, peppers in it and make it be spicy and have that flavor. The goal is the contrast between spicy pepper and creamy cheese. Intuitively, you could probably get that without using fancy ingredients. You could probably make pepper jack and it would be very, very good, even if you had very little experience, I would think. I know nothing about making pepper jack cheese. Cheddar, on the other hand. Well, first of all, cheddar is often aged for a long time. And so there's this factor where for cheddar, there just are probably much better cheddars that people put more work into, right? Rather than pepper jack, where there isn't as much of an immediately obvious reason why you would put more effort into your pepper jack. I'm not saying there aren't really good pepper jacks. I've just spent my experience so far. You get what I'm trying to say. So there's that contrast. But in general, I think for a lot of cheeses, their kind of key flavor or flavors, you can get a good experience of without going crazy. Now, I do think a caveat here is that meats and cheeses are probably the more expensive range of sandwich ingredients already. And so to say there isn't as much of a marginal benefit to upgrading them is a little weird, because it's more like you already have, or the entry level product is already sort of forcing you to put a lot of effort monetarily into it. And so I don't know, that's weird. Next up, I think, is bread. There are sandwiches where you really want cheapo bread. You just want the super simple, basic bread. You want fluffy white bread or whatever, There are sandwiches like that. And so again, it's kind of like the cheese, where depending on what you need, what you're looking for, you may or may not want to even go fancier. There might just not be any fancier to go. But definitely for some kinds of bread, you can get a really good tasting. So for example, sourdough, don't even get me started. Do not buy some basic sourdough. Buy a locally made sourdough and it will blow your mind to smithereens. And if it doesn't, go visit your doctor, because there's something wrong with your heart. I'm serious. It's so much better than just buying whatever sourdough bread. You will thank me. Go get some. It's really good. I have had quite a few kind of bag sourdough breads from large name brands, and they don't really taste like that much. They taste like stale bread. They don't taste like sourdough. That's my 2 cents. If you have one you like, that's fine. I'm just saying, if you're looking for places to make your bread, your sandwich for your bread for your sandwich taste a bit better, I think sourdough is a very good place to start. And then you have things like veggies. So yeah, I mean, if you have a really gross piece of lettuce, it doesn't really do anything, But this is a thing where the difference is not so much that it tastes much better as that a lot of the time your vegetable element, it either does the thing or it doesn't. And so you need to get a good enough one that it accomplishes the goal. So for example, if you put iceberg lettuce in a sandwich for crunch, it's common. I don't think any of the sandwiches in WichCraft are going to have that, but because I thought it was redundant, people know that. Maybe one or two of them will, I don't know. You put iceberg in a sandwich. If it's not crunchy, there's no point. So it's sort of, rather than the quality increasing, it's just kind of binary. It either does the thing or it doesn't do the thing. So that's something. And then we come to sauces. Sauces, in my opinion, are where you can get the most bang for your buck with a sandwich. I think sandwiches are the most lazy with sauces. So this isn't just you buying a better Dijon mustard. You should. I think they really do taste better. buying a less basic condiment. Think about maple syrup. You can get that offensively named maple syrup, and it's not maple syrup. It's cornstarch. It's not even maple syrup. No. If you buy good maple syrup, it's a lot more expensive and it tastes a lot better, like much, much better. There's a huge difference. I'm not saying it's not expensive. It is. Treat yourself. Come on. How often do you have pancakes? Also, if you answered that question with something that makes the maple syrup cost the problem, maybe have less pancakes. Although, pancake sandwich. Anyway, buy good maple syrup. It's delicious. That's a really good marginal benefit. You pay more, but it's way better. I think the non-maple syrups are just gross. I don't know, but that's just me. If you love them, that's fine. I just feel like you're really missing out. That's all. And I would love for you to discover this delicious thing. That being said, I think it's true of a lot of sandwich sauces. You're not exactly putting maple syrup on a sandwich, although anyway, I'll see you in the next video. Dijon mustard or your ketchup, like a good, not overly sweetened ketchup. That's another thing. So ketchup has a lot of range as a condiment. There can be ketchups that are very different from each other in mostly how sweet they are, and that matters. It might not be that you dislike the bad ketchup. It is bad, I think. It's a lower quality product, but it is sweeter. There are applications for that. In fact, there's going to be a sandwich in this video that talks a lot about using what is undeniably a low quality cheese, but it's a very good fit. Yeah, I really think you ought to in that situation. I recommend it anyway. So I don't think there's no place for that. What I mean is that having the right sauce and having a deliberate sauce, we'll get to that in a sec, makes a big difference. And I think that's a good place to upgrade if you're looking. So an example I would give, and I'm really hesitating to bring this up, is mayonnaise. Folks, we need to talk about something. I hate mayonnaise. I hate it. I'm making, I know, a whole video, 3 whole videos, 24 hours about sandwiches, and I don't like probably the most common ingredient in any sandwich, mayonnaise. Here's what I have to say. We're going to talk about it right now. Okay. Right now, I know a bunch of you are flipping your keyboards and writing angry comments, and you've paused the video, so you're not actually hearing this, but I'm talking to you anyway. There is a thing written into the script where I'm going to do a whole segment about why I hate mayo and mouthfeel and sauces and stuff. So I won't talk about it now. Instead, we'll hope that we can hold on to some viewers clinging to that pause button by talking about something else, which is sort of Buildcraft definitions. What is the Buildcraft in a sandwich? Then we'll do a little status report for the half-hour break, and then we will tackle the mayo issue in just a few short minutes. And by a few short minutes, I mean I have maybe 20 minutes left to live on the internet before I'm roasted alive for disliking mayonnaise. So cheers to that. Sandwich definitions. But in any case, in Pixel, I think that the good enough thing is an important concept. I'm happy that you brought it up. It's a goal of mine in this series, and it segues me into the discussion about Buildcraft stuff, because we were using some of those Buildcraft terms. I said I kind of hated the term Buildcraft. Let's talk about that. Buildcraft is basically just synergy. It's just making choices for reasons. Cooking is basically 100% Buildcraft. When you bake a cake, you pick the ingredients you pick, not like because you like them necessarily. You pick them because they are what is required to make the cake taste good. You know, they're deliberate decisions. They're not. They work together to make something more than the sum of their parts. That's kind of an understatement. They're transformative, right? Transformative choices. I don't know, but Buildcraft is about customization too. It's not about getting it right necessarily. It's about customization. Why do I hate this term? I don't know. Build can mean a lot of things. It feels like kind of a gamery, archaic term. Buildcraft also just sounds, I think it sounds a little noble, like weirdly fancy for something that is mundane. I mean, to me, I look at everything in the world this way. This is just who I am as a person. I can't think about something without thinking, and I'm trying to train myself to always say things this way as well. what's the purpose of doing it that way? And it frustrates me every time I watch something or see something or hear something or talk to someone where they say a way you should do the thing, but they don't. And I know why you should do it that way, but they don't say why you should do it that way, even though it would take 2 seconds to do so. So for example, let me give you an example. When you make coffee, you bloom your coffee. This is a concept in pour over coffee. You might not, but people do. They bloom their coffee. What this means is you take a little bit of the hot water, you pour it on the coffee grounds, just a little, and they foam up, they fizz and bubble and stuff. And then you wait a little bit and then do the pour over and actually make your coffee. Why, though? Because if you know why, there can be conclusions drawn, and you can't draw those conclusions if you don't know why you're doing the thing. Blooming the coffee releases CO2 that's trapped inside of the coffee. I sort of forget this part, but it makes the coffee infuse better. Anyway, it gets in the way of infusion and extraction if you don't get the gas out of it. So you're degassing the coffee. It bubbles up like that because it's degassing. I watched a pretty interesting video where it was suggested that harder water blooms coffee more. That's odd. I wonder. I have fairly hard water and my coffee blooms a lot and also doesn't taste that good, incidentally. It's a bit of a shame. I'm working on it. But anyway, back to sandwiches. Nobody commissioned any sort of drink pairing segment for WichCraft, so we're not going to talk about drinks that much, but we totally could. The point I'm trying to make is that, when you discuss why you're doing something in a sandwich, I think it's important, valuable, fun, interesting, intellectually stimulating, furthering the medium of that thing to explain why you're doing it that way. So going back to my sauerkraut blueprint, why are the 2 pieces of cheese on opposite ends? There are a couple of reasons. So the first one is that I explained there's sort of that ham taco thing happening, and the cheese, I want to be a barrier to the Dijon mustard going through the holes in my sandwich. The sandwich bread that I'm often using for the sandwich I mentioned is a sourdough that has these really robust holes. So if the Dijon mustard was right on the sourdough, it would be hard to spread as well. It wouldn't be as even, which is fine, I guess. But it would ooze through when you sandwich it and bite into it. Some of the Dijon mustard would poke up through the holes, right? Which I don't want. I don't want that. And so having some cheese be on top of the sandwich, that's good because it lets me sandwich in a verby way the Dijon mustard between the ham pocket top and some of the cheese. But why not just put the other piece of cheddar cheese or the other section of cheddar cheese up there, right? There are a bunch of reasons. I mean, this is where we get into the more Buildcrafty aspect of sandwiches, which we're going to come back to a lot of times, more and more throughout this series. I think spreading the cheese out makes it taste better. I think if you take a sandwich and you have 3 slices of cheese and 4 slices of ham, the way I think it tastes the best to arrange those ingredients, so it's not that sandwich anymore, is cheese, ham, ham, cheese, ham, ham, cheese. If you go to a sandwich shop, a lot of the time, most of the time, they will give you cheese, 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 ham, 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 ham. I don't like that. I buy sandwiches all the time, but I don't think that's better. I've tried both and I think that one tastes better. Why does it taste better? I think this has to do with homogeneity and heterogeneity in food and some of the fundamentals of what makes food taste good in the first place. So, first of all, the way that you layer your ingredients in any food and add them together, mix them together, is going to influence how homogeneous, that is, how similar every bite tastes, or how heterogeneous, how different each of the bites tastes. I think that people, when making sandwiches, are either being lazy, so they layer all the ingredients together. They don't know a reason why it would benefit them to not layer all the ingredients together, or they think that it is heterogeneous to layer the ingredients together. They're thinking, well, it lets you taste, the cheese and the ham separately, right? But in my mind, you have that block of cheese, that block of ham. They're completely separate. They're not homogeneous or heterogeneous. They're just not integrated into the same food in my mind. You take a bite and it's just cheese sometimes, I often find. So to me, you might think that interspersing the ham and the cheese, like I was describing, that might be making the sandwich homogeneous, which might make it less interesting to eat. Some people like homogeneous food, that's fine, but a lot of people like heterogeneous stuff, and those people might like that less. I think that you're heterogenizing the food. I think that with the cheese and the ham fully separate, the food is way too homogeneous. If you intersperse them like I described, that makes it taste heterogeneous. And if you intersperse them even more, it would taste homogeneous again, but it would taste like ham cheese instead of just cheese or just ham. I want it to taste like a ham and cheese sandwich. So I intersperse them like that. The other reason, and this is something I don't totally understand yet, is this concept of the ham being on the bread. Sometimes I don't know why this part. I can tell you what it is, but I don't know why I care about it. I don't like when the ham is touching the bread. I just, it's weird somehow. It's a texture thing. I think it's because the ham is, not slimy, but wet. It's not dry. This ham is not dry. I mean, if it's salami, it might be dry, but it's not dry. And that wetness on the bread, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I really don't like that for some reason. And so I'm interspersing the cheese to be a layer from the ham. This sandwich is kind of all about barriers, the stuff. Cheese touching bread is something I like. Cheese touching ham is something I like. Ham touching sauerkraut is something I like. The Dijon mustard is okay touching the ham, although I would prefer if it was touching the cheese and the bread. It's kind of in the middle there, and that's fine. It's good in the ham. I don't want it touching the sauerkraut. So this sandwich is all about making barriers so that the ingredients that I want touching each other are, and then not when they're not. And then when an ingredient is present, I tried to make sure there was enough of it in one spot that it feels like you're actually tasting that ingredient rather than it just being isolated. If you had one slice of ham, imagine we did this. My example from before. Cheese, ham, cheese, ham, cheese. What if you did cheese, ham, cheese, ham, cheese? I did that. I ate a ton of sandwiches making this video, and the one ham layer just doesn't. It lessens the cheese and the rhythm of the sandwich to me. I feel like in that bite, you just kind of lose that piece of ham, and then there's just a bunch of ham at the bottom. I don't know. I think this matters. If you don't think this matters, that's fine. But I think if you do this sort of marginal benefit analysis we talked about in Pixels parlay, this does help, and it's not hard. I mean, you could as easily put the ingredients in a block as not, at least when you're at home. I kind of understand if you're a sandwich shop that you might not think this is worth the time. You're really busy. There was a sandwich shop I went to at my first job. Over my lunch break, we would go there, and they made these super long Italian style sandwiches, and they were really good. They grouped the ingredients that way, and they probably did that because it was really busy. Like, I respect that. That's fine. And it wasn't bad, because you can pick to have a lot of ingredients. There isn't too much homogeneity where you just bite into a bunch of cheese because there are so many different things. And to be fair, they did take care to make sure it wasn't just all cheese and all meat. They tended to do block of meat, block of cheese, block of meat, block of cheese. It's just that within the sandwich, if there was ham, it was all together. But then another meat, if you picked one, which you totally should if you go to a kind of place like this, would be, between cheese. You'd get, block of all your ham, block of all of this kind of cheese, block of a different kind of meat, block of another kind of cheese. And so it kind of worked. Anyway, something I can respect a lot. This kind of concept, I think, is fairly impactful. And so as we transition into talking more about this Buildcraft stuff, about stacking the ingredients in a certain way, and then I'm going to talk about tastes a little bit, this is something to keep in mind, this idea that you can do much more to the deliciousness of your WichCraft with the Buildcraft part rather than the sandwich part. You can buy better ingredients. Like, you just throw money at your sandwich and it will often taste better, some amount better. But I think for the most part, you random person watching this video, I want you to eat delicious sandwiches. if you were to send me the ingredients to a sandwich you're eating right now, I bet and I'm not the authority on such a thing, but I bet I would only have minor complaints. I would probably say, oh, you could, I know of a bread that you might like better for that or whatever. It'd be minor. But the Buildcraft part, this is where I think you can invent a sandwich or improve a sandwich you eat a lot using science and multipliers. For in Buildcraft, we talk about one of the universal truths being different multipliers give you the best result. Having a lot of one thing is not generally going to be better than having many different things all working together. And so now we're going to talk about that. Because after all, we humans have a lot of different tastes, and sandwiches are interesting because they sort of tackle that set of tastes in a very unique way, I think. I'll explain what I mean. In any food, you can generally benefit from adding saltiness, sweetness, fat, and acidity. There are popular books on this subject that I'm not so coyishly mentioning, and it's true. You can largely improve most food by adding those ingredients. Now, there are many cases where a culture tends not to put one of those elements or multiple of those elements in a certain food, and that's fine. That might be something you got used to or grew up with. One I was exposed to was there's this stir fry dish that I make really often, and I believe it's originally a Thai style stir fry, and it has a lot of basil in it. It's got just a ton of basil in it, which is delicious. Might sound weird, like a beef or whatever. Tofu is pretty good. I did it with chicken thighs. That was tasty. Ground beef is good. I use 20% fat and just render out the fat before you cook the beef. It's tasty. And traditionally, they don't tend to put an acid in it in the culture that originated this dish, to my knowledge. Now, I hate talking about groups of people like they're unified or consistent, monolithic like that. But I'm just saying my understanding is that those people who originated this type of stir fry made with these ingredients and a bunch of basil this way tend not to add an acid on their own. Now, if there's going to be, soy sauce, fish sauce, oyster sauce, there's probably a little acid, but there's not like a large acid ingredient. And when I make that dish, I put rice wine vinegar in it, and I think it makes it objectively better. It's the same taste, it just tastes better, I think. And scientifically, that holds up because the acid is helping cut the richness of the 20% fat beef that I'm using, or whatever, whatever you're using. Tofu has plenty of fat. But you may just prefer the flavor without it. And people have different thresholds for how much acid they like too, of course, for different people. It might be that, for example, and I have no idea if this is true, it's just an example, rather than that people who originated this dish do not like to add an acid, maybe they tended to have lower tolerance for acid, or they were more sensitive to acid in their food. And so for them, the little bit they were adding from other ingredients was simply adequate, and they didn't need to add any more for it to have that element. And I'm just not. I've had too many acidic things, and I burned my taste buds or something. That's probably not a thing. But anyway, and so now I want more acid in my food, right? That's possible. It could be something like that. I don't know, but it would be interesting to find out. To me, the takeaway here, though, is that when you look at a sandwich, so if your checklist is salty, sweet, acidic, fat, and then there's some others that we'll get to later, savory, spicy. Not just tastes, but vectors of goodness, multipliers in our sandwich Buildcraft. Which ones are sandwiches checking the boxes on? You can look at your sandwich and think, okay, what are our multipliers looking like? Well, the cheese is a fat. It's mostly fat. I mean, it's fatty. So we've got that down. Most meat is salty, the way that you would buy it for making the sandwiches I'm describing. And your sauce is probably kind of salty. In this sandwich, the Dijon mustard and the sauerkraut are acidic. I'm not actually that familiar with sourdough, but I can't imagine there isn't acid that is causing it to taste that way. Made by the bacteria? I don't know. Anyway, acid is the point. And then sweetness. So the Dijon mustard is often going to be a little sweet. The bread, I think, is a little sweet. There is a hint of sweetness, and it depends on the bread. Like a lot of breads will have more sugar. This is sourdough, so the yeast mostly ate the sugar is the idea. But anyway, I don't know. Again, I'm hardly an expert, but that's my 2 cents. And then a cheese can often read as a little sweet. Milk is sweet, and cheese often has this weird thing where it reads as being sweet and bitter at the same time, which is kind of odd. But anyway, and then the meats might be a bit sweet. So there's some sweetness. It's pretty well rounded, right? And if you have a sandwich that you make that you like, it's interesting to look at it and say, okay, is there something that I might like eating in this sandwich that is a new sort of vector or multiplier that I could add to it? Because if there is, you totally should. It will probably taste really good. And this is the way in which I feel like thinking about Buildcraft. If you might be thinking, well, this is mostly about sandwiches, though. I mean, it is, but sandwiches, cooking in general, are Buildcrafty, are synergistic focused, are about customization and optimizing your different multipliers and stuff. And that in that way, this is exactly like the things that I normally talk about. It's about figuring out what is the best combination of stuff to fulfill the goal that you're trying to fulfill. So don't put all these in every single food you eat, of course, but I do think it's interesting to think about. It can be helpful to think, I like this sandwich, but what would make it better? Maybe you could add or include one of these things where you didn't before. Anna, my partner, likes grilled cheese sliced on the diagonal into triangles, and then she likes rock salt sprinkled on top of it. Some fairly chunky salt, some finishing salt, if you will, sprinkled on top of it. While it's kind of warm, I often press it in a little with a spatula. And at first I thought, okay, it's a grilled cheese. The cheese is so salty. The bread is salted. It's not unsalted bread. Why do you like salt all over it? But I took a bite and it was so good. I don't fully understand why. It feels like doing the math. There's a really salty ingredient and then like a salt neutral ingredient. So it doesn't need salt, but it benefits from salt, I think. It's good. I don't know. And I'm not a food scientist. I don't pretend to know why that, potato chips are too salty a lot of the time, or you can get ones that aren't, but a lot of the time they are. And I like those. Why? Why do I like those? Isn't that the wrong amount of salt? I don't know. Anyway, I think it's interesting when we talk about Buildcraft in the sandwiches, the craft part of WichCraft, that is about multipliers, flavors, different elements you can add to a sandwich. Let's get a little status report. And then we have to talk about mayonnaise and other flavors and textures, mostly textures, that I don't love so much. And then I think we'll pretty much have established the baseline, all the information you need to know about where I'm coming from when I talk about sandwiches, and we can get into the meat, if you will, of the discussion about sandwich build crafting. Let's drink some water. So, at the end of this hour, we're getting to the first review of a Kickstarter backer's sandwich. This is sort of the main crux of the series. I mentioned at the very beginning of this video that the main way I'm structuring WichCraft is to break every hour, except for that first hour, because I showed it at the very beginning. I thought that was good to demonstrate what the video is going to be about. There's going to be a break every hour where I show you a sandwich, and most of them were paid for by my Kickstarter backers. They gave me enough money to buy the ingredients for their sandwich and then some, and then, make it and try it and stuff and innovate on it a little bit within their own parameters. And I'm going to be talking to you about that stuff and showing you what I made the first time. Although I'll tell you, a lot of them I already changed my mind about. I don't agree with my past self about everything involved in these sandwiches. By and large, I have some misgivings, and I would change my mind if I could go back, and I'll be talking about that, of course. This is why I have the benefit of this video. I just tasted them over the course of the past couple weeks. I bought a lot of bread all at once and tried to make sure it didn't all go bad, for example, and I'm looking forward to eating them with you once my digestion settles down. Well, not on camera anyway. I thought about having there be a segment where I eat a sandwich or some of the sandwiches on camera during the series, and I decided against it. I did choose to reallocate some of the Kickstarter budget toward things that I thought were better investments, mostly just more sandwich ingredients. There will be an appliance review section, and I'm looking at some of the items for that right now. And that ended up being a more interesting endeavor than I thought, and I felt like you could gain something out of it. So I put some of that toward that rather than toward magically having the sandwiches available right here. I just don't think that's worth it necessarily. But I do think it was a good idea, and I would be interested to eat a sandwich as a sort of intermission in the middle. I'm gonna get hungry, you know. We're almost a fourth of the way through this first one, but I'm gonna be hungry. I mean, I ate right before, of course, but it's 8 hours, you know. I get to take a very small break when I'm showing you those sandwich review videos that I pre-recorded, but I don't have time to eat a meal. You know, I'm gonna have a snack at some point, but so I don't know. I might not want to do that. To be honest with you, I think that I'm kind of an ugly eater. I'm a little self-conscious about myself on camera all the time, generally, but you can probably tell that. So let's take another swig of water, and then I'll confess my sins about mayo. Sins of Mana, the new sandwich build crafting game by Zanny Pants. Coming in 2022 to Kickstarter. No, we're not doing that. Don't ask me about that. We're not doing that. Let's talk about mayonnaise. So transitioning from the discussion that I had before about the Buildcraft part of WichCraft, we kind of talked about sandwiches for almost all of the first hour. Now we're talking about Buildcraft related stuff. One of the elements of a sandwich that to me is a real sticking point is mayonnaise, this topic of moisture in a sandwich, and having a sauce, and not just flavors, but also textures. There are some things in between that I can touch on later. Spiciness. So chemically, spiciness isn't a flavor. It's a sort of a pain response in your mouth. From a Buildcraft perspective, the optimizer in me says, oh, well, that means that spiciness should be able to add on to other flavors. Your taste buds do have a capacity. You can't just taste infinite amounts of stuff, right? They do have a limit. In fact, we'll talk about that more later as well. But spiciness should be able to kind of add to or supersede that limit. And indeed, I often find that spicy food feels very flavor dense in a way that is not otherwise possible. And indeed, I often feel like spicy food that doesn't have a lot of other flavors is kind of unpleasant. Things that are just spicy, I personally don't really like. But spiciness that is tempered is often really delicious. Things that taste really spicy, but then you have some other flavor besides the spice. That, to me, that's often one of the most pleasurable combinations of tastes. But there are other things. Mouth feels, the feeling of your lips going numb after that sort of mala culture spice is wonderful, but pretty unique. I don't know if that really is flavor. So we'll talk about mayo now. Why do I hate mayonnaise? What's the deal with mayonnaise? People put mayonnaise on a sandwich as a lubricant. A lot of people think of mayonnaise as a basically flavorless sandwich glue, right? There was that one sandwich definition that suggested that sandwiches require a sort of sauce or a viscous liquid, it was said. And a lot of the time it's mayonnaise. And I hate mayonnaise, and I hate mayonnaise for a lot of reasons. But before we go on, I want to clarify that whenever I say this to people, they always come out swinging saying, you've only had bad mayonnaise. Have you ever made your own mayonnaise? Have you had this kind of mayonnaise? I have. I've had them all. I've had Japanese mayonnaise that I liked much better, but still did not like. I've made my own mayonnaise a couple of times in different ways. I've had some vegan mayonnaise substitutes that I also wasn't a fan of. I like eggs. It's not like something about that. I just think it's gross. It's a texture thing for the most part. I know that might seem strange to you, but please accept that it's not because I'm wrong. I just have different flavor preferences. It feels different to me, and I don't like it. It's not because I have inferior mayonnaise. It's not because I haven't tried it. Please just let me dislike mayonnaise. I noticed when I was talking about this project to the Kickstarter backers and to my community before we made these videos that this detail in particular was surprisingly frustrating to people. And to be honest, I find it a bit annoying that people would assume Oh, your opinion, you just have a shallow opinion about the thing. You can't possibly dislike it. I like it, so it's objectively likable. No, we're not here to do that. There's nothing is sacred. There is no this thing is really good. You can have the attitude like I did about the sourdough bread that if you keep buying store-bought basic name brand sourdough bread, you're in for a treat, I think, if you buy really good sourdough bread. But you're not like wrong about you decide what you like. It's not up to me, you know? Let me dislike mayonnaise. Please believe that I've tried good versions of it. That being said, I do think that, for example, a Japanese style mayonnaise, mayonnaise you make yourself, they're pretty different. I would, if you don't like store-bought or really cheap mayonnaise in particular, you might want to give it a try, sure. If you want to like it, I don't. I really hate it. I don't know. I think this was a childhood trauma for me. I think when I was a kid, I had too much mayonnaise on a sandwich sometime, and it just scarred me about the concept of mayonnaise. When you go places, this is another thing. When you go get fast food, for example, they put way too much on a lot of the time, right? So that's another thing as well. It's not that I make my own food of the vast majority of the time. It's not because people are giving me too much mayonnaise. I just don't like mayonnaise, okay? But there's more. Now that I've asked you to do that nice thing for me, now I'm going to take advantage of your kindness and say something really harsh about mayonnaise. For a moment, I'm going to talk about alcohol and mixology, if you want to use the highfalutin term. In mixing drinks, in bartending, there are a lot of drinks that use different spirits in different ways. Rum is often used as this kind of savory palate with citrus fruits, funky, demerara sugar flavor. Gin is often used as a complement with aromatic ingredients, citrus fruits. Gin is also literally vodka, but you made tea with the vodka, although you can make it in many different ways, but that's pretty much what it is. It's vodka infused with botanicals. Not saying it's that easy to make good gin, but you can make gin that way with a sous vide, for example. And that often allows you to stand alone or provide some very different herbal savory in a very different way. Savory like almost as a pairing with a rich food. Oftentimes reminds me of a sauteed piece of meat kind of thing, kind of flavor profile. Tequila has this really vegetal flavor. You don't often think of it. Tequila has this very unique flavor, but if you drink a pretty good tequila by itself and you can really focus on the flavor, which you might not be able to, but if you can, you may notice that it's a vegetal flavor. It's a kind of like a green bell pepper flavor, sort of. It's not quite, but it can get you in the ballpark, right? Which is fascinating. It has this astringent thing that is a little bit different from other hard spirits, those things. And out of that whole tableau, and there are many others we could talk about, many different kinds of whiskey with very different flavor profiles, brandy, etc. We're not going to now. Vodka is just nothing. Now, let me be clear. The definition of vodka as a spirit in the industry is a neutral grain spirit. We talked before about how definitions can be kind of unhelpful, but when vodka is used descriptively, it's used as a flavorless alcohol source. That is what it refers to. There are vodkas that taste like something that are not explicitly flavored. Different brands of vodka do taste different from each other. But I would argue it's not really because they're intending to taste good. They just have a different process that does or does not, to varying degrees, remove stuff from the vodka. Again, I'm not a distiller. I don't know. But I've had different vodkas that taste different, even though I would argue they're kind of not supposed to taste different. And none of them taste like anything good. They just taste like water that is alcohol in different ways. Like, different water tastes different, but I would argue it doesn't taste like much as long as it's safe to drink, you know? This is how I feel about mayonnaise. And what I mean is, when you put vodka in a drink, I struggle to think of a drink where you couldn't replace the vodka with a flavorful spirit and be doing the drink a service. I think drinks with vodka in them are just there to get you drunk. That they have to be by definition, because you're adding an ingredient that doesn't taste like anything. Ah, but the discerning viewer will say, but mayonnaise is often used for that exact purpose to good effect. It's used as a flavor palette, meant not to have an overbearing flavor, or sometimes any flavor at all, depending on how you feel about it or what kind of mayonnaise you're using, but to be a way to lengthen the flavor of something else. Okay, but at least in cocktails, and then we'll stop talking about alcohol as an example, you don't need to use booze as the flavor lengthener. I think that many of those drinks could maybe confess that you could just add water, and they use vodka because they want to lengthen the flavor, but not add any flavor, right? You could argue that's fine. Maybe that's fine. I like a good Sex on the Beach cocktail as much as the next guy, if you know what I'm saying. That being said, I do think a lot of the time that you can improve almost all drinks by substituting something. Personally, I like some Blanco tequila in a Sex on the Beach instead. Give it a try. Might not be for you, but even some white rum. It's a different thing again, but it can also be very good. You do not need to use vodka. In my opinion, your drinking priorities may be skewed if you are putting vodka in a lot of drinks, but that is my humble and very biased opinion that I will now continue to impose on you with mayonnaise. I think mayonnaise's benefit is that it's an easy way to lengthen out other flavors that doesn't run the risk of interrupting those flavors because its flavor is so neutral. If you think mayonnaise tastes like something, I'm not here to argue with you. I think it does a little. The texture really distracts me from appreciating that, but I think it does. Some people think it doesn't. I'm not here to argue about that, whatever. But if you think it does, I wonder if we can agree that it doesn't taste like much, if that makes sense. It's not a strong flavor. A sandwich that tastes like mayonnaise kind of sounds bad. Can you agree? I don't know. You can't respond. And so I think that's kind of interesting. I feel like mayonnaise is the default choice, if you will. It's an okay choice that does the thing most of the time. My argument is simply that, like with the vodka, you could probably substitute it for a different sauce or lubricant or moisturizing ingredient or liquid that is viscous on most sandwiches. With if you pick the right thing, that thing would taste better, and there's no reason you can't substitute that out. This is good for a few reasons. One, it suggests that we can add flavor density or a greater tapestry of flavor, not necessarily more flavors, but we can add a specificity, there we go, of flavor to many sandwiches, and that's interesting to explore. Another thing is that it suggests that maybe a lot of sandwiches that would be unfriendly to people who don't like mayonnaise, or maybe they don't eat animal products, for example, are surprisingly actually pretty accessible because there's something else you could use instead. A lot of sandwiches already use some other animal products, but anyway, just as a suggestion, people like me who ate mayonnaise can enjoy those sandwiches because mayonnaise is only arguably, not optimal anyway, and so it's not a problem to omit it if you don't like it. You want to omit it. It just takes extra work. This does bring us back to that point that Pixels Parlay made about the marginal benefit here. Is it worth putting the effort into picking a different lubricant for your sandwich, a different lengthening sauce for your sandwich, rather than mayonnaise, provided you're not a person who just hates mayonnaise, right? Maybe it isn't, but I don't care, and I'm going to anyway. So there you go. That's my discussion about mayonnaise. I know that 99% of the viewers are gone now. So you and we're going to have a nice long chat for the next 6 hours about sandwich stuff because I drove away everybody else. You know, this is part of the strategy. This is how they get you. Now that we got all those normies out of the way. No, I'm just kidding. It's perfectly fine to like mayonnaise. Some people have opinions, and yours are wrong. And no, not at all. But I know I am. It's a divisive topic, and I'm not here to tell anybody that they're wrong about it, except for all the people I am here to tell that they're wrong about it. I can't help myself, folks. I find it funny that people take the mayonnaise thing so seriously. Here's the thing. For this project, I made 21 sandwiches, and throughout them, I really struggle to, even other sandwiches, I struggle to think of examples of what are all these sandwiches that need mayonnaise on them? I don't like what, you know what I mean? The example people always give is a BLT, a bacon, lettuce, tomato. Even then, I don't know. I just don't quite see it. I mean, I like a good BLT, sure. But it's a very ingredient focused sandwich. I just feel like mayonnaise is the weak link there. Even if you make really good mayonnaise, I just feel like we can definitely do better, can't we? I don't know. Maybe we can't. I don't know. Yeah. Man, I'm really bummed out now all of a sudden. We gotta make a good BLT sauce. I'll put that in the notes too. What else could lube a BLT? Because I feel like if we can make that point, a lot of people might give in. You know, if we could get to the point where we can convince people that a BLT of all things, there is something else that at least tastes good, if not better, and avoids the problem of being mayonnaise, then we might have it, you know. But anyway, the point I was trying to make is that of the 21 sandwiches I made, it was trivially easy to think of like what will make the sandwich not dry. It was more than easy, beyond easy. It was trivial to think of some and many different sauces or lubricants of some kind that fit different sandwiches better in various ways. You're going to see simple things like Dijon. You could just buy the condiment. You're going to see some custom made barbecue sauce with some ingredients. You're going to see a sort of non-animal product meaty tasting sauce with some really weird ingredients in it. Not that weird, but a little weird. And you're going to see things like just a lot of cheese and then maybe a bit of ketchup. That's a big thing. Burgers. So many fast food burgers have mayonnaise, but then also another sauce. Just put on more of the other sauce. I don't know. I've never had a fast food burger and thought, man, it sure is good that they put on some, but not more of this flavorful, but not even that flavorful sauce that is on this sandwich, that is on this relatively bland sandwich. No, dude, just put more of that sauce on. Indigestion is coming forward to postulate its severe opinions on this subject. I freely admit, folks, I'm getting pretty hungry, which means it's time to talk about the next sandwich with a lubricating option, actually. In fact, of the sandwiches in WichCraft, this is probably the sandwich that there's the most argument that you would put mayo on it. So let's introduce you to that one. Codename cream cheese. This one also bears a little explaining. I stole the idea of the ham taco thing from this sandwich. This one was submitted by Fuuryuu, who suggested making a sandwich that is, the blueprint is, the format struggles a little to contain this one. What's happening here is it's basically bread with butter on the inside. We'll get back to that. With a ham taco that is filled with cream cheese and salami. So it's make a ham taco, little taco, filled with cream cheese and salami, and then you're putting that between buttered bread. Like with my sauerkraut sandwich, the bread is not toasted. It's just bread, and the inside has butter on it. Now, I do not know how you're preparing your butter for you, but I assume, because it's common in most parts of the world, but not where I live, that you're using a room temperature, easily spreadable butter. It's not melted, but it's not cold. Where I live, it's common to keep your butter in the fridge, and there isn't an easy way to spread butter even remotely evenly on a sandwich like this, unless the sandwich is toasted and the butter will kind of melt, or without leaving your butter out for a long time. But I did leave my butter out for a long time because you can do that. People just don't where I live a lot of the time. And I spread it. That's how I put it on. I was saying before that I think you could make an argument that this sandwich should have mayo on it. That should be the lube, if you will. I was skeptical of butter on this sandwich. When I first looked at this sandwich, I thought, I don't know if I'm going to like that much creamy texture, that much, not liquid, but, creaminess. Not solid, creamy stuff on my sandwich. But I really liked this one a lot more than I thought. In fact, this one is high on my list of sandwiches I enjoyed from this project so far. And I think part of the reason is that it's the right lubricant for this thing. So I could understand someone putting mayo here, but the butter, you want that kind of different flavor of milk from the cream cheese, that different dairy flavor is really nice with the ham, and it's a good contrast to the salami as well. It's also, I used unsalted butter because the salami is very salty, and that's kind of the center part. I found that pretty refreshing as well. That was another thing. It was kind of refreshing. I could see mayo maybe doing that sort of. It's hard for me to talk about that because I hate it so much, but I could kind of see that. But the flavor of butter is kind of a big thing here. This really showcases creamy dairy flavors and then meat as a palette to lengthen the flavor of especially the salami. It's really good. A couple of other notes about this one. It demonstrates this concept of that I talked about before, where I'm going to recommend a general category of bread. So I'm recommending a savory bread here. Fuuryuu recommended a raisin bread. This is not, in my part of the world, it would be cinnamon raisin bread. And it's not common to sell a bread with raisins that is not focusing on being sweet and doesn't have cinnamon in it. That's just, I could not find that. I did not make that. I could not find that. I would love to try that. It sounds fine. I couldn't find it. I chose to use a multi-grain bread here, a really hearty bread with a lot of flavor. Again, the creaminess of the sandwich is really going to lengthen that flavor a lot. And I think it's great to have, this is a good place for bread that has its own distinct flavor. I also think this is a good place for bread that is not just the flavor note. So in the sauerkraut sandwich, we had bread that the sourdough, it's got a good bread flavor. I've eaten pieces of it by itself, but the main point of it in the sandwich is to be a sour note in the sandwich, to have that sourdough flavor in the sandwich. Here, the bread is a primary flavor ingredient. You really want flavorful bread. This is one where the bread you use being tasty in its own right matters a lot. I also found, again, that toasting it, not so much. I liked it not toasted. It helped hold the sandwich together and smush it together. And again, I assume that for most people in most parts of the world, it's just not necessary, in the sense that structurally it will hold on to the ham taco better if it's not toasted, because it'll flop, moosh around it. And if you have room temperature butter, it's not like you need the bread to be hot or something, I found this quite refreshing as a sort of cold sandwich. Most of the sandwiches in WichCraft will be hot in some way, or some part of them will have applied heat to it, if not the whole thing is just really hot. In fact, you'll see me struggle with the heat of a lot of them when I eat them, but this one and the sauerkraut one are cold, which is nice. They're very accessible. Again, they're intentionally simple. I love this one because it's a good contrast to my own, in that it's different. It's a sandwich focused on these spreads. It's a kind of spread in between being a sandwich that is a spread, like a peanut butter and jelly or something, and a sandwich that is all solid ingredients, where, mine had a little Dijon mustard, but it's kind of in between that, which I think is very helpful. So I'm looking forward to this one. I think that there's a good amount to say structurally as well. So I decided to do the double fold over taco thing. I mentioned when I talked about the sauerkraut one, but you recommended only one fold over. You suggested the idea, and then I just ran with it a bit more. And the idea is to make the cream cheese not moosh out the sides, which is a very good idea. I wanted to thank you for submitting this sandwich and for supporting this project, because it was largely made due to the support from the people who bought sandwiches to be part of the project. So thank you, Fuuryuu. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me that you were willing to do this ridiculous thing that I discussed. And so I'm very excited to present it to you. Let's take a look, shall we? Behold, a sandwich concept from Fuuryuu. This is a cream cheese and meat sandwich that uses a folded slice of ham as a barrier to keep the cream cheese from oozing out one side. A pretty good structural idea. I'm looking forward to seeing how effectively it prevents cream cheese ooze, which, as we all know, is one of the most important meta aspects of a sandwich. It's not getting it to ooze. A sandwich after my own heart in that regard. Let's take a look. So you'll see I've made a little change to the design, where I have 2 folded over pieces of ham on each side. So it's only open on 2 sides. So it's 2 pieces of ham that went wrapped around each side, right? And then the salami I use sopressata is diced and it's inside the cream cheese. Anyway, let's take a look. Butter on the bread, otherwise untoasted. You never realize how long it takes you to chew something until you're doing it on camera. It's good. I mean, it's cream cheese, ham, and sopressata in a sandwich. Now, I think the good thing about this sandwich is you really taste the meats. Cream cheese is a really good medium for lengthening that flavor. So if you have some good tasty meat, you really get to enjoy it over the course of the cream cheese palette. I really want to get in here and get that part in the center. You can see it's kind of stuffed with salmon, is what it looks like. That would be good. The butter. There's butter on the 2 pieces of bread. It's good. I was a little, something about me was weirded out by the idea of like not melted, not super cold butter on non-toasted bread. I don't know why. It's not that strange. It's nice. Yeah, it just adds moisture. Same reason people use mayonnaise, lol, in in their sandwiches. Sort of. As a lubricant, it's good. It's not quite a sauce. I don't want something saucy. It's actually really good. I'm not sure if I think it needs to be butter. Like if this were vegan butter, an oil-based butter or something, that would be fine. It's more of a adding that flavor element that just does that thing. It's nice. Adds a little savoriness. Helps, you know, I picked this kind of hearty bread. Fuuryuu, you mentioned that you kind of use whatever kind of bread when you make this. We pictured raisin bread in the blueprint because that was something you mentioned but I couldn't find local raisin bread. So I figured I would use this savory hearty bread. I definitely want a bread with a flavor. That makes sense. I can see how a raisin bread would taste good. I was kind of interested in cinnamon raisin bread, which is common in, you know, where I live. Anyway, one more bite. Yeah, it's solid. And because you have those 2 sides holding in the cream cheese, it feels quite stable. It's not like it's going to ooze out a bunch. As long as you don't just put tons of cream cheese from edge to edge, the cream cheese is all going to ooze toward the back. And by the time you get there, it will just have the right amount of cream cheese in it. Ham taco with cream cheese inside. Solid sandwich construction idea. Yeah, this is tasty. I'm going to finish this. Delicious, is it not? I'm looking forward to seeing what the names will be for this one because I feel like there are just infinite memes to be had. So let's take a look. The first naming suggestion is ham it up and over. Ah, yes, just ham it up. That's the entire hour 3 show notes for this segment are ham it up. No, there's a very different thing that's happening this hour. The next name is the Salami Pearl. Okay, that sounds like a really, really bad innuendo to me. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Cheesy ham taco in bread. Very descriptivist. I can respect that. Philadelphia cream cheese ham steak. I can probably avoid people thinking that's copyright. I didn't use that brand of cream cheese. Pinwheel sandwich. Pinwheel sandwich. Interesting. Why? That sounds kind of tasty, though. I oddly like that. I feel about that name that in the grand scheme of naming, there's probably a sandwich that deserves to be called a pinwheel sandwich more than this one, but that's a good name for a sandwich, in my opinion. Paninoception, because hammer on salami is kind of like an Italian sandwich. Huh. Okay. Sure. This one I really like. The Rich and Famous. Yeah. I don't know if this is a pretty down-to-earth sandwich, in my opinion, but I oddly like that one. I sort of enjoy that one. I'm gonna write that one down as what might be my pick. But we have a few more. The Truth Lies Within. A philosophically abstract sandwich. Philosophy 201 sandwich. Okay, sure. I went to a liberal arts college, sure. No offense at all. I like this one. And finally, Raisin Limbo. Oh no. Is there going to be a raisin, a limbo? Is there going to be a raisin related name for every sandwich? Is there going to be a limbo related name for every sandwich? I liked Scurvy Limbo before, but I don't know about Raisin Limbo here. I like the Rich and Famous for this one. I guess it gives me a little bit of an Aerosmith. We're mocking this is our proletariat sandwich. I don't know. Sure, I like that one. I do have a few things of my own to say about this one. We had that definition before that talked about cutting sandwiches in half. One kind of weird thing about this one and my sauerkraut one is that you can cut them in half. For the sauerkraut one, I feel like you kind of wouldn't want to. This one, it might be okay. If you cut it in half such that, not in the one direction where it would split the ham pocket open, because that defeats the point. It doesn't defeat the point, but then it's open on 3 sides instead of 2. This one, you could cut in half, and then as long as you eat from the middle out, it will moosh the cream cheese along with you. So that, I guess that's fine. The sauerkraut one, it would probably make a huge mess. I just thought that was kind of interesting to note. We talked about the definition of cutting sandwiches in half as being the bilateral symmetry thing. That's interesting. I don't know. Oh, yes, and another one. I remember now. I'm happy that I made a note of this. So this was actually the first one I made for WichCraft. These are clearly out of order, as I'm sure you can tell from the completely random time. Or I wouldn't think you would assume they're in order, but they're not anyway. And I made this one first, and I redid this one because I thought that butter thing, I made a big point of that room temperature butter, not toasting the bread thing. Yeah, because I toasted the bread and put cold butter and it melted on it. That was not good. It was bad. It was dry. It was stupid. There's no need. First of all, that thing I said before about the bread kind of molding to fit the ham taco. I think when you have ingredients that are not flat or not completely flat anyway, it increasingly makes sense not to toast at least the inside of your bread. It's not like a burger where I cannot imagine not wanting to toast your buns on a burger, although I'm sure you could come up with something. This is a case where it depends a lot on the sandwich. I went into this thinking, in fact, I told Carolyn, the graphic designer for this project, she made all these blueprints, that each one was going to have a different little thing on the blueprint for how it was toasted, but it very quickly became clear that that's totally wrong, and you should not go into the sandwiches thinking, how am I going to toast this? That being said, there will be an entire segment of WichCraft in this video where we will talk about toasting bread for like at least an hour, it'll probably take longer than that, to be honest with you. So look forward to that. But anyway, I don't have a ton else to say about this one, except that it's after my own heart a little bit. It helps keep your hands clean. That's a lot of what I want from a sandwich. I know it might seem a little inconsequential, but it matters to me. It really does. And on that note, we have our first hour-long topic. This was the largest reward tier offered. and it's from Liliana. This hour-long topic is about optimizing for clean sandwiches. Oh, be still my heart. I will read you the text of the request. Liliana says, I have a bit of a tick when it comes to my hands. I can't stand having them feel dirty before I touch my keyboard and mouse. If my fingers are the slightest bit oily or sticky or what have you, I can't bring myself to do anything until I've washed them with soap and water. So, is there a way to optimize for a clean sandwich that I can eat without my hands getting messy? Absolutely. I am the exact same way. We talked about this privately, but I don't know if I feel just quite as severe. I wouldn't say I have to, but I want to a lot. I generally will drop what I'm doing and go do it. So I totally understand. And these couple of sandwiches give you one potential tool, at least, kind of two, for making sure that your sandwich is not really messy. The idea being, the focus being, to make sure that any ingredient that's going to eject from your sandwich, you know where it's going to go, if not contain it entirely. Now, you might think back to the cream cheese one here, and I said this one was originally commissioned with just a ham taco, and I made it and my own sauerkraut one into a ham sort of parcel like that. Well, you've done half a job, but you got a whole smile. What's going on? Why not make it enclosed on four sides by ham? You could do this. I don't think you want that much ham in either of these sandwiches, but you could probably do some origami thing and it would not open, I suppose. I don't know. For the sauerkraut one, this is a little weird, but I feel like it's kind of less messy for the sauerkraut liquid to go out a little at a time rather than there just being a pocket. Also, you might bite into it and that'd be gross. For the cream cheese one, I could get behind a sort of four corner parcel thing that contains the cream cheese and salami. I don't know. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention about this, because it relates to this thing about sandwiches being really messy, is that I diced the salami. So I use soppressata, which is a black pepper salami, and I diced it. You don't have to, but if you don't, it has a tendency to just, you bite into the sandwich, and we've all had this happen before, you just get all the rest. Like a bunch of salami comes out. I hate that. This is not exactly the same thing you mentioned, but I also personally hate that. My totalitarian regime of sandwiches is that they be comfortable to eat. My biggest irritation in life, you could not have asked a better person this question. My biggest irritation in life, this is probably not an exaggeration, for my pleasure anyway, is that nobody seems to care about making foods not messy. People just seem to not care. I don't know if it's some primal instinct to shove your face right into the carcass of the thing you just killed and rip out some juicy pieces of meat that I just don't have, or that, yeah, Liliana, you and I have something where our nerves are uncomfortable in a different way. I remember when I was in elementary school, we had this exercise where you had to draw on the table or something with shaving cream. It's so gross. And I felt nauseous just looking at it. And it was so hard for me to explain to the teacher that was gross. And of course, this is this frustrating thing where people just don't give people the benefit of the doubt that they have a different thing going on. Why would I make up this reason to not participate? I'm going to be ostracized by my elementary school friends for wussing out of touching the whipped cream. And I wasn't a huge deal. I'm exaggerating a little, but I don't want to other myself. You know what I mean? So if I say, teacher, that I feel uncomfortable with this, just believe me. What the hell, but it took some convincing. That was my memory. I remember this is a very negative thing. That's why. I mean, it would happen like every week somehow. Why were they doing this? Anyway, whatever. No more. It's well behind me, and that's where I wanted to stay. Good. So now that we've ended our little therapy session for Zandy's past shaving cream trauma, we'll start talking about this subject. It as much as we already have been, I hate it when things are really messy. So what else can you do? Well, in my sauerkraut one, I did talk a little bit about this idea of putting the Dijon mustard between the cheese and the ham so that if your bread has some little pockets in it, it doesn't boop up. There are a lot of other things. So there are some sandwiches coming. You'll forgive me. I chose to put them here partially because they would be right after your discussion about sandwiches being messy. There are some ways of making a sandwich that it's just impossible for it not to be messy. And I find that you can select against those. For example, if you have a sandwich with basically any kind of sauce shellacked meat, there's a sandwich that has just ribs in it, just a bunch of ribs and stuff, or a lot of sauce in general, or even a little sauce in general, and that's what we'll get back to. It's going to be kind of messy, of course, right? But then there's also how you toast your bread. If you toast it on both sides, depending on how you toast it, it's probably going to be messier. Even I kind of find bread that is toasted on the outside where you're going to hold it, but not with any, not an olive oil or butter or a mix of the two or whatever, just toasted. I find that is messier. I think it's crummier, and a little bit, you get a little bit of something on your hands. I know other people might be thinking it's not a big deal. You just wipe your hands off. We think it is a huge deal. This does totally bother me. And so not doing that is a good place to start. A lot of the time, toasting your bread on one side is a good place to start, and not toasting it with some sort of lubricant. Well, it's a thermal interface, really, when you're putting olive oil or butter or something on it. And I am going to be talking about some devices that you can use to do that with impunity, ways that you can more cleanly toast your thing that you're eating, sandwiching with, which I think is helpful. But I think there's more than that, and it has to do with the ingredients you're choosing. It has to do with avoiding the need for messy ingredients. So, for example, sauces, right? There are sandwiches that make sense with no sauce or nothing that's going to go everywhere, or liquidy ingredients or viscous ingredients, solid but fluid ingredients that are just not as messy. I think that Fuuryuu's cream cheese sandwich that we just looked at, possibly going to be named the Rich and Famous, is a really good example. The bread's not toasted. It's really easy to hold. It's pretty contained. The cream cheese will move, but it's not likely to just come out of the sandwich. You could just put a bit less on. It's a pretty clean sandwich. That was a lot of the reason I was biased toward it. It's just so clean. I don't know. And then, of course, the sauerkraut one, you get a tiny bit messy, which might frustrate you. I think this is a place where I'm slightly, just very slightly less bothered. But to me, being able to control the mess, like if it gets on my clothes and stuff, this might sound really immature. I feel like it is. It ruins my whole day. I don't know. It just bums me out. I'm eating my sauerkraut sandwich and like a piece of the cheese falls on the floor, or some of the ham with a bit of Dijon mustard gets on my pants or something. And I'm not exaggerating. I know this is ridiculous. I change my clothes. I might even take a shower. I restart my whole day. I know that seems ridiculous, but this is how you get a video that is 8 hours long about sandwiches. Well, okay, I'm not going to claim that this is interesting, but you're still watching it, so go figure. I have a pretty particular opinion about sandwiches. I hate mayonnaise and I hate messy sandwiches. And you know what most sandwiches have? Mayonnaise and a lot of mess. Sandwiches that are in a sub roll. So one reason that I like the idea, but I don't like it in practice, is my experience is that it's not easy to go buy a sub roll or a roll that you can fold over to put a sandwich that is a sub-style sandwich in. It's not easy where I live to get one of those that is big enough that the ingredients won't just moosh out if you put a good amount in, And so that entire category of sandwich, I just hate them all because they're always like that. You cannot eat them without getting totally messy. You have to go take a shower after doing the thing, which I think it's just too much. I don't know. So avoiding that, but this is all about avoiding stuff. What I want to get to is this idea of ingredients that you don't need to worry about them being messy, I think potentially something like a spread category sandwich is cleaner because it's kind of sticky. It has a way of affixing itself to the sandwich. Avoiding things that you can't easily bite off in one bite, like a whole salami, dicing those up, but that's inconvenient. And you know what really frustrates me? Again, some of you might be rolling your eyes by now, but here it is. When you dice up that salami, when I dice that up, your hands get oily, you know? Well, it's fat, but you know, they get oily and you need to wash them off. It's not the end of the world. I did it. I'm an adult human being. I can deal with it, but I don't like it, you know? And if I was going to eat a sandwich every day, I wouldn't want to commit to a sandwich where I had to do that, you know? Finding in all these sandwiches a sandwich I don't have some complaint about has been more challenging than it maybe should be. I have a problem. Sure. Whatever. I'm not nervous. You're nervous. I don't want to touch the messy lunch meats. I don't know. Even the ham, you get the brine or whatever liquid on your hands, and it just feels, I don't know. It's gross. Now that I've spent almost a third of the time talking about how I think it's gross and you can avoid a bunch of stuff, let's try to do something about it. Again, you can try to avoid ingredients that are going to move around. You can dice up things. But what can we do as a sort of greenlit list of ingredients that within that sandwich making framework, you can rely on them being kind of clean? I think this comes back to the idea of what happens when you bite into the ingredient. It can't be so liquidy that it will depart. It can't be so solid that it's hard to break through or will break messily. Another thing for me is, you can tell you've been looking at my face for almost 2.5 hours now. I have fairly bad skin. It's doing okay today, but that's only because I've been very carefully avoiding letting the sandwich ingredients touch my face and give me a massive breakout. It sucks. I know. It's a ridiculous problem to have, but it's a problem I have. And so avoiding ingredients like that, like if I had a BLT from before, the bacon is gonna touch my skin and I will get cystic acne there for a week, which I know is a ridiculous complaint, but this is why you build these things yourself instead of just having a catch-all solution, because we have different problems. You don't care about the sandwich being messy. I wish I didn't have to care. I really do, but I do. I have to and I want to because it feels gross, but I wish those things didn't bother me. They do. Avoiding ingredients that are too hard or too soft, biting through them on their own, thinking about eating those things by themselves, just thinking about what's going to happen when you eat the sandwich. Mostly just not ordering sandwiches that you would order from takeout, but no, this is not the right way to do a solution. No, I think that the real topic here is to discuss types of sandwich guts. There are kind of some broad categories of sandwich inside. I think, for a start, there are the spread sandwiches, which are basically no solid ingredients, really. Peanut butter and jelly, There are others. There's a much weirder one in video number 2. There are kind of filling or stuffed sandwiches. These are sandwiches like a cheesesteak, or what other kind of sandwiches? I have a chicken and mushroom sandwich that I really like from a local place. That's good. It's a what's that? Marsala wine mushroom chicken sandwich. It's tasty. These are sandwiches where they have solid ingredients, but there isn't really a layer. They're just kind of like that stuff is inside and then it's being sandwiched, right? Then there are sort of what I call cafe style sandwiches. Like I kind of talked about earlier in the video. These are the sandwiches that, you go to a cafe or whatever, and they're usually too tall, which I hate because then you can't fit it in your mouth without it touching your face and getting all over you. They're too tall, and the ingredients are all in a block. So it's all the cheese, all the meat, all the, whatever, like that, right? And then kind of in contrast to that are what I'm going to selfishly name Zandified sandwiches. These are sandwiches that are pretty much the opposite. They're doing that thing I described with the cheese, ham, cheese thing, right? So if you want to think of them that way, they're sandwiches that are trying to counter the problem of making the sandwich too homogeneous or too homogeneous again by being too heterogeneous. They're trying to optimize for heterogeneity and also not being too tall. That doesn't explicitly help, but also they're just not too tall. That's also a thing. The ingredients are you're trying to fit the ingredients into the sandwich like a puzzle instead of just putting them in there. There's some basic ideas like putting the messier ingredients on the top so they might fall into the sandwich rather than, I don't know, or that's debatable. You sometimes might put them on the bottom, that kind of stuff. And so of those categories that you could perhaps delineate, as we shall, some of them are just really bad if you dislike messy sandwiches. For example, it's almost impossible for a stuffed or filled sandwich, that category, all, solid ingredients, but not necessarily all solid ingredients, but they're not really in an order. It's just almost impossible that those sandwiches won't be messy. They're gonna be messy. So that's not a good approach. Whereas the Zandified structure tends to give sandwiches, this is an odd side effect, better friction. They kind of hold together better. They also do so without a sauce as much. Another thing about cheese is that it has, usually anyway, in my experience, better friction with the bread. If you put just ham against the bread, there's been a lot of ham so far. There are other meats in this. I wanted to reassure you. If you put just the ham against the bread, I don't think it stays as well, which kind of matters potentially. And if you put the cheese against it instead, the cheese and the ham stay together just fine usually, and the cheese and the bread stay together a little better. The cheese is usually a bit soft and can kind of moosh into the bread a little, which I think helps. It depends, but think about it that way. I largely went through this series looking to optimize all the sandwiches for this thing. In fact, this question is in a way a little difficult to answer in the sense that the entire project is structured around this idea. A lot of the time people submitted their sandwiches and they didn't specify an order or, how much of each ingredient. And I chose largely thinking about, okay, I have to physically eat this sandwich. What will that be like? And I want to just reiterate my frustration here. Even if you I went to a really fancy restaurant in Boston with my girlfriend at the time, and she got me something she really liked there, which was their grilled or somehow prepared octopus. And it was very good, but it frustrated me how all the effort they put into making it taste good, and it did taste good. It was very good. I don't really like octopus, but it was really good. All the effort they put into making it taste good, to me, was kind of squandered because it was so annoying to eat. And I liked this thing. The person I'm still in touch with the person I went to this thing with. I hope that they are watching. They will know. I had fun. I had a good time, but it was frustrating. It was. And I thought, I can't imagine putting that much work into making something taste good, but then not caring about it feeling good. I don't know. It's not quite that. But to me, this is kind of the nail in the coffin that other people must just not experience this feeling, because there's no way that you would focus that much on making something tasty. You spend your whole life being a professional chef, working to be in this fancy restaurant, and then just completely disregard making the thing easy to eat. I just cannot believe that. And so it must be that they consider it maybe even a good thing sometimes. I think people do, and that's fine. I bet a lot of you in the audience are thinking, when I eat wings and they're on the bone and you get messy, it's kind of fun. And I've thought about this for years, decades, my whole life. This has bothered me. Wings, specifically, bone-on wings. Why? Why would you do that? Why? Why do people like this? It's easy. That's the thing. But a lot of people like it. It's a thing that they enjoy about it. And there is that sort of like primal urge to, rip the meat off the bone. And I've had a lot of wings in my life because every time I see wings, this is preposterous to say about oneself. Every time I see wings, I'm frustrated. It makes me angry. And I look at the wing and I think, why do people like this? Why does this exist? Why are these everywhere? And a good amount of the time, in my frustration, I think I must understand. I need to eat these wings and hate it. And I know I'm going to hate it and regret it. And my skin will break out and I'll be upset. And it does every single time. And understand. I need to understand. And I don't, but I do think I understand a little, because there is a part of me that oddly likes it a little. even though I mostly really hate it. I think maybe I am experiencing what you all like about this thing, and I hate it. But I do think I may have the beginning of some understanding, which I'm grateful for. So I don't know, where was I going with that point? Let's drink some water. Let's pop a squat. The wings thing has me upset. It really does. It's just, take a look outside. There's a plane going by before. A plane with wings. Okay, just push your feelings down. Oh, don't let the existential dread set in. Ah, that's much better. I feel so much better. A state of unearthly calm has come over me. A state of calm in which I'm going to talk more about messy sandwiches. For 1/2 hour. I conveniently, well, I intended to start sooner, but this is how it happened. Conveniently, I started recording at about exactly noon my time, so I don't need to look at the time of the recording in my recording software because it's the same as the time in my region. Like, my time zone time is the same as the recording time, so I know when it's 8, it's been 8 hours. Which makes it really easy. It's easy to structure out. Obviously, for these hour-long segments, they're not probably going to be exactly an hour long. And one of the things about commissioning segments like this for me, when I do my parlay videos on my other channel, day to day, week to week, month to month, normally, unlike this unusual thing I'm doing, one of the things is this trust between the person asking the request and me, where, you know, you're not really specifying too much. And so you have to trust that I'm gonna do my best to make it interesting, you know, or be an interesting person to ask a question to. And also that if it's not exactly the same length as like another one or whatever, I don't specify length with parlay ones, that I will say what there is to say. I will try to leave you feeling like that was enough about that topic. Like we have talked about it, you know. And so it is with this one that I feel like we must go in a different direction. And just like that, in my brain, I know what direction that is that we need to go in. Small sandwiches. Oh yes. The sandwich is not as likely to be messy if you simply eat it in one bite. Gotta think smart to stay on top these days, folks. Yes, one thing that really interested me about the sandwich submissions is that they were all about the same size. They were of the way you would make a sandwich. The way the person is asking me to make a sandwich wouldn't vary in size much from just like a sandwich. You can see this because the cutting board that I'm using in the sandwich review videos, this is a piece of ambrosia wood. The little pathways in it are made by beetles burrowing into it, and then it gets sealed. That's why it looks like this. It's really pretty. It's nice. A reasonable cutting board, just to make this sandwich look a little okay, a little rustic. Something to eat off of and hold as a prop like this. This is rather satisfying. This shape at the end is really weird, but what are you gonna do? The autofocus and lighting adjustment on my webcam are freaking out. Anyway, they all fit pretty similarly on that, which I thought was interesting. And so, and not in this video, but I did add a few sandwiches of my own that have a different form factor to them. They're not that size. They're much smaller. And a whole topic here that I don't think there's a lot to say about as far as sandwich Buildcraft in general, but for Buildcrafting customizing for messiness, I think is interesting. And it's those tea sandwiches, or the really cleanly cut, kind of small, vaguely bite-sized. Sometimes they have that toothpick on them, like club style sandwiches. I don't know what they're called. You know what I'm talking about though, probably. Those can be kind of clean. They can. You know what really irks me about those sandwiches is that a lot of the time they're clean when they're served, but they have an ingredient in them that is going to make it uneven. So as soon as you bite into them, they don't really look pretty anymore, which is just frustrating. But yeah, because sometimes there's kind of a problem with making your sandwich cleaner by making sure that you won't have trouble breaking off anything inside it, like dicing up the salami and stuff. Now that salami in the cream cheese sandwich, it's in cream cheese, so it's not just going to fall out. But imagine bacon. If you asked me, I would say, please, dice up the bacon. I want bacon bits in my sandwich, not like a piece of bacon, And I do feel that way, but the bacon could fall out because you made it smaller, You won't take out the whole piece anymore, but now it might just be removed. I would be interested to go in a really extreme direction with this. And I didn't plan to talk about tea sandwiches that much, those small ones, because a lot of the time I feel like it's cheating because it's just half a sandwich. But cutting your sandwich down into small pieces is the best, I think, when it's good. And the main flaw with the sauerkraut one and the cream cheese one so far is that they don't reduce well. With the ingredients that I have available, you really need to make them at that size or it gets inconvenient very quickly. Whereas something like a lot of those tea sandwiches just have kind of layers of stuff. A lot of the time, I don't like tuna salad, but a lot of the time they have something like that. It's a texture thing. You can probably pick up on that by now. And they tend to ooze, but at the same time, you can scale them up or down as much as you want, right? And making them bite sizes is interesting. I love sushi, and one of the many reasons I love sushi, besides the taste of raw fish and getting to taste fish in different ways, you can really tell the differences in the fish, which is interesting. I love that kind of thing. That's fun. But another thing I like is the bite-sizedness of sushi. The way that you can just bypass the mess and you can eat messy food. You can eat a lot of American sushi is kind of a different thing that is messy and saucy. And to be honest with you, I mostly don't like that, which is probably not a surprise to you by now. I really like your maybe we won't say traditional, but more Japanese leaning sushi, or just not American leaning sushi, because there are different sushi traditions in other countries. I'm just not familiar with them. But a lot of American sushi is saucy, and you get that. I'm not saying these things never happen outside of America, but it's very common to have tempura, a sushi roll, tempura fried, shellacked with sauce. I love the word shellacked, except that I hate things being shellacked with sauce. But the thing is, because it's sushi, you can just put the entire thing in your mouth. And every time I do that, I think, yeah, that's right. Screw you, messy sushi. You can't yuck up my face or anything else about me, my hands or body or whatever. If you drop one of those pieces of sushi, it's really, really messy, but what are you going to do? And I like that. So things being bite-sized, sandwiches being tiny seems like a very good solution here. And so I'm trying to think about, what type of sandwich is best suited to insmallening, if you will. I'll tell you now, because these topics are going to be a bit merged, that another hour-long topic by another supporter in this video is about sandwich economy. And I won't get into it here, but the lowdown on that one is that, when you buy ingredients for a sandwich, you often buy, your cheese slices, and it's 10. You have 10 of them. So if I make a sandwich recommendation and it's got 3 cheese slices, you're going to be left with 1 cheese slice. Now, you can just buy 3 packages of cheese, but okay, like how much cheese are you eating, really? You might want something to do with that remaining 1 piece of cheese. You see the problem? It's like there's an economy issue where you've got 3 cheese, 3 cheese, 3 cheese, and then there's only 1 left. So you need kind of something different to do with it. You could break it into 3 pieces and make a third of a sandwich? No. And so a lot of the time, I think it's better to sort of miniaturize the sandwich. For my sauerkraut one, something I do all the time is I have bread that is, it's a rustic loaf of bread. And toward the end, it's not as long. You know, it's bigger in the middle and it's sliced. But at the end, it's not really long enough for the sauerkraut to make sense. I can still put meat and cheese on it. So I do. I fold my piece of ham in half and I cut half a length of cheese or fold it over and break it off or whatever. And I make a little half one and then I just eat the sauerkraut on the side. I think a lot of the time, making sandwiches yourself, you can make it better by just removing one of the ingredients from a sandwich. Some of those ingredients are just bad for sandwiching, if you want to look at it that way. Or, for example, something I like a lot, Anna, my partner, has sandwiches often with a dipping sauce. She really likes that whole tomato soup, mac and cheese, grilled cheese thing. Tomato soup dipped in grilled cheese dipped in tomato soup. Tomato soup with grilled cheese with tomato soup. And I like that too, because it's pretty clean a lot of the time. It has the sushi thing where the mess is contained with your mouth. The best solution to optimizing for clean sandwiches is to have a big jaw, which is not helpful at all. Dislocate your jaw, then consume the sandwich. But in all seriousness, I do think that if the sandwich's mess can be concentrated or controlled, that can be interesting. Another way that I'm going to be kind of accidentally exploring in some of the upcoming sandwiches in the project, that you can make sandwiches less messy, is to make them literally completely different in different parts. There will be some sandwiches where part of the sandwich, if there's bread and bread sandwiching something, but then inside that, part of it is completely different from the other part. There's the layers are not similar. This part is this, and then there's something in the middle or on the other side that is not the same. There are no similarities. It's something totally different. And that can allow you to really contain the mess as well. You can put a pocket of something in the center and know where it is. I think a lot of the time eating a sandwich and having it be messy is about containing the mess. You want to know where the mess thing is going to be, and then you can carefully prepare for it. Something I really like is a yolky egg on a lot of things. But one thing that's frustrated me is putting them in sandwiches. I want to make a sandwich that wakes me up in the morning that's a nice ham, egg, and cheese. And I thought, what if you did that thing where you cut out a circle in the bread and fry an egg in the bread to make this egg in a basket thing? Let the yolk stay runny. Don't break the yolk. And then make a sandwich out of two pieces of bread that are egg in a basket bread, right? And then you'd bite into it, and toward the middle, it would just explode, and there'd be this yolk flavor annihilation. Yeah, but I would hate that though. So no, don't do that. But if you put it in the sandwich, that's kind of a different story. It's possible that you might be able to contain it or just have the bread soak up enough of the yolk. And so this is another way you can go, kind of combined with that last one, which is to use the bread as a sponge for the messy things. So that if you have some kind of thick bread, thinner ingredients, make the sandwich closer to being a dumpling by that cube rule of sandwiches. Then you can maybe contain the mess that way, which I think is potentially productive and often delicious. Oftentimes you'll dip your bread in some sauce anyway. It can be delectable, which I think is a good solution and a tasty solution, and potentially a clean solution, although there is, of course, going to be a limited capacity. You can't just soak up ingredients forever, after all. So I don't know, what else can we do? What other options are there? The thing I was getting at with the allusion to another hour-long topic with the economy thing is that making a mini sandwich could lead you to kind of paring down your sandwich. There's another hour-long topic where somebody talks about flavor saturation, just having too much going on in the sandwich, that we won't be getting to for a little while, but that topic is really interesting in the sense that a lot of the time, paring down the sandwich can just make it less messy. I said kind of separating it into a sauce and the sandwich, or a side, like the sauerkraut can be a side to the sandwich without the sauerkraut. What about the idea of just making two sandwiches? Would that make it less messy in any case? What's an example? Okay, so what about a sandwich where the salami from the cream cheese sandwich? So rather than making that sandwich, I don't think that sandwich has much of a mess problem, but if you did, or you didn't want to cut up the salami, you could make one sandwich that is bread, salami, spread of cream cheese on the other piece of bread, bread. Like bread, salami, cream cheese, bread. That one thing that makes it hard to bite through ingredients that are sometimes hard to break off, like a salami piece, in my opinion, is that there's other ingredients that will break off at different rates. And so if the sandwich is very plain, I think it's often less of a problem. You can really chomp through that one thing and that makes it easier. You could make a sandwich that is bread, salami, cream cheese, bread, and then another sandwich that is bread, butter, ham pocket with only cream cheese, butter, bread, and then eat them both at the same time. Is this accomplishing anything? It sort of is, because maybe you don't need to cut up the salami. You might disagree. You might think, oh, well, it's going to come off in my mouth anyway. But yeah, that's an option. You could use less cream cheese because it won't moosh as much. There isn't as much sandwich, so you don't need proportionally as much cream cheese. Making smaller sandwiches makes them making smaller sandwiches. Yes, but making thinner sandwiches, that's the real takeaway there, right? Making thinner sandwiches can make them less messy. You can use an ingredient that would be messy, but just not that much, and then it won't be. And yet it still has as much of a flavor because there's just less in the sandwich. So this has become a topic about paring down the ingredients in a sandwich, looking at a sandwich and saying what needs to be in here and what doesn't, and paring it down. Going back to making drinks, for example, something I think is really interesting about not just cocktails, but drinks in general, is how a lot of the time there's sort of a critical mass of elements that you can even taste, and yet drinks are very homogeneous. And so something that happens, I find, is that if you mix different varieties of an ingredient in a beverage, it almost always tastes better, I think, because it tastes more heterogeneous and you notice both flavors more. I'll give you examples in a minute. And yet, I don't find that you can often distinguish what those flavors are after a certain point. It just kind of adds a depth of flavors that makes it more satisfying to drink. And so you can potentially do the kind of opposite with sandwiches. Let me get into this a bit more. So if you make lemonade and use 2 varieties of lemons, my experience is I don't know if I can taste the different varieties of lemon, but there's a really noticeable difference in dimension to the drink. The drink is much better, but I don't think it tastes like this kind of lemon and that kind of lemon. It's just kind of become this hybrid thing. In a drink, something that's already really homogeneous, personally, I think this is rather pleasant. It doesn't really feel like 2 flavors to me a lot of the time. Sometimes it does. But it adds some dimension to something that would otherwise be totally homogeneous, some heterogeneity to the experience. In a sandwich, on the other hand, I'm not sure. I feel like it kind of unfocuses the flavors. Try making a sandwich. If you have a bunch of cold cuts in your house, try making a sandwich that instead of being cheddar cheese, ham, cheddar cheese, ham, cheddar cheese, is instead maybe Colby Jack cheese, ham, roast beef, cheddar cheese, salami, some kind of salami, and then like a mortadella and, oh, I don't know, a sliced mozzarella, like a low moisture sliced mozzarella. My experience is it doesn't taste better. It tastes boring because there's not enough of each of the ingredients to stand up to how many other relatively strongly flavored things there are. And it homogenizes something that would have tasted heterogeneous. That's my experience. This is not like, for example, when you make a rum cocktail. If you split the rum between different kinds of rum, it almost universally improves the drink. There are very few rum drinks I can think of where if a drink calls for 3 ounces of Demerara style rum. If you split it between 1.5 ounces Demerara rum and 1.5 ounces Jamaican rum, as long as you don't hate Jamaican rum and you have good Jamaican rum. Or 1 ounce, 1 ounce, 1 ounce, maybe Barbados rum, Demerara rum, and, you know, Jamaican rum or whatever, rum Barbancourt or something. I feel like it almost always improves the drink. There are a few drinks where maybe it's not called for, but even then the drink is not bad. And a lot of the time people who appreciate the rum will be happy. It arguably doesn't improve the drink, but it's almost never a bad idea. And I think a lot of the time it greatly improves drinks that could be kind of one note. A lot of tiki related cocktails, not tiki is a very weird term in making drinks, but are greatly improved by splitting the rum base. I feel like that is usually not the case with sandwiches. I think, and again, I think it's this heterogeneity, homogeneity thing. I think that's why. And so I feel like paring down the number of ingredients so that because a lot of sandwiches might just be too much, right? In fact, before I started recording this a couple of days ago, I was finishing a thought about this thing had been bothering me. I feel like 3 slices of cheese, if the sandwich is going to have something other than meat, with normally thick bread, which is not a thing, but the average thickness of breads that I eat, felt like the right amount. But I started doing it with 2, and I think it's better. I don't know. I like cheese. I do just like cheese. But yeah, there was something there. And so making sure to kill your darlings with the sandwich is kind of the big takeaway here. Making the sandwich small, maybe separating the ingredients, using less of a messy ingredient so it's not messy. Making sandwiches that sort of potentially sop up some of the mess by fluffy breading. Making sure your sandwiches are avoiding being toasted in a fat if possible, because that can make them more messy. I find even if it's only on one side, sometimes that makes the sandwich a bit more messy. Another thing is condensation. So something that happens a lot if you use a toaster, you toast the slice of bread. A lot of the time you'll get this experience where if you leave it on the plate, condensation, water vapor, is on the plate and gets that part of the bread wet. Or even if you put it together, if you sandwich the whole thing together, a lot of the time there will be some condensation or moisture, which just makes everything way messier. And so keeping it dry, but I don't want my sandwich to be dry. Yeah. Getting a good drink with your sandwich. But there's an issue there, you know. I feel like the biggest problem is this idea of having a bunch of mess that you can't do anything about involved in your discussion of making a sandwich not be messy. There's no good way to conclude there. But I hope that's interesting in some way. I wanted to give one other example of a type of food that I feel like messiness can apply to in a way. And it's mac and cheese. This might seem like a weird topic. Well, what came to mind was that although I was saying, you know, keeping your sandwich dry, I feel like when you bake mac and cheese, it's kind of less messy a lot of the time. Or lasagna. I kind of like the taste of lasagna, but I don't like that it's so messy. Sometimes I think that contrary to the advice I've been giving, baking your sandwich, or I'm going to suggest a different thing, but heating your sandwich sometimes makes it kind of cohere. Sometimes I look at a sandwich, and I was trying to get this topic for like the entire last half of this hour. This idea of getting the sandwich to be whole somehow, to be a single unit. And a lot of the sandwiches you'll see in WichCraft over the course of the rest of this video are quite whole. They're very complete by heating or not, or there's a way to make them that makes them a single unit. I don't really know how to typify that other than what we've already talked about. But that, I think, is maybe the most important thing when I will write down the making the sandwich whole thing as a topic to potentially think about more going forward. Messy sandwiches are a difficulty. That is the only thing I can conclude with, is that a sandwich being really messy is really hard. Now, I purposefully placed this little segment that was an hour long right before a sandwich that really heinously violates this precept. One problem I have with sandwiches is that depending on what ingredients you use, sometimes the sandwich cannot be cool enough to eat comfortably without being too cold. And the sandwich that we're going to look at next is a painfully severe example of that subject. Shall we take a look at it and revel in its terrifying presence? Liliana, I hope that you think that this is as horrifying a subject as I do. Presenting codename Cutlet. This sandwich is, well, I think you can figure it out for yourself. You have the internet. What fast food chain has a sandwich where the sandwiching elements are chicken cutlets or fried chicken? If you're picking up what I'm putting down there. Yeah, I don't think this needs to be explained too much more. This is from EyePatchNotes. This was the very first sandwich request in WichCraft. It is a sandwich that is 2 chicken cutlets, cheese and bacon with barbecue sauce, and that's it. And yeah, you hold on to the piping hot chicken cutlets and burn your hands, and your hands are burned. And then the chicken is hot and delicious, or you let it get cold and then it tastes bad. And that deeply frustrates me about this sandwich. In fact, you'll see me struggle with that when I go to try to eat it. But being so simple, I kind of like this one. It addresses a few of the things about sandwiches being messy as well, despite the fact that it's very hard to keep your hands really clean while eating it. And one of the things is the use of the cheese as foundation. This is one of the sandwiches that I kind of alluded to before, where you sort of want the cheap cheese, the American cheese. Let's talk about American cheese. American cheese, confusingly, refers to a style of cheese making, and like cheese from America, and also American style cheese products, which generally refers to the cheese having emulsifying salts in it. Emulsifiers are substances that make things smooth, blend, melt nicely, potentially combine oil and water, etc. And the emulsifiers that are often in American cheese, if you have American cheese, it probably has emulsifying salts in it. If you have your brand that shall not be named singles, those plasticky looking cheese things, interestingly, those are real cheese. They just also have a lot of other stuff in them that emulsifies them and makes them melt really nicely. They have an unfathomably gooey texture. A lot of the time, the flavor is not that good. In this sandwich, it's interesting. You could get your own emulsifying salts, put them in the sandwich, I guess maybe in the barbecue sauce or something. How? Anyway, but you could blend American cheese and cheese that tastes like something you want and put them in this sandwich. But this sandwich kind of benefits from the sort of fast foody touchstone of a really cheap tasting cheese. So I went, that's what I went for. And I really liked it. I was not looking forward to this one, but I gotta say, I like some things about it. I gotta say, and then I looked at the blueprint and thought, well, a quick note for this one before I show it to you. This sandwich was made with, I chose a sort of flat, lean style of bacon. You could use lots of different kinds of bacon. I used a very particular one, and you may or may not want to use that kind, but I liked it. I would want more bacon. That was my memory in this one. There could be more bacon in there. You don't want to get a heart attack by eating this thing, but if it's lean bacon, it's fine. It was tasty. And the barbecue sauce. There are a lot of things you could do here. I happened to use a slightly spicy blend of ketchup and a hot barbecue sauce that I thought was tasty. But you could use a lot of things. In fact, I tried it with a few other things. There's another sandwich with barbecue sauce in this video, and I tried it with that barbecue sauce. That was also pretty good. I think the barbecue sauce is kind of your main flavor modifier. These chicken cutlets, they're not they're chicken cutlets. There's not flavor on them. If I could do this again, I would, and I did do it multiple times already. I have arrived at the conclusion that this sandwich wants to have black pepper on it. So personally, what I would do is on the underside of the top one and the top side of the bottom one, grind some fresh cracked black pepper and then assemble it. That would be nice. The sandwich is very rich and pretty messy. But to conclude Liliana's topic a little bit, again, it's not as messy as you'd think. Your hands will get messy because you're holding 2 chicken patties, but the insides, it was actually pretty coherent. I thought it was going to be kind of a mess, but it wasn't that bad. And that happened, I think, because of the way it was prepared. So we'll talk about that more later. For now, I'm pretty hungry. Behold, a sandwich concept requested by EyePatchNotes. The concept is, well, I think I'll let you figure it out for yourself. It's a common fast food chain item that has been recreated in glorious, new, powerful ingredients for delicious consumption rather than artery clogging destruction. And now I'm going to eat it and hopefully not die. You know, there's a bit of a paradox here, folks. You claim that you want to see the videos and streams and such that I make, but at the same time, you paid me $50 to eat this. I don't... Anyway, let's get started, shall we? There we are. It's very hot before we even... You know, I'm going to eat it and talk about the experience of eating it. I can already tell you right now, a major problem with this sandwich is that, you know, obviously it's sort of not a sandwich. It's this crazy monstrosity, right? Why is this not good? You know, it's not because it breaks some stupid rule or whatever. It's because you can't eat it. It's way too hot. You can't hold it. There's no way to consume it. What I'm going to try to do is use an oven mitt to hold it like a... I don't know how I'm going to do this. This is the review right here. This is just trying to eat the sandwich somehow. Put it on the oven mitt, and then put my hand in the oven mitt. And then, oh. We got it. I think we got it. There it is. Look at that. Okay. Time to go in for a bite. Get that nice sauce right there. Okay. Put this underneath because this is one of the messiest sandwiches ever known to man. And try to fit it in my gigantic mouth. Saucy. Okay. Better balanced than I thought, actually. Okay, hold on. It's actually pretty good. Okay. I think we can talk about it now. So, what you're gonna see is that when I made it, I was told off by my significant other for how many pieces of bacon I wanted to put into it. And you could put more bacon in, but the thing about this one is, like, one way it breaks the rules of being a sandwich is that you're eating chicken. The experience is like eating chicken with sauce on it, but then it also has cheese and then also bacon. It's not coherent at all. I don't need to eat these two things together. Like, there's really no purpose to this being a sandwich. The idea that it's sandwiching something, there's really no reason for that. It doesn't have to be, you could just eat these things separately and it's not really a different experience. Exactly. That being said, if there weren't the problems with holding the damn thing, I would say it's not bad. It really isn't. There is this nice experience of, it's not as overly rich as I thought. That's the biggest thing, is I thought it was just going to be like Oh, and then you have to take a nap after having one bite, you know? But not bad. Now, I do think, for the full experience of this, you can sort of see you need this mixture of cheese and sauce. You're seeing how the sauce ooze has flawlessly melded with the cheese, and it looks like I'm eating a fast food burger. That's exactly what you want. I don't know. I was ready to roast this one. It's pretty good. Like, I'm sorry I don't have any like a sick burn for it. It's not bad. I enjoy this. I would maybe eat this again. Looking at that sandwich made me so hungry. Where are we? There we are. Oh, it made me so hungry. It's pretty good. I don't have a whole lot else to say, but just, oh, it was so tasty. It is making me hungry. I do want to eat that again. Not a lot to say about that one though. Again, it's a pretty simple sandwich. I have a feeling that the names are not going to be very simple. So let's take a look at them, shall we? The first one is Japanese. Katsu sando. Katsu is like a chicken cutlet. Sando is they're saying sandwichi in Japanese. Okay, fair enough. Very self-descriptive. It's a sandwich with some pretty serious chicken. Sure. Sure is. The Texas Barnyard. Ooh, okay. I don't personally love attaching it to a location, but Barnyard is a somewhat satisfying one. That makes me think there's an egg on it. An egg might taste kind of good on it, actually. Anyway, not bad. The next name is We Don't Need No Stinkin' Beards. Okay. Sure, a good amount of the audience is offended by that. Stars and Stripes. I knew that this was coming. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like Stars and Stripes for this one. One thing I like about that name is if you use normal bacon, it has that kind of stripy appearance. Ooh, that's kind of clever. I probably may or may not be intentional, but Stars and Stripes is kind of a good one. Bad Gamble. Ooh, that's a fun one. There is a joke, a pun here on the name of the fast food sandwich that this is based on and how it's not friendly to one-handed card games. Okay, that's actually very, very clever. The Bad Gamble is a beautiful, that's legendary. I like that one. That's clever. I'm writing that one down. The Bad Gamble. Big damage. And what I love about that name is that this is pretty much the same sandwich as that fast food one. So it's also a sick burn against them. Nice. Very nice. Well played. 19.62 meters per second. Let's see if the comments get the joke. Oh, okay. I totally don't. Sorry. The Dude Wears the Beard. Okay, that's potentially a fun one. The sandwich's name can be Dude Wears the Beard. The bread. Okay. I might have been a little bit biased from that. We don't need no stinking breads. It wasn't beards. Oh no, my bias. Cover it up. Okay, well, now you can blame me instead of the... There's 3 names like that. Don't need no stinking breads. The Dude Wears the Bread. And then the next one is Bread, never heard of him. Okay. In my defense, one thing that happened is I saw Bread Never Heard of Them as one of the names. And so I thought, okay, well, the other ones are making a joke about a beard. But this is completely showing my bias that I think the person who would eat this has a giant beard. I'm sorry. Hiding your biases versus admitting them. I think we know the nobler choice. Defending myself from this heinous crime I committed. And finally, the cordon BBQ. The cordon barbecue. Cordon, it's cordon when it's the food, right? The cordon barbecue. That's okay. I'm kind of down for that's like what this probably should be called, but I'm too in love with the Bad Gamble as a name. Pretty spicy. I like it. Pretty juicy. I might even go so far as to say. Delicious. I think that that's most of what I have to say about this sandwich, except for the cooking method. So I said we were going to get into that. And this hour is going to be all about reviewing sandwiching appliances. This is the part of the video that could easily turn people off to this discussion, because when other people on the internet make videos about sandwiches, they tend to somehow include a bunch of really inaccessible things, which is frustrating. No. In this little review, we're talking about what you have to make a sandwich with. And yes, then afterward, I am going to do a segment where I talk about a few things that you would have to buy, probably. You probably don't already have them, although some of you probably have one of them. But I do recommend. I feel like hear me out. That's all I ask about that. I'm not going to make this expensive and inaccessible. There are some of these sandwich requests that I admit they are inaccessible. The ingredient that the person requested is expensive. It's not a cheap ingredient, right? There is a sandwich coming up that, while a single serving of the sandwich might not be that expensive, making the thing, you'll see what I mean, is not the cheapest prospect, sure. But I continue to desire to focus this on discussion about practical, normal person sandwiching. So when I talk about these appliances, please understand, I'm reviewing these things for you because I was paid money by my community, by the Kickstarter backers, to review a few of these things and suggest something you might like. I picked ones that were generally cheaper. I totally disregarded the higher end of the market for these. And basically, the purpose of this part is to show you, if you were interested in whether it's worth it to you to get a more expensive one of these appliances, I got one, and I'm here to tell you what I think about it. But I ignored all the ones that were really expensive, even though they probably are a lot better. I just don't. I'm here to tell you right now, I'm going to talk about toasters, ovens, air fryers, and induction cooktops. Toasters and ovens first, air fryers and induction cooktops later, because you probably don't want to buy one, but I think maybe you will want to buy one. And I do kind of recommend them. But for all these things, you could get a better one, but I'm here to tell you, you don't need one. You can get all the features that do anything from one that is not the higher end one. That is my experience. It's my biased experience. Let's talk about some appliances. So first up, it's obviously toasters. Before I show you two toasters, I have two toasters. It's not a ton of products. I'm not made of money, but because of the Kickstarter, I do have some money to spend on this. And I did. I got a $10 toaster and a $50 toaster. And the $50 toaster is not that much better. The $10 toaster is almost perfect. It has almost every feature I would want. Almost. And the $50 toaster has some things that I like and I want, but I don't think you should pay $50 for it. Again, this is just me stressing. I'm showing you a few things. We don't have forever to review every single product for making sandwiches. And I only pick things that are very versatile as well. Toasters are things that you probably already have a toaster, right? And so thinking about the features and how you might like to use it, to me, that seems reasonable. And then the air fryer and induction cooktop thing, these are extremely versatile appliances, so you wouldn't buy them just for a sandwich. We could talk about things like there's waffles are involved in one of these sandwiches. I'm not going to review waffle makers. That's ridiculous. For this project, it's would be interesting, but it's a waste of money for what we're doing. I'm just here to talk about them with examples. Finally, there are brands on these. I wasn't sponsored by any of them. This project is all funded by a Kickstarter. I chose these based on a variety of factors. I didn't own any objects made by any of these brands before I got these. They're all from different brands, and I didn't own anything made by that brand before I got this thing. I don't know about these brands. I'm not going to talk about these brands, and I probably wouldn't agree to a sponsorship with any of these brands, just in case any of you were listening. However, if I say something good about a product and you are a person who knows someone who makes that product, I mean, you can contact me. I'm not making any promises. This is not an endorsement of those brands. That being said, I'm now not going to avoid talking about the brands anymore, so let's take a look at them. First, we have the lowest end thing, which is this toaster. This toaster is a Black & Decker toaster. That was the other toaster, which was like $10. And it's pretty good. Why is it good? So on the top, you can see the slots are really big. They're very big. They're very wide. They're big and wide. They can fit fat, thick bagels in them. They're very, very big. They're fairly deep as well. You can't easily see that. Also, the toaster's, I've been using it. It's not clean. Sorry. It's not immaculate. I own and use this toaster. The slots are pretty deep. Take my word for it. A couple other good things. So basic features of a toaster you want, right? The bread can come out far enough that it's easy to get out. It doesn't eject it to the stratosphere. It browns it evenly and stuff, obviously, right? A button to cancel the toasting early, obviously useful. There's the other toaster we'll talk about has an interesting relationship with that too. It's kind of more valuable on that one, but having a button for that's very nice. I'm having very clear, well, okay, it's not clear to you because of the light, but yeah, I mean, you can see there's labels on the dial, And then there are two other buttons on this one. They say bagel and frozen. The bagel one is my complaint with this. This toaster would be pretty much perfect if the bagel function worked, but as far as I can tell, it doesn't. I toasted bread about 10 times, and each time I oriented it differently. I held the bagel button down or didn't press it. I just pressed it. I pressed it before pushing it down or after pushing it down. And as far as I can tell, it just doesn't work. It just flat out does not work. I don't know if it's because this unit is broken. I don't know if it's because they think people don't know whether it's working. I looked at the coils on the inside. You might not be able to see this, but we'll try. Yeah, so you see here, right in there's a little line. It's kind of a darker line. That's one of the heating elements, that little strip. And if you watch the toaster, when you press the bagel button or not, they don't change. They're the same ones are on or off or whatever. And they're not very even for what it's worth. And this toaster is a normal design. It's a recognizable toaster for a lot of people, I think. And one of the things about that is that the heat is quite concentrated, so it toasts pretty evenly, which that's very basic for a toaster. I'm just saying it does do the job, right? But it doesn't do. It would be very easy for the bagel thing to work, and this would be so perfect, I think. But it doesn't. Now let's briefly talk about why you want a bagel function, and let me put this toaster down because it's kind of hurting my hand to hold it up. When you toast bagels, it's nice to have this contrast between the chewy kind of outer shell thing, not just chewy. If it's a really good bagel, hopefully not just chewy, but the outer layer, and then maybe a well toasted inside. I like that contrast. I also like bagels that are toasted on both sides. Something I really enjoy are breakfast sandwiches made with a bagel as the sandwiching element. And when I make those, I like to really smush it and then air fry the whole thing. And I like that the outside gets a bit toasty. I think that's tasty. It depends on the sandwich and on the day and whatever. I'm not saying it's bad for both sides of your bagel to get toasted. A lot of people like that. It's just also the case that having that control is nice. Much more to the point, if this kind of toaster could successfully toast only one side of a piece of bread, we'll get back to that, which I don't think it can logically, but if it could, if that function worked, and if another problem that we'll talk about in a sec, that would be nice, because there are a lot of sandwiches here, like we talked about in the Liliana subject about messy sandwiches. There are a lot of sandwiches here that they have a problem, and their problem is that you have to make them kind of messy by toasting them on both sides in a fat of some kind. And then when you hold them, it's a problem for me anyway. It's messy, and I don't like that. You might not mind, we talked about this before. But if you could do it in a toaster, you toast both sides. It's not messy, that's nice, sure. It's crummy, there's lots of crumbs, but it's not the end of the world, right? But if you could do that on one side, that would be nice. And the other toaster that I'm going to show you can do that. And I like that. I found that feature very useful. I'm not sure it's worth $40 more. I'm not. But the one major complaint I have about this one is that, as you will notice, I bring it back over here, is that there's no light. There is no light on these buttons that tells you that they're on. So you'll be able to hear. It's the same sound either way, and there's no light, and they don't get depressed at all. They're in the same position either way. So there is no way to know whether it's on or not. And for the frozen function, so I don't really care about this too much, but basically, as near as I can tell, it just makes it go on hotter and for longer so that it can effectively toast things in one go that were frozen, like a bagel or something. This toaster being designed with really big slots, which I think you basically always want, is good for that. And so if there's no light, maybe this is a me problem. Maybe other people just trust that their toaster is doing what it says it does when their toaster costs $10. Then you know what? That's fine. That's reasonable. I am being a little unreasonable by saying that. But I do care about that. And I think if you buy a toaster, like I did, looking for the bagel function to work, like I did, you'd be frustrated, like I was, that it doesn't work, at least as far as I can tell. Or if it does, I can't tell how to use it. For what it's worth, as a closing point about this one, on the reviews page for this toaster, somebody mentioned that these little markings, you can see, or well, only very faintly, you can see here that there's these two markings, and those are half little crescent things that imply that if you want the only one side of a bagel toasted, you should make them face inward. That makes sense, because if you were going to toast only one side with a toaster where all the thermal stuff is close together, not spread out, it would be really hard to toast the outside but not the inside. That seems challenging, right? But not only did to my knowledge, this just doesn't work. I also read a review of this toaster where somebody said that indeed it works for them, but it's the outside that gets toasted. So that just doesn't make sense. So we're just going to move on. But anyway, for what it's worth, even if it did work and it worked that way, I would say, why though? What? But why though? Why? No, bad. Why though? Bad toaster designer. So now let's talk about bad in a different way toaster designer. Kind of good. There's some good things to say. In fact, let's stand up. This is a more upscale toaster. So that one, it was like $10. Okay, so your expectations are rightly low. I didn't return it, even though it's probably broken or false advertised, because it's a good deal for $10. It's a nice toaster for $10. This one was $50. It's a little more complicated to talk about. And it's come to my attention over the course of preparing for this project that a lot of people have long toasters like this in their house already, which I really wasn't familiar with. This is a toaster by Dash, is the company. And as you can see, it's a single thing, and it's got crumbs in it because I use it. And it's got a single thing. Otherwise, it's very similar. The entrance is it's pretty much the exact same thing as the 2 slots from the previous toaster, but side by side. And it's got a couple of different features. So it has a reheat button. This is not a complicated thing, and also you don't really need it because of the window, but we'll get there. The reheat button just heats things lightly, with the goal being not to brown them anymore. It's got a bagel button that works. We'll get to that in a sec. And it's got a defrost button that, as far as I can tell, also works. Key is that these light up. You'll have to take my word for it, but when you click them, they do sound the same each time, but they light up. It's very clear to see that they're on and working. And it's even clearer to see that they're on and working because you can see in this toaster, you see that pipe in the back? There's a white bit there, and then there's a pipe in the back. That's the heating element, and there are 4 of them. There's one up here, down here, down here. And when you turn on the bagel function, you can very clearly see what you would think you would see, which is that only these 2 turn on. The ones in the back don't, which, of course, this is the whole point of the functionality, right? There are some problems, but as a baseline, I would say if money is no object, and you want a toaster that toasts things on one side only, then I wouldn't recommend trying to pick up a toaster with crumbs in it while standing at your workplace. I might kind of recommend this toaster. There are probably cheaper toasters that do that thing, and they work. This one is a window. Yes, the window. I think this is actually really helpful. You can see how dark the toast is, which is good because this toaster is not powerful enough. It doesn't toast enough. I know that's ridiculous. It's a $50 toaster. The other one that was $10 toasted just fine. How can it possibly not toast enough? But I'm telling you, I turned this one up to 7, which is its max setting. Then I hit defrost as well to make it even stronger. And at full power, normal bread is whatever toasted. It's toasted, but it's not burnt. It's not dark. It's blonde, it's my color of hair toasted. It's not burnt, which, I mean, it's good that it's not burnt, I guess. But what I'm trying to say is it's not very powerful. If you want it to toast something that doesn't toast extremely easily, you're gonna have to put it in multiple times, which is a pain. And making only half of the heating element matrix go on when you toast for a bagel, well, it already wasn't powerful enough. If you take away half of its heat, I mean, it's not burning that to a crisp is all I'm trying to say, right? This is kind of a good problem to have. I was saying that before. It is. But at the same time, I just feel like this is such a basic feature to get wrong that it's a criticism. That's a bad thing, You don't expect a toaster that you pay $50 for to have trouble burning toast. I mean, you don't want it to, but again, it's like it's not powerful enough to what? Another thing about this one. So I mentioned before about the Black & Decker one having, like many toasters, at least the ones I'm familiar with, the 2 heating things they're grouped together. And what happens when you do that is that, of course, the heat radiates and kind of gets shared. This toaster is long, so it's going to be more lossy from a thermal perspective. It's probably less efficient. And indeed, it feels less powerful, but it's also less consistent. I'm not sure why. But in the middle, it's not toasted the same amount as on the edges. And that might be the dramatic, you're noticing the thermal carryover. There's more heat in the middle than on the sides. So if you heat this bar evenly, if you heat the heating elements evenly, it's not gonna toast the toast evenly, right? I don't really see why you couldn't just program those to not heat evenly, but they didn't, as far as I can tell. That being said, I've had this in preparation for this project for, it's been a month now, I think. Maybe a bit longer, actually. And I had the other toaster previously. I picked out the Black & Decker one before the Dash one. And so I tested both. I've used both of them for over a month, just to be clear. Quite a lot. I mean, I was making this series. Both of them got used almost every day for most of that month. And what I noticed is that over the course of that time, up until recently, this dash one seemed to break in or something, and now seems to heat a bit more and a bit more evenly. And that's weird, and I don't know what to say about that. And this is why reviewing things is so weird, because these are analog devices, and it's very difficult to say if that's... If the cost of this toaster being perfect was you just need to wait a month for it to get hot enough, but you knew that was a thing that would happen, that's kind of fine. You know, when you get new brake pads in your car, you are told that you should drive carefully on them for a little while, or at least I was, and that's fine. It's okay. You know it's supposed to break in naturally, right? You get new shoes, you break them in. That's fine. The trouble here is we don't know that it's supposed to work like that. Maybe it's just broken and getting more powerful, and in a month it will burn all my toast, even at the lowest setting. There's no way to know. Who knows? For what it's worth, I like how this toaster looks. It does a good job of what I'm looking for. And the long slot. I couldn't find other toasters easily that had a long slot that were really cheap where I live. Now, I understand that in other parts of the world, this style of toaster is more popular. I wasn't as easily able to find that, but that long slot. If you have a longer piece of bread, yeah, that's pretty helpful. In a lot of situations, you kind of can't do what this toaster can do without a toaster like this, and having the additional flexibility of a toaster that can toast a long piece of bread but only on one side, to me, and by to me, I mean someone that is making an 8-hour sandwich video. To me, that's worth it, but it's probably not worth it for you. Those were the two toasters. And now I'll briefly touch on ovens, but there's not a whole lot to say. In fact, it's pretty similar to air fryers. Yeah, I would say that's mostly it for the toasters. Any other thoughts about toasters? They have some that are way more expensive. So I mentioned the Black & Decker one is $10 and the Dash one was $50. And they have, $120 programmable toasters. I just don't see how, what feature, and I looked at their features and I struggle even now to produce to you. In my mind, it's like, if there's a feature I'm missing, I should be able to tell you without having to just look it up. There should be some ability that you're excited about, right? I cannot produce one. I don't know. So for what it's worth, I'm sure they do other things that are maybe interesting. I'm not sure. I can't really get behind it. The only other thing to mention here is you can, of course, have a toaster that toasts more than 2 normal pieces of bread, normally toaster-sized pieces of bread, right? You could. I do not find that particularly valuable because oftentimes when I toast bread, I care about it being hot and I can't dual wield and make 2 sandwiches at the exact same time. So to me, that's not really that useful. I would rather use the bread that's hot, but that doesn't always matter to me or to anyone, And so that's something to think about. Maybe you want a larger one with more toasting things. I would predict that the heating will be more even, I guess, or really bad because there'll be 4 toaster slots worth of heat in the middle and then 1 toaster slot worth of heat on the outside. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. Do people need those? I don't feel like people need those. Anyway, let's take a little status report. Let me put these toasters away and then we'll start talking about some fancy stuff that I recommend a lot more. I mean, again, I hope you can tell I'm kind of lukewarm on these. Like, they're fine. They're not bad toasters. They do mostly what they set out to do, mostly. But this is something that always frustrates me. It frustrates me in game design. It frustrates me in product design, in sandwich design, in every walk of life. It frustrates me how it feels like the person who designed the thing isn't a person who uses that thing. I always have this weird experience of, it's like this is designed by people who don't use toasters. It's weird. I don't know. Am I asking for something unreasonable from a toaster? I feel like it's really simple, right? Why would you not put a light? Does it really cost that much more? I don't know. I would pay more. Anyway, if it was, what was it going to be, $15 instead of 10? For goodness sakes, like, just put a light on it. I don't know. This is the things I complain about doing this for a living. Let me put this over here in the chair. I need to vacuum in here after this video. That's perfectly fine though. Yeah. So yeah, for a little intermission segment, this is the length of one of my normal streams. I would be between a half hour more and a half hour less is the amount of time I normally stream for, 5 days a week. And so I'm not tired right now, but we have been recording for almost 4 hours. And so I'm expecting to get tired soon. It's still a beautiful day outside, so it can't be that bad, right? This is pretty fun. It's broken up into little segments, and it's really nice to have things either planned or from the Kickstarter backers to bounce off of. So I don't really feel this is that difficult. Maybe I'm just too waffly, and so it says something bad about me that this is not difficult for me. It should be difficult. How am I going to show you? Okay. Yeah, let's think about this. All right, so the next thing I wanted to talk about is the coveted air fryer. Before I show you any of these things, before we go any further, let's talk about what an air fryer is and what an air fryer isn't. A lot of people don't like the term air fryer, and that's because it's kind of a marketing term. It's a convection oven that is small. It's just the convection oven that's small. But being a small convection oven is very good. So that's the premise for the discussion we're about to have. Here we go. A convection oven, if you're not familiar, is, or convection baking modes. It's your oven with a fan, basically. It's circulating the hot air. This is obviously, usually, very good because it causes the air to more evenly heat the food. Air is not a terrific thermal interface sometimes, not as good as some other things. So making it move around a lot is good. It wicks not hotness away from your hot food and gets hotness all up in your food. That's good, obviously. It's not always good. Sometimes you want very gentle, radiant heat. For example, there's a sandwich with ribs in it. In fact, it's coming up at the end of this hour. And I tried air frying the ribs. That sucked. Don't do that. No. I'm going to go on to tell you that air frying all sorts of stuff is awesome. And it's way faster than other methods of cooking if you get a decent air fryer. And I love it. And I think you will love it, even though I was a total hater for this concept. And I was recommended air fryers by EyePatchNotes, the person who commissioned the previous sandwich, the cutlet one. And that sandwich really benefited from an air fryer. And EyePatchNotes gave me money to get an air fryer outside of their Kickstarter contributions. They tipped me additional money so that I could buy an air fryer. And then I bought another one. They tipped me more money. Not all of it, of course. Some of it was the Kickstarter money. But yeah, I was really against the idea. I'm not against it anymore. It's actually pretty sweet. Like they're pretty cool. Circulating air over a large area. What, does your oven have 20 fans in it? It's not as efficient. But you can get an air fryer for less than, $100, which is, it's an appliance. But less than $100 is not so bad. That has one fan, it's really powerful, and all it does is heat air and circulate it in there. But that's pretty good. That's actually really helpful. And the great thing is that these are very versatile. So I'm recommending these. I'm not trying to sell you an air fryer necessarily, but I do really recommend them. I got one, and it has been one of the most pleasant surprises of this whole process. So I do think you should consider them. And they are really good for making sandwiches. They're good for making sandwiches because they allow you to do something that's otherwise not very convenient, very effectively and efficiently, which is make a sandwich, a whole sandwich, put it in the air fryer, and then heat it only from the outside rather than, you have a pan or a toaster or something, and you toast your bread or your carb or whatever only from the inside. That's something you can kind of only do that way. And air fryers let you assemble the whole sandwich and then easily heat it from all sides from the outside, which is very useful potentially. And I've gotten a lot out of it. So I'm going to show you some now. Again, we have two. Like before, the cheaper one I got earlier, and then I thought, what would I want that I don't have? And then I got a more expensive one that has those things. And now the main helpful thing is for me to tell you, I got this so you don't have to see if you might be interested. What do I feel like was worth it about this? Do you care? Yes or no? You can decide if you want it, right? So again, not sponsored or anything or affiliated with these companies. I have a feeling that they're not going to want to be affiliated with me because, as with the Black & Decker toaster and the Dash toaster before, I have copious amounts of design complaints, despite the fact that I'm sort of recommending the products. And it's no different here. The way I would describe the design of all four of the things I'm showing you here is wasteful. Why didn't they just make it good instead? You know, that's deeply frustrating to me. For one of them, I think I might know why. But anyway, let's take a look. And now, I referenced this before. I'm not sure how I'm going to show you this. What am I going to put it on? That's going to allow me to... I'm not just going to lift the whole thing. Or am I just going to lift the whole thing? Maybe... That might be a thing we do. So this is a bit of ad-libbing here, folks. But what we can do... Is this a good idea? Yeah, we're going to try. Is we can use my phone as a secondary webcam. So let's try that. I turned off my phone, of course, for recording this. We can turn it on, wait for it to start up, and then use it as a backup camera that will let me just go in there and show you the thing. But anyway, I'll lift it up for a second and we can take a look. So, boop. Here's the first one. Oh boy. This is by Instant Pot. I don't know what the company is really called. Instant Pot. It's big, but for an air fryer, this is like normal size. They have small ones. They have a lot like the other one I'll show you that are bigger than this. This is a pretty normal sized one. Air fryers are tricky about size because, again, kind of part of the benefit of the concept of this appliance is that it's kind of small, like vaguely small. The other one I'm going to show you is, I think, kind of the upper limit on what I think makes sense. And indeed, it does heat a little less effectively. It's more expensive, but it's a little worse at making food hot, which you might think, okay, well, it's just immediately bad then. But again, we'll get there. I think there are some benefits to be had. Let's boot this up and I will take you inside the air fryer. Bind it to my software. Get to my scene where we can do that. Pow. And we're good. Yeah, sure we are. Look at that. Beautiful. There we are. All right, let's take a look at this thing, shall we? So I'll I guess plop it down somewhere, and we'll open it up. It's back. How about that? So here we are. There's the unit, and you can see that this one has what a lot of air fryers have, which is a sort of fryer-style drawer in the front. So I'll open that now. This way, anyone's ever reviewed an air fryer. And again, sorry, it's dirty. We were just using it, and it's got a sort of fryer basket thing, right? I guess I can hold this up here. It's perfectly fine to, and there you can see inside of it the fan on the ceiling. So that's a heating element, and then there's a fan behind it. In fact, I wonder if we can go in there and look at the gunk. You can kind of see that there's a fan. Anyway, there's a fan. Take my word for it. It's there. There is a fan in there, and this fry basket is what you're going to be putting your food in. It comes with this little tray, which you can pop in like that. And the idea of this is to keep the food off the bottom. Now, what would be ideal is if this tray helped circulate air from underneath, which it really doesn't. So this air fryer is mostly directional. It will not really do much to the bottom of your food. Although, again, these work fine as literally just ovens. You can just put something you wanted to cook in these, and it's fine. You can do that. It's not a problem for cooking. Just buy a frozen thing. One of the great fun things about these is you can just buy, frozen spring rolls or frozen dumplings or something, and just pop them in here and fry them. And it's not like they're not any less healthy. They just have this great crispy texture. A lot of those products come with a bit of oil on the surface anyway, which is really nice. A lot of the time people recommend spraying your food with a bit of oil on the outside, which is frustrating to me because I feel like that sort of misses the point. You can do that, but the point is air fryers can kind of get things crispy-ish without as much of that. You don't have to submerge it. The other thing that I referenced before is that these things are fast. This is very fast. It's like more like a microwave in terms of speed, but of course, microwaves alter the texture of your food, and these really don't. And that's very helpful. That's something I value. You can make food very fast in these if you want to heat something up. For example, the chicken patties that I used for the cutlet sandwich. I mentioned before how I'm trying to use pre-made things. And one of the things that I wanted to get back to about that sandwich is that you could, and I have, made just fried chicken, like deep fried chicken. In fact, if you want to do that induction cooktop I'm going to talk about is good for that. But first of all, I don't really think it's necessarily better. The other thing is, just as a benchmark, if you do that, either way, it's going to take a long time, right? But if you use the pre-made cutlets that come frozen and you air fry them, normally in the oven, they take maybe 30 minutes. They air fry and taste way better in 10 minutes flat in that thing, probably less. It could probably carry over cook a little, which is great. Like, it's very, very convenient to be able to cook food that fast in something that is not easy to clean, but it's certainly not much harder to clean than the pan that I was going to cook them in, in the oven, right? It's similar. That, however, is where I have my first criticism of this one, which is that it has the drawer. A lot of the time, getting your food... Okay. You have a sandwich in here, and you now want to take it out. Yeah, no, though. How? You can't just reach in and you have to go into the hot thing that will burn your hands, which has happened to me many times, and get it out somehow. It's inconvenient, is what I'm trying to say. Now, it does have this little handle, which is supposed to let you pull it out, except that's completely useless because it's very small, it's in the center, and it's going to be really hot. So you can't grab it. You can't grab it with your grubby mitts, and you can't grab it with your oven mitts because it's tiny and your food is probably blocked. Why? I don't understand why. Now, the reason that it has the fryer basket is because marketing. That's why. That's the only reason why. It's not advantageous to have the basket. When you see pictures advertising air fryers, you're going to see them with the basket pictured full. You can't do that because it's got to circulate air to do any cooking. So you can only fill a single layer anyway. Having a basket is pure disadvantage. It's always worse. There is no situation where it is helpful. You want one with a door. So now I'm going to show you one with a door. I'm sure there's some situation where a basket is better. But anyway, it's not good overall. A door. So that was the instant one. Again, it was like $100. I really like it, but I wanted a door very badly, and I looked around and I got this thing. So let's look at it. Actually, very quickly before we go on though, air fryers, they're pretty versatile. You can use this one, for example, as a dehydrator. And having a dehydrator separate, you can dehydrate things in the oven, kind of. but having your whole oven on all the time, it's kind of nice to have the versatility to have it be small if it's going to be on for a long time, especially sometimes when you dehydrate things, right? For a very long time. This is not something I do a lot. I'm just thinking if it's something, it's an ability you gain when you get the appliance. And air frying is very versatile anyway. You can air fry 80% of the food that you eat, and it will come out faster and tastier than it would otherwise with no additional prep work. So yeah, that's great. That's already a compelling reason to get the thing. Again, I think it's very uniquely helpful for sandwiches because it lets you just plop the finished unit in there and kind of finish it up. A lot of the time sandwiches invite you to put them under the broiler or something, or a couple of sandwiches in here. There were online recipes for something similar that recommended finishing it in the oven. Air fryers are infinitely superior for that task. They do it much faster. They do a better job. If you heat things faster, they get less dried out. That's really nice. One bummer about putting a sandwich in the oven at the end is it often gets kind of dry. And a lot of the time it makes it nice and crispy in a way that it wouldn't get in the same way if it was in the oven. So, okay. Now for the one with the door. This one is even bigger, so I feel like it's going to be even more hard to show you, but we have that now. So I'll pick it up first. But yeah, it's bigger. It looks like this. So as you can see, it's bigger. The other one is big. This is maybe 33% larger, maybe 50% larger, 33 to 50% larger, probably 33%. It's bigger, right? This is by Kisutora, and it's about $150, and it's an air fryer with a door. It's an air fryer with an oven door. It looks like an oven because it is an oven, because air fryers are toaster ovens that have convection that you put on your countertop. But again, as was established, that is not a bad thing. That's not bad. That's not a knock against air fryers. Being a small convection oven is good. And this one is very good as I hold it like my own child because I like this one. Let's start with what's worse. It has a lot of features. It has too many features. You will never use most of these features. If you turn this on, there's a menu that has, bake, air fry, obviously, etc., etc. And then you could just adjust the settings yourself. It has a bunch of presets. This is something common with these appliances. You can see on the side there, you see the little white text on the side. That is showing you some rack positionings, oven rack positionings. We'll get to that in a second because that's one of the best things about this. Suggestions for where to put various foods, and then you can hit a preset and just cook them. No, I don't. What? First of all, by having one with a door that you can see in, you no longer need to make any guesswork about how to heat your food. You can just pick a temperature that seems decent and then look at the food, and when it's done, you can take it out. You don't need presets when you can see the food. People are lazy. That is a worse way to cook the thing. But anyway, the point is, having this as an option means that you have to go through a long menu. That might seem silly, but you move through it with this dial on the side. That's how you get through the menu. It's not a touch screen. And that is a bit of a pain. Minor complaint, but the settings are virtually useless, so it is a complaint. There is no reason to use these settings. I understand it's marketing. People who design this, I'm not mad at you for putting those settings in, but they are objectively bad. Like you don't really gain anything by having them. Just to be clear, you don't have to use the settings to use the fan. You don't need to click air fry to use the fan. You can just adjust those things yourself. There's buttons here that let you turn on the fan and the light, and there's a light. That's nice. And stuff like that. By yourself. You don't need the air fryer to do it for you. You can just do it, right? Which obviously that's better. Okay, that's a bad thing. The other main bad thing is that the door. Oh boy, that was the parts moving around in there. Let me go back to my phone cam quickly. The door in here. This leaks a lot of heat. You notice this is cool. It's not like a problem for opening it or anything. In fact, that's a big plus of this one. The other one, there's no actual latch or anything. You just have to pull it off, like the hinge on the air fryer basket for this thing. You literally just pull it off. I mean, you've heard me opening and closing it. It's loud. This is me opening and closing this. I'm not going to show you it. It's fine. It's just it's a normal oven door, for goodness sakes. That's great. That's a huge plus of this one. But one of the big drawbacks of that is that this glass window leaks heat fairly significantly. In fact, I suspect that most of the difference in efficiency and cooking speed between this one and that one is because this one loses a lot, probably, of its heat through this door. Something else to know about these, though, that's a plus. Well, or it might be a minus for this one, but anyway, air fryers are pretty loud. It kind of sounds like an airplane taking off. That instant one is much louder than this one. I think this one is it's not quiet, but it's not a problem. It's no louder than having your microwave on or something, you know. But it's not quiet. So that's something worth knowing. Maybe it's less quiet because it's less powerful, but I don't think that's what's going on. Anyway, good things. Okay, yes, there are a lot of options. That's nice. If you want to use it as literally an oven, you can do that. The main plus here, the main selling point, is these racks. Yes, this is exactly what you want in an air fryer. You see that basket looking thing I have in there, and then there's another rack, and then there's even that black thing on the bottom is actually removable. So you can move that stuff around, and that's really good because it means that you can get your food hit by circulating air on all sides, which is, you know, the entire point of an air fryer. So that's very nice. It's also really versatile. You can potentially cook a lot more food in this because you can stack it with some hardware thing between the different layers of it, which is something that the other air fryer, that space is just wasted. I mean, I guess it's tall, so you can put a whole sandwich in, but then the rest is just wasted space. Having the option and the option to have those different racks, and then also the option to remove them, is what I'm getting at, is really good. That's exactly what you'd want. And it's not like it costs them much. It's, you know, $10 to make the additional accessories. So awesome inclusion. I like that. Yeah, so this is the awkward part. Kisutora makes quite a few air fryers, and there's one that's $100. And I wanted to like that one, but the temperature and the time are both on knobs. They're analog knobs. That means they're unreliable. Air fryers cook food pretty quickly, so you do not want unreliable things. You want a digital display that tells you exactly how much time it's been in there for. You do not want analog components. I think this is minor. You might not care. I think you should. It's $100 versus $150. Take it or leave it. But yeah, I like this thing. It's nice. It's big, but it's not huge. And realistically, where we had it on the counter, and I think this is true for a lot of people, there wasn't that much space there anyway, really. And so the difference between this and that, it's bigger. It's meaningfully bigger, but I just don't think it's the end of the world, personally. So I don't know, take it or leave it. For what it's worth, I think these things are good for cooking lots of things, and having the flexibility of this one. The door is a huge deal. You'll think it's not a big deal. I thought this, and then I got that instant one, and I thought, man, I love this. Shame about the fact that it just doesn't have a door. Why? It can't possibly cost that much to do this. I think, this is my conspiracy theory, I think that, oh boy, that was just the tray sliding around because you're not supposed to pick this up like a newborn child, a really fat newborn child. I think that the reason that the shutting down this device on my phone so it doesn't destroy this phone, that the reason that they're not feature complete like that is because these companies have higher end ones that do have those features. They probably don't have those features on purpose. That sucks, but they're still pretty good. So now we'll briefly talk about induction cooktops. There's not a lot to say here. I just thought it was for completionist's sake. We talked about what I would consider the high-end appliance for toasting your bread or whatever on the outside. We talked about the dash toaster where you could toast it one side or both. So that gets the job done. You can do the task with that. But this is, I think, is the best way to do it if you're interested. And again, just to be clear, you shouldn't buy this just to make sandwiches, unless that's literally all you eat, in which case you should eat a more varied diet, probably more vegetables. But this is really good at cooking vegetables. This is good at cooking a lot of things. I don't even mostly cook sandwiches. I got them as part of this project. They've been an unexpected treat, so I wanted to discuss them. The induction cooktop is what I would describe as the best way to toast the inside of the sandwich. So let me briefly talk about it. You might not be familiar with these. They're not always popular depending on where you are, but this is what this one looks like. At base, it's a burner that isn't on your stove. You can just put it wherever you like, which is nice. That's convenient. Again, like the stove, potentially versatile. If you live in a small apartment, or maybe you don't even have a range, that's nice. Sure. This is a Max Burton one. Again, nope. I haven't bought from that brand before. This one was a gift, so I don't, particularly endorse the brand, but for what it's worth, it's been pretty good. Also a little loud. So this one is loud like the other ones because they have fans. They have fans in the back. The other two, the air fryers have fans, and this one has, this thing is a fan. They're fairly loud. I don't think that's a big deal. Cooking is loud a lot of the time. I love it when things are not loud. Cooking is pretty loud. I think it's okay. What are you gonna do? That being said, it's pretty nice. So how these work is they're creating a magnetic field that heats your magnetizable pan. So it can't work with every pan. You can look up how induction burners work. I'm not going to explain it too much, but basically it magnetizes it to make it be a certain temperature. They're pretty efficient, and the heating the pan part is pretty nice, pretty quiet. And the key, oh yes, is that this display, when it's on, lets you control the exact temperature. You get a readout of the exact temperature in your unit of choice. I think I'm in Fahrenheit land, so it has that. To do the thing. And that means that you can create repeatable results. Just like with these air fryers, you can just know that whatever you're toasting or whatever needs this temperature for this amount of time. And then they can do it. They can just very quickly, quicker than an oven and more precisely than a microwave, it can go to that exact temperature and stay there for however long you want and then stop, which is really nice. You can keep them on for a really long time. You can move them wherever you want. They can fit if your apartment doesn't have those appliances, or if your kitchen is huge and you cook with a lot of things at once, then that's helpful. It's something that I've enjoyed. And if you have a good, maybe a seasoned cast iron pan, and you just want to plop your piece of bread on there and get a nice char on one side, it's nice. That's very tasty. Don't have as much to say about this one for now, but these are tools that were very useful throughout this process, so I thought I would bring them up. However, now, alas, and by alas I mean at last, very close but not the same, it's time for a terrifying sandwich. We're at the halfway point, folks. Here we go. Codename Rib. It's a sandwich with a rack of ribs in it. So that's a thing that we're doing. Don't keep the bones in. We just didn't. How do you draw deboned ribs? Slow cook your ribs for like hours in an oven, in a pan covered with tinfoil. Don't use an air fryer, as I said before. The only thing in this entire project that you should not air fry is this sandwich right after the air fryer segment. I'm so good at scripting. And then take the bones out. Once you've cooked your ribs for a long time, for hours and hours, it'll be really easy. Now, I mentioned that in this project, I'm trying to avoid cooking things when possible. This is really, really easy. It is not difficult. It does not require skill. You plop the ribs in the oven with some seasoning for like 3 hours and forget about them. Your kitchen will smell amazing. You shellac them, number 3, with barbecue sauce. Give them a nice broil and you're done. It's not hard. They're delicious. You should totally make this. A rack of ribs is a little expensive. That was something I wanted to briefly include. Racks of ribs are not cheap. You can't often easily buy just a few, so consider that. But yeah, anyway, I used baby back pork ribs. They were tasty. This sandwich was a bit much. It was, it was a sandwich. You're going to want some pretty solid bread. Probably not a lot going on the bread because this sandwich is 3 different meals at the same time. This is what the cutlet sandwich should be if it wanted to overwhelm you. This is how you overwhelm someone with protein in a sandwich. It was overwhelming. This one was crazy. Oh boy, I just opened the names document and it's okay. Anyway, let's take a look. Behold, a sandwich concept by Ragnavr. I was momentarily in awe at the sheer audacity of this one. It's a leftovers sandwich with ribs and a chicken cutlet, annihilating the puny bread that attempts to contain them. I wish I could say more. I really do, but I'm going to need the lung capacity for taking a bite of this sandwich. So unfortunately, you're going to have to wait until look at the size of that thing. Look at that. Just witness. Bear witness. Witness me. This puny bread. These pathetic cheese slices are obliterated by the sheer audacity of this sandwich. Let me just clear an entire separate table for me to eat this sandwich on. Here we go. Folks, don't ever say I didn't do anything for you. It's like too tall. Look at you. A glancing blow. We're not quite there yet. We haven't done it. I cannot say that I've taken a bite of this sandwich. I'm gonna try again. Oh God. KO. It's so messy. There's so much sauce. All right. I don't think... Oh, that's so saucy. My hand has been hit. Taking big damage. It's a really good thing I chose to make this series by doing these before I recorded the long thing. There's not a lot to say. It's so much protein. A funny thing is, there are other sandwiches in the roster that I thought, oh, this is going to be so much protein. You're going to feel so bloated and full after this. And some of them have actually been quite nice. Not going to name any names, you'll find out. But yeah, this one is too much, okay? I just had to look myself in the eye for a moment before you. I don't know, it's a bit much. I wish it was just ribs. It doesn't really need the chicken. Having bread that is just sort of dwarfed by the sandwich is kind of good. The ribs are staying together just fine, I guess. You know, like that's a coherent rack of ribs, right? Sure, it doesn't look like it is at all, but it's basically impossible to show you anything about this sandwich. I'm just gonna go eat this. That one was a complete mess. There's not a lot to see on the sandwich. My favorite thing about that one was how after I came on camera eating the sandwich, and it looked like I had just run a marathon. I looked sweaty and tired, and it is the end of the day. It's nighttime, because cooking and preparing that sandwich was hard. And then the hot sauce. Okay, so I used what Ragnavr recommended. The commissioner of this rib sandwich asked for delicious pineapple barbecue sauce, and I made it. They recommended a recipe, and it was really good. I enjoyed it. It's yeah, like pineapple barbecue sauce. Not crazy ingredients. It's not like a really out there barbecue sauce. Not overly pineapple-y. I love pineapple, but it wasn't. I could have done with more pineapple, but it's a normal amount of pineapple. Yeah, it was good. It was a lot though, and I supplemented the pineapple barbecue sauce with some ghost pepper hot sauce. So I was a little sweaty looking in that one. Sorry. That's how the cookie crumbles. Yeah, and I have some critique of this one too. It was very tasty. The ribs were absolutely phenomenal. My biggest problem with this one was the chicken cutlet and the premise as well. So again, I explained the idea is kind of a leftovers sandwich. This is what would make the leftovers. you make this and then you have leftovers. This isn't made of leftovers. That was how I felt. It's a sandwich that you make the ribs for this and then you have leftover ribs. You could make ribs and then use the leftover ribs in this. The chicken cutlet part, I don't. Maybe this is just me. I feel like the bread, chicken cutlet bread thing was weirdly less janky to me than the idea that you made a meal that was barbecued ribs and then also chicken cutlets, and then this is leftovers from that. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. The premise doesn't really make sense to me, but it is good. It's way too big. I don't think this chicken cutlet adds much. I would actually be more interested in this sandwich combined with the cutlet sandwich to make cutlet ribs cutlet, and that's kind of it. That little bit of cheese actually was really good though, so I would be down. Jack cheese also melts pretty okay, I found. The spiciness was completely unnoticeable because I was having ghost pepper hot sauce, so it would probably be nice. I don't know. Could not tell you. But yeah, I did not like this one in its current form. I didn't think I was going to be thrilled about the idea of ribs in a sandwich. That was actually really good. I liked that part. I had a good time with that part of the sandwich. And now we're going to name it. Oh boy. Yeah, I looked over at the names for this one kind of early on my second monitor, and here we go. Okay. The first one it's called the One Down. At first I thought, what's the deal with that name? Well, if you're familiar with the fast food item that the cutlet sandwich is actually, then the name One Down might make a bit more sense. The next one is cholesterol issues any percent RTA. This is a speedrunning joke. Any percent is a category of speedrunning in video games. Any percent basically means you can complete any amount of the game. You don't have to do anything in the game except get to whatever is agreed to be the end. You don't have to do all the quests or whatever. You don't need to do the plot. You just need to get from the beginning of the game, whatever that community agrees is the beginning of that game, to the end credits, whatever the speedrunning community agrees is the end of that game, as fast as possible by any legal means necessary. You don't need to do any of the game except get from the beginning to the end. That's what any percent means. It kind of indicates just speedrunning by default. Like you get to the end as fast as possible. But there are plenty of speedrunning categories that are not like that. I'm quite a big fan of spectating speedruns. Cholesterol issues any percent is a thematically appropriate name for a sandwich Buildcraft video to name this sandwich. You got me there. Guy Fieri, I'm gonna be 100% upfront with you. Every time I see this name, I know it's a name people reference a lot, but I don't know what this name means. So I'm just going to move on. I'm sorry. Put another note in for Zandy doesn't get references to things, even though is only 27-year-old. Half a barbecue between toast. Half a barbecue. This is like 2 barbecues between toast. What are you on about with half a barbecue? Come on. The artery clogger. Yeah, I mean, that's about how the damage that's about how the damage goes. The next one is bone appetit, but with bone and not bon appetit, bone appetit. This doesn't contain bones, but I guess that's my fault. So the last one is ready. Hibernation Special. The Hibernation Special. What a glorious name. I love it. I love it. I'm very, so for the sandwich names, I didn't make people submit their name. I just figured people probably won't spam. And also, I'll tell you, only about 1/3 of the people who backed the Kickstarter actually submitted names for the first round of sandwiches, even though it was everybody who participated could. It was the lowest tier reward is what I mean. And I was kind of hoping that people would submit duplicate names. I would be interested to know, and I'm sure I'll hear from those people individually afterward, if the names that I liked most. So far it's been sauerkraut is the Scurvy Limbo, the cream cheese one is the Rich and Famous, the cutlet one is the Bad Gamble, and then the rib one is the Hibernation Special. I'd be very interested to see if these names are from similar people, because I've noticed that this is a problem with submitting this way, is the names are kind of formatted somewhat similarly. Now, I suspect that being the kind of person that I am and talking the way that I talk, I probably kind of select for an audience that contains more people than usual that will capitalize every word, even in an informal setting like this. And so about half of the answers are like normally capitalized for the title of something. They're like proper nouns, right? And I feel like you'd expect there to be more that weren't. And then some of them are not, and that's fine, or they're irregular, or they probably had auto capitalization on. And all of that is fine. It's just to say, it's interesting to me because just the fact that the person is capitalizing like a proper noun doesn't mean it's the same person. There are like 5 names that have that. I don't think one person submitted all 5. Maybe, I don't know. Joke's on me. These are actually all from the same, all the names are from the same person. What are you going to do? Yeah, I mean, so as for this one, most of what I have to say is that this hour is going to be a little lighter. I'm going to take a bit of a breather. I'm hungry, obviously. It's been 4 hours. It's been more than 4 hours. We're now actually quite a bit into almost the 5th hour. This is going to end real quick. This is how I knew it was going to be. The first couple of hours, the 3rd and the 4th hour, it's not like I wasn't having fun, but to be honest with you, they felt long. Now it's starting to feel really fast. And I'm starting to think, oh boy, I got to make sure that I actually finish everything that's supposed to be in this video, because I only have 2 more videos to fit everything in. 2 more 8-hour videos. You thought that there wasn't going to be enough to say throughout this. Ridiculous. It's going to go by quickly. Absurd. Anyway, so I am going to eat a little snack with you here. I'm not going anywhere. But yeah, I do have a few more things to say about this one. And one of them is that the rib witch was too much by itself, but I am very interested in a version that is fused with the cutlet sandwich. In fact, kind of a takeaway from this would be combine rib and cutlet, because the bacon in the cutlet sandwich to me wasn't really the ideal thing to be there. I kind of wanted something other than bacon, even if it had been normal bacon. I feel like baby back ribs might have been, the other thing. And this is my own bias, is that these chicken cutlets that I get, they're tasty. They have a light, pleasant flavor. They're not heavy. They're also not strongly flavored. And so in this one, the ribs, which had like 3 different sauces on them and a piece of pepper jack cheese, and they were 2.5 hour melt in your mouth baby back ribs, and then there was just like a chicken cutlet. It's not the chicken cutlet's fault, but honestly, it might as well not have been there. It didn't really taste like there was a chicken cutlet in there, except that it was a lot of protein and I had heartburn afterward. So it tasted in my throat 30 minutes later like there was a chicken cutlet in there, but not. Anyway, you get the point. So having those really strongly flavored ribs with the chicken cutlets sandwiching them, I mentioned that the cutlet sandwich was actually kind of oddly refreshing to me. I thought it was going to be really heavy, and it wasn't. It was actually very pleasant. I did have a kind of fast food vibe, but it, like, if the fast food wasn't doused in grease, it was oddly satisfying and refreshing, and I did not feel like I was going to die after it. I did feel like I was going to die after eating this. Anyway, so I would be interested in combining those. That would fascinate me. The audacity of this one I also admire. You know, Ragnavr, I mean no offense when I say this, but you could admit that you just wanted to make me eat this. Like, it doesn't have to be leftovers. I mean, maybe for you it is leftovers. I'm not trying to say it isn't, but really. And another topic to finish up. For the cutlet one, that was from EyePatchNotes, and they requested that I talk a little bit, which I decided to do over time because it applies to this one too, about the merits or detriments of not using a pre-made chicken cutlet. So for that sandwich, we'll go back for a moment actually, and talk about, so for this one, the chicken cutlets, them not being that strongly flavored, and most importantly, them being very regular, them being pretty flat, really worked in favor of this sandwich. That was a strong point for this sandwich. If you had used pieces of fried chicken from you know what fast food chain that we keep talking about, I think that actually kind of would have sucked. Like, I don't want that. In this other one, however, that might be good. If you could get the ribs and that chicken to not be too tall, which you can't, but if you could, like I said before, that really bothers me. This one was hard to fit in my giant mouth. Luckily, my jaw is really big, but it was hard. But if you could make it fit, very flavorful, juicy, crispy, crunchy fried chicken would taste very good with these ribs, potentially sandwiched, I guess. This is a case where, like with Liliana's hour-long segment, I kind of just want to eat them separately. But this as a rib sandwich with a side of actual fried chicken would be very good. My mouth is watering as I'm saying that. But it wouldn't make a good sandwicher to have a fried cutlet, and I don't want this to be taller. But I don't know. So the thing that came to mind was, could you maybe somehow get that chicken flavor, fried chicken flavor in here without making it taller? And you totally could, but it would be kind of chefy. And I said we weren't going to do that too much. So just to abstract, I think if you fried some chicken skin to get that's what you could do. Okay. So there's this method of cooking chicken where it's skin on chicken and you flatten it traditionally with just whatever heavy object, like a brick or a pot or like a chef's weight. I have some actual chef's weights. I do not have a brick or a pot or something that would fit well, but you take the chicken, skin side down in a pan that's really hot with just a little oil, and you really crush the skin into the pan, and it creates this extremely pronounced umami flavor, this incredibly savory flavor. That might be thin enough to fit in this comfortably. That might be amazing in this sandwich. I still feel like it's kind of too much. You could just take off the skin though and just put it on some fried chicken skin. That might be delicious. Sure. I will also confess, I guess we're confessing things, that I thought it was too much food and I would rather have the chicken on the side. That I ate this with fried radishes and it was really good. Air fried radishes, if you must know. And that was very tasty. So I don't know. This by itself, I have some problems, but this was a nice surprise. The ribs were incredible. They were so good. We destroyed that rack of ribs afterward. It was great. So thank you. I don't want to give you the impression that you did. I mean, thank you to all of you for supporting the project, of course, but I don't want to give you the impression that you did something bad to me. You didn't. It was a great surprise. All of this has been rather a delight, to be honest with you. Although I find it much easier to say that now that I'm 4.5 hours into recording the first 8-hour video. It's a good confidence booster. Speaking of which, we're now going to spend a little bit of this 5th hour taking a wee break, just a wee little seance. The status report is going to be a bit longer this time, and then we have a few other parlay questions before we go to the next sandwich. What am I going to have during my break? Well, you know me, dedication to the project, professionalism. What other words could describe me? Incredibly organized. This project is very scripted, and I'm definitely reading off of a script, and it's not just totally off the top of my head. So naturally, we're going to eat a sandwich, and oh, it's a blondie. Yeah, I'm going to have a blondie. You can't stop me. We're just going to eat a blondie. But we're going to use that. We're going to use that, okay, as a way to talk about unconventional sandwich carbs. I'm going to read you Xalveris' parlay, which is coming up after I take a little status report break. And I want to talk about it a little bit because something I wanted to add to that question is the idea of compound sandwich carbs. Now, when we say sandwich carbs, Xalveris and I are talking about the things doing the sandwiching. Doesn't, I guess, have to be a carb. The cutlet sandwich is sort of cheating because the chicken cutlets are breaded, and so I guess but that doesn't count. No, that's cheating. Mixed carbs, bread that is not all one thing a lot, not just like with there's that raisin bread we talked about, not just like that necessarily. I mean, bread that is multiple things, maybe. Anyway, I'll read you Xalveris' parlay, then I'm gonna eat this blondie. My mouth is just saliva everywhere. It's the worst. I'm sorry. Unconventional sandwich carbs. Xalveris asks, I have seen many strange sandwiches that have utilized non-standard carbs, such as placing the insides of the sandwich between two slabs of uncooked ramen noodles. How about a sandwich consisting of two slices of pizza? The pizza bottom crust is both on top and bottom, making it technically a sandwich. What if we had sandwich exterior carb layers consisting of two overlapping lattices of flat chips, potato, corn, etc., chips glued together with melted cheese? Can you think of any other more silly possibilities? Okay, chips glued together with melted cheese sounds really good and very messy, so no, vetoed. Vetoed by Liliana and I, but yeah. How about I'm gonna say it. How about a sandwich where the sandwiching carb is a blondie? Oh yes. Just imagine it. Look into its eyes. Witness the song of its people. Oh. I was looking forward to that. Anna came home from the grocery store right as I was about to start, and I saw these on the counter. I had to go run and start because it was noon. And for the past 4 hours, you've figured out by now that I'm using the little segments where I show you me reviewing a sandwich as a way to take a break, go to the bathroom, get some more water, etc. Bring in an air fryer. And every time I go out there and I looked at not just, now this is the kind of person I am, not just these blondies, but that one, this specific one. I thought, that's not an end piece. It's a nice, juicy, middle piece blondie. Oh. It's so good. I think we're getting near the part of the video where I need to talk about allergies. So, being that I am a person with a severe nut allergy to peanuts and tree nuts and etc., I asked people who submitted their stuff if they had a dietary restriction they wanted to do. And a few of the sandwich concepts were built around a dietary restriction, but generally people there wasn't much of note in there. There were a few, and it wasn't challenging most of the time. For me, there was a sandwich that by default had peanut butter in it. I'm, as far as I know, still deathly allergic to peanuts and other tree nuts, which are different, but I can have almonds and hazelnuts, which is good because I can just use another nut butter. So that was fine. Looking forward to that one, actually, but it's not soon. Sorry, it's not in this video. These I'm very lucky to be able to eat because they're made at a local bakery, and I was able to just ask them, look, I have a nut allergy. Are you being careful about traces of nuts, or what do you think? And they were pretty confident. So I'm very fortunate in that regard, because a lot of times in my life I have not been able to just grab and eat something like this. I wanted to talk a little bit about something I really like in sandwiches, which is allergens. This might seem like an odd topic, but for me, we're going to come back to this topic later as well, actually, but allergens, because when you look at this blondie, which you should, it's so good. What's so good about these is they have that brown sugar, kind of molassesy, kind of vanilla-y flavor. They taste like something. They're not just a brownie with no cocoa and chocolate chips. They really have a sort of weird, almost kind of butterscotchy flavor. They're so good. Oh. When you look at these blondies, the segment of the video where I just sit here with you and eat a blondie for 10 minutes and we talk about allergies. You can't tell necessarily if there are nuts in it. I can't tell you how many times I've looked at a baked good over the course of my life and thought, okay, I definitely can't eat that. But what is that in there? Is that a nut, or is it just like a weird chocolate chip, And that's frustrating. But sandwiches are really good at that. They're really good because generally it's quite clear what the ingredients in the sandwich are. Now, at the end of this hour, I'm going to show you a sandwich that heinously violates that concept, and I will pay the price for it. But for the most part, conventional sandwiches generally make it quite clear what's in them, which I think is nice. Obviously, it's not usually enough if you have a life-threatening allergy, but it's not bad to have some idea what's in your sandwich. They're good for lots of dietary restrictions. Oh, I'm going to plow through this blondie. Oh. Oh. So good. Oh, I'm going to be set for the rest of the day. No, I'll probably eat a real meal after this. Oh, deeply satisfying. I hope you're not watching this with anybody around that would find these noises inappropriate. You probably are, but I don't care because it's delicious. It warrants these noises. It would be a disservice if I didn't make those noises. Now, before we end this little break segment, longer break segment, and complete the rest of the video, I think it's probably worth noting that this is about the right time where I should be starting to get tired. So yeah, I mean, I just had a lot of sugar. 7 out of 10. Good tonality, not very loud. Wasn't unpleasant. Pretty classic burp. Hopefully that'll carry me through, for one thing. The other thing, of course, is that I have more help than usual. So 4.5 hours, I've streamed that long before, but it's unusual. That's a long time, you know? But I've had a lot more breaks. When I stream, I generally restrict myself to one break in the middle. 3-hour stream, I go for an hour and a half, I take a break, go for an hour and a half, pre-record a little segment, just like I've been doing here. I've been running my streams that way as a way to practice for this format. And so it's been working very nicely. But of course, in this format, I have way more breaks. I have a break every hour. Now it's longer, sure. And for the first segment of this first video, I didn't do a sandwich the first hour because I did that sandwich right away. That was the sauerkraut one. But from a sort of macro perspective, this is kind of more breathing room than I normally have when I do this. So I think that's kind of interesting. Overall, it feels, you know, long, but it's going pretty quickly. I mean, I have a lot of reference points. I can't talk to chat like I would if I was on Twitch. Live streaming, I'd be able to talk to chat and bounce ideas off them. But I have a lot of ideas from all of you. In fact, I'm even, like, when I stream, a little worried that I won't get to all of them, so. So I better finish this blondie. Oh, thank you for that. You know, you sitting there, viewer, I want you to know, before I started this segment, when I hit the head at the restroom, I washed my hands before this because I knew I was going to have to deal with them being a bit dirty. You remember that Liliana segment for another 25 minutes or so, and largely avoid touching any of my computer stuff because, you know, there's oil on my fingers now. You can't do that. So now it's game time. We gotta focus. We gotta stay frosty and talk about the Xalveris parlay. So yes, using blondies as sandwich top and bottom was kind of a joke, but the point was having bread or carbs, the thing we're sandwiching with a lot of the time, making a sandwich, that thing is very often not a compound thing. It's got very few ingredients. It's simple, and it doesn't have a large flavor profile of its own. It would often not be a very satisfying food by itself, although sometimes bread will be. But so I'm interested in this idea of unconventional carbs and maybe multiple carbs. But I also think a lot of them kind of violate the idea of sandwiching. After all, one of the points of a sandwich is to kind of, to some degree, contain the thing inside. And uncooked ramen noodles, like you said in your parlay, in the examples you gave, you know, those need to be contained. It's not so much that they contain things. They're the thing that you need to contain, you know? I'd be much more interested, well, not much more interested, but it's a much more sound idea to make a sandwich with ramen noodles in it rather than to use ramen noodles to sandwich. You could maybe do something like what you described with a sandwich exterior carb layer consisting of 2 overlapping lattices of flat chips. Okay, how about a thatch roof for your sandwich made out of cooked ramen noodles, al dente ramen noodles? That sounds kind of weird, but also kind of good. Yeah, I do think having a different texture than is normal or conventional on your sandwiching things is nice. I think that's pleasant. I enjoy that as an idea, but a lot of the time I feel like it highlights the strengths of using bread. Your bread is this mundane thing, but it's good for a lot of things, you know? It's not just this humdrum component. In a lot of ways, bread is excellent. And really does the job in the ideal way. So I'm not too eager to make the sandwich and carb be something totally out there. That being said, I am, you know, the chicken cutlet sandwiching cutlet sandwich was good, and I would be interested in that concept again. I do like the idea of sandwiching with other things. I just feel like when you said a sandwich consisting of 2 slices of pizza, I think to me there the fallacy is sandwiching what? I find it hard to believe that would improve the pizza. Maybe very plain pizza. A cheese pizza sandwiching a burger, you know? Maybe. I sort of, maybe, kind of. But I don't know. Yeah, the bottom of the pizza also, depending on what style of pizza, might not be that stable. I don't know. My main takeaway here is I feel like this is kind of pointing out the strengths of using bread to sandwich something. But I feel like, if anything, the best way to look at this is to think about the weaknesses of bread. Bread is often a pretty regular shape. So if you wanted to make a sandwich that was a different shape, seems like a pretty good option. It's not going to be easy to get bread to be that shape, because bread has all these factors when you bake it, like the air, the gas coming out of it and making it have bubbles in a certain way based on how far they have to go up, right? And so you can't just have, I'm sure it's possible to make bread that has the texture you want in the form factor you want, but it's not probably easy. That's what I mean. Whereas, for example, if you wanted to make a sandwich with cake, you could just make a big flat cake and then cut it to the size, because the way it does the bubble thing is different. I don't know. I'm not an experienced baker. Maybe it's actually not a big deal, but I feel like it is. And it seems like if you want to substitute bread as a carb, you're looking for the weaknesses of bread. And I feel like one of them is shape. So that's something. Bread is also usually crusty, and if you cut the crust off of your bread, you're wasting the crust, which is not the good. So having a food that has no crust, or is cut in a way that avoids the crust and the crust is used for something else, you cut out only the middle blondies to use as the sandwiching element. I could get behind that a bit more. I'm kind of potentially interested in that. Yeah, and then I'm also interested in weird flexibility. So for example, I mentioned the uncooked ramen noodles thing. I'm kind of more interested in maybe cooking noodles and then using that as a sandwiching element somehow. I could see cooked lasagna noodles, but then you air fry them so they're more rigid, or just to dry them out or something. You could bake them too to dry them out. Air fryer would do it really fast. I have air fried some pasta recently. It gets very dry, but a bit crispy, which is nice. And then those could maybe hold something. You could make a sandwich out of lasagna. There's a later topic about sandwichification of like all sorts of types of food, and pasta seems like sort of an interesting one. Where I'm more interested maybe is this idea that you suggested of an amalgam as a carb layer. So the lattice of flat chips, that seems like it would just break. Chips glued together with melted cheese, maybe. But it makes me think of, a raft made of French fries. So a bunch of fries, and then a bunch of fries, right? And then and then you could glue them together with cheese, sure. That is kind of good. This is the part where the people from the beginning of the video who were mad about the sandwich definitions are probably coming back up again in the comments and in my brain and saying, is that a sandwich though? And of course, by my definition that I settled on, it's sandwiching. So I think it is. The goal is to sandwich. But in my mind, another part of it is that the sandwiching element is kind of incomplete by itself. And You glued together French fries with cheese, I will probably just eat that, you know? There's a factor of wholeness as well, and I just feel like fries sandwiching something, it's just not whole. I don't know. That being said, if the thing they're sandwiching is a burger, maybe I just want a burger. I just want to eat a hamburger, I guess. There is something sort of similar coming up, so it's fine. But yeah, I personally, I feel like different sandwiching things, it feels like it largely shows the strength of bread. And I feel like one other aspect of this is that sandwiches, part of the identity of a sandwich is simplicity in a way. Before we go any further, one thing we didn't get into, we're kind of going back to the definition of a sandwich a little, and there's a question after this too. And one thing I didn't get into that much is the idea that it's not a definition where it meets one criteria or not. You can also look at it as a sort of word cloud definition, where some of the things that make a thing sandwichy are da 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 da. And a thing isn't a sandwich or not. It's a certain amount of sandwichness or not, right? Or less. Just like people are not things, they are an amount of a thing. You're not whatever personality trait, you are more of that than maybe other people are, sure. When someone says they're an empath, that person has no social skills. And what may be true is that some of us have more of a sense of empathy than others, or a stronger response when our empathy pops off. But we're humans. Most of us have the ability to be empathetic if we want to. And you saying, loudly declaring that you're very good at it is, yes, somebody did this in real life, not to me, to a friend of mine. And it's just silly. But just like that, definitions are kind of silly. It's silly because that person was really ignorant of what it sounded like to say that. But it's also ignorant in the sense that that's just not a real thing. Like there is no such thing. You are more or less of this quality. You're not this thing or not. That's immature. We're not in a candy store selecting, I'm a kid with a ring pop or not. I don't know. And so I think it's useful to pivot a bit with the definition of a sandwich and think about the qualities that create a sense of sandwichness. And that sounded weirdly religious in a way I didn't intend it to. And think about which of those is maybe being violated in some way that's making me sort of vaguely resist this idea of an amalgamated carb as the sandwiching element. And I think one of them is simplicity, is that it kind of goes against the idea of making a simple sandwich. It becomes very chefy. I'm going to go back to the uncooked ramen noodle idea. That idea is growing on me the more I talk about it, but you know what I think makes more sense is making it be like a cracker sandwich, a smaller sandwich. And going back to that Liliana idea of it containing the mess, and you eat the whole thing in one bite. But what do you sandwich in between it? What do you put in it? But I kind of like that idea. I think keeping sandwiches simple, keeping the sandwiching elements not an amalgam of things, feels like a good direction to me. But that doesn't mean that I don't like the idea of different carbs for sandwiches. And to me, part of the direction you can go in there is just making them smaller so that they don't have to be complicated to do the thing. I'm also amused by, it feels related to this topic you suggested, to talk about sandwiches that are like really weird form factors. So I was imagining, I talked about that French fry raft thing glued together with cheese. Maybe too complicated. Okay, but what about one French fry and then in between it somehow you get a row of ground beef or something glued in there with some cheese just in between that fry and then a bottom fry, and then it's a very, very thin, long sandwich that would never hold up. But I don't know, imagine, that's just kind of weird. I don't know. Having little strips of sandwich also makes me feel like there's something in this word cloud about sandwichness that means the sandwich can't be, it has to be vaguely square, close to being a square. Not really close, but recognizable as a square. That's what I mean. Rather than that French fry sandwich, which is, it's just a line. I mean, it's a rectangle, fine, but you know what I mean? So I don't know. I feel like ice cream sandwiches, maybe more stereotypical rectangular ice cream sandwiches, they're generally pretty long, but they're still recognizable as a rectangle. They're not a line, you know? I don't know. That feels sandwichy. Related to this topic, Fuuryuu's parlay question. In the preparatory stages before the Kickstarter launched, you said that sandwiches need carbs in the spot where a standard sandwich has bread slices. Okay, so let me stop right there. I was just explaining the popular internet meme that in the cube rule of sandwichness, the thing that is popular on the internet, it is common for people to say that the most common answer that you should expect if you talk about sandwiches on the internet is carb, carb. That's what a sandwich is. As we have gone on at length in this video, I don't really agree with the efficacy of that definition. I feel like it's prescriptive rather than descriptive, which I think is not how language works. It's not how language works. And I feel like it's much more useful to think of it as either a word cloud or more as the verb feels like it's defining it more, the sandwiching. I feel like we did actually settle on a pretty good individual definition there. In fact, that's really something to take away. Sandwiching is the better definition. If you wanted a single definition, that I feel like that's a minor achievement if it's not presumptuous of me to say so. Anyway, I'll finish reading your question, but I feel like I really gave you the wrong idea, which I feel really bad about. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't care at all. In the preparatory stage before the Kickstarter, you said sandwiches need carbs in the spot where the standard sandwich has bread slices. Why pose that restriction, considering I've heard of the Wackenburger? I haven't heard of this thing, which is a patty sandwich between two steaks, which I would consider a sandwich, but which according to that preliminary classification does not qualify as such. So again, I don't care about that one. I was just informing you of a popular internet meme that I knew we were going to have to tackle. I considered it more of a thorn in my side than something I care about. However, the way that you worded this, why pose that restriction? Well, all right, but I do think words mean what we use them for, but deliberately using a word to refer to something that you know kind of violates the word cloud that most people associate with the thing. I don't know. I mean, to me, I feel like the fast food sandwich that is like the cutlet sandwich that I keep dancing around the name of, but which you probably know by now, with the chicken and then bacon and cheese inside. That sandwich, the company that makes that sandwich calls it a sandwich for clickbait. They know that it's playing with the idea of what a sandwich is. They know about that internet meme with the carbs. They made that sandwich because I can promise you, because their social media manager had a good day and thought, hey, we could kind of bait people and troll people with this thing, and then they'll talk about it a lot, we'll get free advertising and make big bank. And so they did. It's not really that useful to call it a sandwich, I would argue, right? And if we're being descriptive, I was saying before, at the very beginning of this video, that if you're going to be descriptive, you need to be honest about it. You can't take the piss out of the definition and say, well, this is how I'm using this thing, even though you're not naturally using it that way. And the problem with this definition is that it falls apart as soon as someone does that. As soon as somebody uses it on purpose for a manipulative or a marketing purpose, the definition just collapses. And that's what's happened here, where I don't personally, so you're describing this thing that people call a sandwich, which is a patty sandwich between two steaks. So it's just steak, basically, but it's a hamburger patty. I don't really feel like that's a sandwich. Just intuitively to me, I don't see how that's a sandwich. It is sandwiching, but to me, if I saw that thing, I would say, okay, but they're just being disingenuous about the definition of a sandwich on purpose for marketing purposes to get free advertising, which I guess they just got from me. Darn it. Womp, 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 womp. But anyway, I mean, yeah, if you think it's useful to call that a sandwich, there's nothing wrong with that. I while I don't care or think it's necessarily meaningful to say that sandwiches need carbs in the spot where the standard sandwich has bread slices, I don't think that's meaningful. I was just explaining that when I mentioned it early on. While I feel that way, I also feel like there is a good reason to pose some restrictions about what we call a thing. Words are useful because we care about them meaning something. I think that's what it is that when you have a descriptive definition, the way it holds up, the way it's not this messy thing about like when somebody is disingenuous with it, is that people intuitively care about their communication tools being good, like being useful, right? We all use words all the time. I just punched the box of blondies in my rage. Let's just move that over there. I'm sorry, my children. I will come to you soon. And I think what's going on there is that it's intentionally ignoring the fact that the food that they made is significantly different from what they would naturally value as the definition of a sandwich. So they're kind of chipping away at it for their own purposes, which is fine. I'm making it sound more evil than it is, just to make a point about the fact that I feel it's a very deliberate thing. It happens in modern social media marketing all the time. It's not uncommon for them to do something seemingly dissonant for the sake of. It's very common for fast food places to use their Twitter accounts, their official Twitter accounts, oddly personally, as a way to sort of contrast with what you would expect from such a huge chain and to make them seem less like a corporation, right? For marketing purposes. And that is clever. And often really funny, but I think it's important to remember that it's also like a lie. It's also not real. That it's not really a person doing that. Like it's a calculated thing, or maybe their social media person is way off the leash. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. I do think there's something here in terms of, is there a reason to draw this barrier between the things? That being said, there is another angle on this discussion, which is, why do we think the things that we think are sandwich ingredients? Why do we draw the distinction that those things are things you put in a sandwich? I have seen another sandwich alignment chart that talks more about, it has the carb enclosing thing, but it kind of de-emphasizes that a little bit. And it has another axis that talks about, it's an alignment chart. I shouldn't say another alignment chart, but we made one for the thumbnail. But it's sort of it's a symbol of an alignment chart, because to make it look good in the thing, we had to make it not exactly an alignment chart. Whatever. I'm sorry. We did the best we could, but I felt it was important to do it the way that we did it. I saw an actual alignment chart that inspired that thing, blah, 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 blah. And one of the axes was sandwich ingredient classicality, how normal it is to put that thing in a sandwich, which I feel begs the question of where your data is, but let's just ignore that for now. I'm sure they don't have any, which is fine. But it's what you would expect. The column, the lawful column of the alignment chart was meats, cheeses, lettuce, maybe, And then there was a sort of neutral one that was a wider variety of savory ingredients. So things like in that column was a burrito, for example. The true neutral, or maybe further down in that area, was a burrito. The stuff in a burrito is not savory, but it is not traditionally a group of things you'd expect to find in a lot of sandwiches. Rice and beans and not normally sandwich things. The flavor profile is vaguely still pretty similar to normal sandwich fillings, but it's just a bit less traditional, right? And then there was the chaotic, or the rebellious category, where it was just anything being sandwiched can be a sandwich, right? And I guess to me, it feels like what's good about that, what was interesting about that to me is that it's a word cloud thing, basically. It's a way of talking about sandwiches where you focus on the thing being sandwich-like versus something else. Where I can agree with this patty steak sandwich, steak patty steak sandwich, is that I'm not sure what else you would call it besides a sandwich, I guess, but it kind of feels like it's just a lot of beef. You could order steak and have it be 2 steaks, and it's just a bunch of steak. I don't know. To me, there's a thing about sandwichness where it's easier to eat the food sandwiched, or it's not harder to eat the foods sandwich. That to me is in the word cloud of sandwichness. And this thing that you're describing really violates that idea a lot. It would be far easier to eat this if it was not in a sandwich. Now, the rib sandwich was pretty unarguably also harder to eat together than apart. In fact, I'll be honest with you, after the video, I did take it apart to finish eating it because it was just that much easier and it was hurting my jaw. But the point I'm trying to make is you could make those ingredients actively much easier to eat. Ribs can be messy to eat, right? There's clearly something to be gained philosophically from sandwiching ribs. You could make it much easier to eat. That's not the only thing about sandwiches. That is a thing, I would argue, about sandwiches. Whereas this is a case where sandwiching these things makes them objectively significantly more difficult to eat, which why, you know? And so I guess that's more my objection. Again, I have a complicated response to this one. I definitely don't object to if people really think it's useful to call it a sandwich. On their menu, they probably just don't have a section that's not for sandwiches. Again, I still think this is mostly social media manipulation stuff, but I get that it could be convenient to put it in the sandwich section. I get that. At the same time, I sort of feel like it's being disingenuous with the definition of a sandwich because it kind of violates that word cloud thing intentionally, which I think is complicated, a little frustrating, but also very interesting. It was a very interesting question. When I have a negative answer about these things, I always want to clarify that it was a phenomenal question. I think it's great that you brought that up. In fact, that particular thing, patty steak, is a really good example of you're really pushing where that is a problem. I'm interested that you think that's a sandwich. I guess I can understand it's sandwiching, sure, but I guess what I'm saying is not that it isn't a sandwich. It's that I think it's silly to make it a sandwich, not to call it a sandwich. It shouldn't be a sandwich. It's currently in the form of a sandwich, but not for any good reason, except for marketing, which is not objectively a good reason. It's just yes, their marketing department should get a raise, whatever, you know. By the way, you're welcome, whatever people make that for advertising it. I don't know. Maybe it's not a fast food thing. Anyway, let's talk about something that also completely violates the precepts of what a sandwich cloud is. Well, not completely, but it's a little bit different. This is codename breakfast. Again, the we're being punished for our hubris, Carolyn and I, for trying to make these okay, let me explain. So it's a ham steak or a ham flank. A ham steak is what they're called where I live. It's not a deli slice of ham. It's a thick piece of ham. It's a ham steak. They're called where I live. And I cut a hole in the middle. Do you remember what I said however long ago? It's been 5 hours. I don't know when I said this. At some point, I said the thing about the egg in a basket. This is what I came up with for that. So this sandwich is a kind of a reverse egg in a basket. The bread, a reverse egg in a basket sandwich. The bread isn't an egg in a basket because that would get everywhere. The fillings, the sandwich ingredients in between, are the egg in a basket part, which, yeah. It's a little weird. This one had some problems. I'm looking forward to showing you the video about this one because, well, it's very imperfect. And I'm a perfectionist who had to really accept that there's no way to make this video be perfect. Not even close. I just have to deal with not being happy with like 10 things I've said so far. And it's felt liberating and very painful. But what are you going to do? Nervous laughter. Not a ton to say here. A couple of structural things I'll talk about later, but just the spices, two different spices that are kind of doing a similar thing, but they're made to be far apart so that you can distinguish their flavor. It's easy to perceive them as being kind of similar or unified. Paprika has this kind of smoky thing, and then even my non-smoked paprika, I think of smoked paprika when I eat it. Maybe that's what it is. And then cayenne pepper, a smoky flavor with cayenne, to me, really fuses into a smoky pepper flavor. And so I wanted to separate them as much as possible. The cheese is just glue here. And this is modeled after a very different thing. The request, I should tell you about that before we move on. So this one is also from, this is our first, one of our only repeat sandwiches. This one is also from Ragnavr. Did you end up with 2 in a row? Is that a thing I did? Anyway, you bought 2 sandwiches. Thank you. This one, the concept is a sandwich that mimics the shape of the Hesfazim alloy from Warframe. So I'm probably going to say that. I'm sure I said that in the review thing. But just to explain, it's a resource in a game that I play a lot, that I make Buildcraft videos about a lot more than about sandwiches, that it really looks like 3 pieces of bread. It's very similar to just 3 slices of bread. Kind of weirdly shaped slices of bread, mind you, but 3 weird slices of bread. And so we thought, wouldn't it be funny? And early on in WichCraft's development, I thought I was going to make a promo video on the main channel. And I ended up not doing that because I realized that it would be a much funnier sort of ambush April Fool's joke, but not, because we're 5 hours in. It's not a joke. I actually did make an 8-hour video about sandwiches. It's obviously not a joke at this point, where you could experience this thing. And so, yeah, I decided not to include a Warframe video related to it, but this was an inspiration that was there. You said in your request that you wanted it to be this. I'm going to read the actual request because that was my little paraphrase thing. Recreate the appearance of Hesfazim alloy from Warframe. 3 components of relatively similar appearance, 3 bread slices, etc. That still tastes good to eat. Making the exact shape of Hesfazim alloy isn't required, but the closer the better, so long as it isn't at the expense of flavor, texture, etc. So I went for the sandwich I'm about to show you in this clip. I went a little too far in the direction of not at the expense of flavor, texture, etc. I thought, okay, that inspires me to make this thing, which ended up being kind of far away from what I had in mind. But I'm going to talk about that a lot because I had a bunch of different ideas when you asked me this, and I chose to make this one. And if you make it correctly, you'll see what I mean in a minute, it's pretty good. And so I feel like it's kind of a shame to just turn around. That being said, I have a lot more to say about this one than I have had to say about the other ones because I made some creative choices here that are much more debatable than the ones I've made on previous ones. So I'll show you. Yeah, the names for this one are probably going to be a bit... Anyway. Behold, a sandwich concept from Ragnavr. The concept here is to make a sandwich that mimics the shape of the Hesfazim alloy from Warframe. It's a resource. Basically, 3 things of similar shape that are a sandwich. Now, the Hesfazim alloy, you could aesthetically match it more specifically. This is a sandwich more built around the concept, embracing the idea of a sandwich that is those 3 parts, and if it was 3 pieces of bread, well, that's not a sandwich, is it? But here we have, well, It's a dumpling, but the middle is not carbs, so it's a sandwich. Inside of this, there is an egg, and the way that I did that was by cutting out a circle in the piece of ham that you see here. So there's a circle inside, there's a little cavity inside, and I cracked an egg in there. The bottom is cooked. I left the top uncooked before we sandwiched it and then air fried it. So I hope it's not raw, / that it doesn't explode. Okay. This bite didn't really have egg yet. And it's pretty good. I mean, it's a piece of ham glued together with a bunch of cheese. Like, it's not gonna taste like garbage, you know? The question is this egg. That's not safe to eat. Oh boy. Technical difficulties. We'll be back in just a moment. And we are +1 food safe egg. Just looking into the camera, that just looks like a food safe egg right there, doesn't it? So, let's have a brief discussion about what's going on here. The sandwich I explained is made by, you take a piece of ham and then you cut a circle out in the ham and you make like an eggs in a basket. I ate these a lot growing up. Usually a circle in a piece of bread, and then you put an egg in and fry it, and then usually the yolk is runny and it's nice, right? So the idea here was you bite into it and the egg will yolk and it'll be tasty. But I counted too much on carryover cooking, and the yolk was just runny, and that's gross and not safe. So yeah, be careful. I mean, this is a technique thing. I'm not a chef. It's probably not hard to make this work. It's me, you know? You can see the sandwiches dried out a lot more from being baked. Kind of too long, but okay. Yeah. The yolk is probably not going to explode. Also, it's probably too hot, but it's good. The long air frying gave it this nice crispy texture and also a bit of sweetness. This bread has a bit of sugar, and the ham will, I don't know if it's technically caramelizing, but that's the kind of flavor it is, you know. It's browned. I browned it in the pan before. This is one where maybe there should be a cross section. But suffice it to say, when you get to the yolky part, it's good. My webcam doesn't seem to think so, but trust me, it is. It's good. Yeah, it's nice. It's definitely all about the cooking process. It's also, you know, you have to cut off the sides to make it look like this shape, unless your ham steaks are exactly the shape of your bread, which they're not. So that's wasteful. You know, we just air fried the scraps and ate them anyway, but that's not ideal, you know. It's good. There are a lot of ways you could have taken this concept. I wanted one that was tasty, and I don't know if this is a success in that department. But there are lots of other ways, you know, you could iterate on the idea. It's good. I glued it together with some more cheese. It needed some more cheese. That part's quite good. I'll try to take a bite of the center. It's just really, to be honest, it's too hot right now, but that was just ham. Yeah. Delicious. But as you saw, some problems. So yeah, the carryover cooking thing. This is probably not as much of a problem as I think it is, but it is an issue. So we'll talk about it a little bit. So what happened was I was thinking, oh, if you put a not that cooked egg into a pocket where the heat is trapped, there'll be more carryover cooking. That is, the heat that's there will not leave and it will cook it more. And then I'm putting it in an air fryer for, a short time. so it should be cooked, right? And it totally wasn't for a long time. I don't really understand why. I have cooked things in the air fryer before that the inside needed to get cooked. You know, something like a spring roll, or what were those things I had? Anyway, they were little puff pastry things filled with jalapeno and cream cheese. They were tasty. They're not thin. You know, they're thick. There's stuff inside that needs to get hot, and they cook just fine. And I put this thing in the air fryer for like 10 minutes, and the egg yolk was still raw. It wasn't even cooked, but not enough yet. It was unchanged. I do not understand why. It might be because the ham had a lot of thermal mass, maybe, but I really don't know. So that's a bit of a struggle. But I guess in a way it's good in that means if your egg is the way you want it, when you put it in the bread and then you air fry it or whatever, then it's good, right? So I guess in that way it's fine. I suppose. I don't know. So that's a difficulty. Trying to get it there on the stovetop, getting the egg like that is a thing you should do. I don't know if I mentioned this in the little review. Browning both sides of the ham steak on the stovetop is tasty. You should do that. I wasn't sure. I thought maybe it'd be too dry or something. What made it too dry was me messing up the egg yolk. If you cook your egg normally and your ham steak normally, you should be fine. If you buy a cooked one and then you have the hole and you crack the egg in, I brown both sides of my ham steak first. You probably don't have to do that. Don't do that. But now let's talk about the elephant in the room, or we'll talk about it a little bit, then we'll look at names, and then we'll talk about the elephant in the room, which is it doesn't look at all like three separate things. Now it looks kind of like unit, but then the one in the middle is a different colored unit. Sort of, I guess, you know, but overall, this one, I decided to go far in the direction of a sandwich that is kind of doing a thing with the cube rule where, you know, something in the word cloud of sandwiches, for this definition we've been kind of talking about and building over the course of this video, is this idea that there's a significant difference between the sandwiching components and the sandwiched components. And one of those differences is generally that the stuff inside the sandwich is not a monolith and it's not all solid. This is a sandwich that violates that. This is a sandwich that is basically a dumpling. It's just, or a calzone or something. But the central slice, so think about the cube rule. So we have carb, and then the other four faces are there, they exist, and so it's a dumpling or a calzone or something, but they're not carbs. They're a sandwich filling, you know, they're an ingredient inside a sandwich, which interested me as something that was sort of playing with that definition and making something tasty that I wanted to make. This sandwich came from a lot of places, so I kind of ran with the idea, but it doesn't really look like the alloy. Here's what I was thinking when I made this. There's a style of stuffed French toast, Hong Kong style stuffed French toast, where it's 3 slices of your store-bought white bread. One of them you cut a little window out and you put, you know, some egg custard, Nutella, lots of stuff. And to me, that's it. Like, that is the thing, you know. You could very easily, well, not very easily, but it wouldn't be hard. It would be a bit chefy, which I avoided. But this was already a bit chefy. Anyway, whatever. To get 3 slices of bread, fluffy white bread or whatever, cut it in the shape of the Hesfazim alloy from Warframe, and kind of stagger them the way the resource is shown in game. You know, you can look this up and see what it's supposed to look like. Or if you play Warframe, you've probably seen this. It's a mining resource from Orb Valis, right? From Fortuna Orb Valis, not from Plains of Eidolon or Cambion Drift, I think. Anyway, so you could make it look like that and even stagger them, but then just have the little window where there was stuff inside, you know, be appropriately placed so it would still be inside, and yet make it look exactly like the thing from the game. You could. I felt like it was more interesting to take that idea and make it be something that you can just make. It's not arduous to make. If you just have a hand steak, you could just cut out that circle and make an egg in a basket with it and put it in a sandwich, and it's pretty good. And you don't have to cut off the crusts or whatever, and it'll just be a unit and it'll work. I thought that was more interesting. But I feel that it's important to describe how I got there, because when you said Hespism alloy thing, it's very clearly inspired by that, but it doesn't really look anything like it. And I feel like I failed you in that way. And so this is one that I'd be interested to do again. I mean, obviously, because it just wasn't perfect the first time. It was good. I think I would be interested in French toasting it. I would want thicker bread as well. I would be interested in that thing that I made that you saw, dip it in batter and French toast it. Like, make it a piece of a blob of French toast. That'd be nice. I totally make a custard overnight and then do that to it. It'd be tasty. I used brioche in mine. I probably wouldn't do that if you're going to make French toast. I think for my taste, it would just be too sweet. Maybe you like that. Let's talk about naming it, shall we? Because it's an absurd amalgam of a thing. There are a few more Warframe related sandwiches in this project. One more at least that's very Warframe related. And this one is... Anyway, let's hear these names. The Caged Max. Okay. After the German egg on ham on bread named Stremmermax. I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly. Okay. Caged Max is kind of a nice... That's got some impact. I like that. The Properly Peppered Pothole. Get it? Because ham has a cutout that looks like a pothole and it goes well with P words. I'll show myself out. Hey, nothing wrong. Hey, no, not at all. It's fine. By the way, I want to, okay. The rest of these, this is a particularly ridiculous batch. These names, I mentioned before that you can't really detect who's submitting the names using... by using how they case their words. You know, they're not all like proper nouns. This batch, they're all like proper nouns. So that suggests to me that the same person, it's not, you know, there's been like 7 to 9 names for each sandwich. They're not all from the same batch of people. It seems like sometimes different people are picking and choosing different ones, which is fine. It's just really interesting to me. So, okay. Cage Max, Properly Peppered Pothole. I don't like thinking of it as a pothole. The Undercover Egg Witch. Okay, that's fun. I like the undercover. That's a fun. The egg is it's in a tank. It's a Panzer tank sandwich. I don't know why. Anyway, the Peppery Piggy. Okay. Personally, you know, these sandwiches, they've had a lot of animal products, okay? But I don't want to overly glorify how many. A lot of them, it's just what was requested. There's no way out except animal products. In fact, I actually have a solution to that at the end of this hour. But anyway, I don't love that kind of name, to be honest with you. I think it's a little upsetting. I don't take pleasure in animals being not well off. And as much as I try to buy good animal products, it is true that, you know, they're not in a good place a lot of the time in a lot of parts of the world. Animals should be treated better than they are. So I don't know. I take no pleasure in that. I'm sorry if that's me killing your fun. It's a perfectly fine name. But the Breakfast Club, okay, that makes me worried. I immediately thought of the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, which... Anyway, let's move on. Eggs and Wakey. Ooh, that one's kind of fun. Eggs and Wakey. Interesting. Why the... Just because it's a breakfast sandwich. Okay, yeah. Eggs and there's no bakey. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay, this next one is a bit out there. Perseus steals the Graeae's eye. Graeae apostrophe S. The Graeae's eye. I like the idea that this sandwich is like a myth. It's like a story. In Magic the Gathering, another notorious buildcrafting game that I have played for my whole life. Magic the Gathering's first set premiered the year I was born. Magic the Gathering and I are the same age. Magic the Gathering and I have had the same lifespan. I've played Magic my whole life. And in Magic the Gathering, there's a card type called a Saga, a really fun new card type. They're enchantments, so you play them and they stay in play. And then every one of the next 3 or 4 turns, usually, they have an effect, usually different effects, that are meant to sort of tell a story. And the art on the card generally tells parts of a story, like a tablet or a mosaic or something that's showing you a story. And then the saga goes away, and so you're sort of playing, invoking that historical event, which is just cool. I like the idea that this is a saga from Magic the Gathering. That's cool. And the final name is the Chunky Irish. The Chunky Irish. Sure. Oh, there's more. A heavy, meaty sandwich with some red-headed spice to it at the top of your morning. Okay, now it sounds vaguely sexy. I don't know which one for this one. Perseus steals the Graia's eye. I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly. It's been a long time since my Latin classes, but that's a fun one. I have fun with the concept of that one. I like the idea of it being a saga. Nate calling it the Saga is not a bad name, if they're all gonna have a the. I also like the Caged Max. I'm not familiar with the German egg on ham on bread thing, but that's a good name, a strong name. Obviously, we're naming children here. These are people that we're naming, so I'm going to write the Saga into my notes, but I'm very curious to see if anybody will revolt and claim that one of those names is far superior or have a name of their own. Cool. This was a fun one. We also got really far into this hour talking about this one, which is not a bad thing. There's a lot to say about a lot of these. I didn't expect that this little segment, full disclosure, when I was sketching this out, I didn't expect that these segments where I talk, transition, sandwich blueprint, sandwich video where I eat it, sandwich naming thing, I didn't think that those would take up so much relatively of the time. I don't think it's bad. That's great. It's actually a pleasant surprise. I didn't think, I don't know. So for this one, what I'm gonna do is spend the remaining time this hour and then half of the time in the next hour talking about EyePatchNotes' our topic. So I'm going to read you that, and then it's very related to these sandwiches around it, so I want to talk about it there. This hour is something I talked about it before a little. I touched on it before. Is about ingredient economy. So I'll read you the request. May I request a discussion on ingredient economy in WichCraft? I like the idea that the act of trying to optimize your sandwich is now named WichCraft. Like, the WichCraft is not the name of the series anymore, but the name of that action, which is we're WichCrafting. I don't know. That's fun. It goes without saying that a delicious sandwich requires a handful of ingredients, a few slices of cheese here, slabs of meat there, and usually some layered carbs. Ha, 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 ha. It's funny because EyePatchNotes commissioned the sandwich with the 2 chicken cutlets. Ha, ha, ha. But what of an odd number of ingredients versus an even number? Should cheese come in 10-slice bundles? What are the implications of using 3 slices instead of 2? 2 slices instead of 1? This concept can be applied to any part of the sandwich since flavor and cost are, unfortunately, not hand-waved by video game logic. Indeed, a big difference between our normal video game build crafting realm and this one in the real world that has been very challenging for this project is that you can't just hand wave the amount of a food you need to get. I mentioned earlier how getting bread actually for this project was by far the most difficult part, not because it's hard to find a different bread, but because almost all of the sandwiches in this video have different bread. I think only one of them doesn't. So there were 6 different breads. I can't eat 6 loaves of bread. What? No, And so, we froze some of them. We really plowed through them and ate a bunch of sandwiches. It went pretty well, but one of them went bad. And I feel bad about wasting some of that loaf of bread. I was a little tight on time. The next round of sandwiches, I have longer to do them. So it shouldn't be as much of a problem, sure, but that's been tricky. And so it's interesting you asked this, because the number of cheese slices in the package thing, that's a really, not in a bad way, a very obvious, a really good example. It's the best example. But the example I actually ran into was just bread. They're just too much bread. Anyway, I've eaten so much bread in the past couple of weeks. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot to say with this subject. I think the place to start is to talk about a little bit of what we talked about in Liliana's hour, which had to do with making sandwiches that are small and smallened, perhaps, as a way to kind of finish off the number of ingredients. But I want to combine that with a discussion about what I said before about the number of slices of cheese in a sandwich with the bread of the size that I have with other ingredients, and how I said that for a while I was always doing 3. So going back all the way back to the sauerkraut sandwich, this sandwich started life as something much more complicated. What it used to be was, get ready, cheddar cheese, ham, sauerkraut, ham, cheddar cheese, ham, sauerkraut, ham, cheddar cheese. On the top, there was Dijon mustard, and on the bottom, I put delicious. I wish I could have featured it in a sandwich. I might try to find a way to squirrel it in. Za'atar. It's a condiment made with, it's mostly sesame seeds with, what's that called? Sumac, I think. It's a citrusy herb, and thyme. Also a lot of thyme. And then you kind of make it into a paste with olive oil. It's very tasty, really refreshing. Whenever I eat that delicious condiment, I have za'atar and some bread, and I have the most amazing, I know this is gross, but just hiccups and burps and my body releasing pressure. And I know that's disgusting, but I don't care. It's delicious. It's really good. You should go get some of this thing. It's tasty. Among the many things that I've been putting on sandwiches, one thing I did starting this project was get a ton of different things that are not common in the part of the world where I live, and just put them on bread and eat them. And a lot of them were gross because I don't know what they're supposed to be for, but a lot of them were really good. And I love them, and I would love to know more about sandwiches made in the place that thing comes from, because it was delicious. It was so good. So that's something I look forward to. In fact, I hope no one feels bad, but I was actually kind of hoping that some of the sandwiches here would let me steal things from cultures that I don't know as much about. And by steal, I mean revere in an 8-hour video about sandwiches and then eat myself a lot, which it happened a little bit. But anyway, it's still been really interesting. You still got me trying those things, but yeah, you should totally try. Go get some za'atar. I've gotten it both pre-mixed up and also dry, and then you add your own olive oil. I like the add your own olive oil. I want to add good olive oil. Olive oil is, talking about our thing about ingredients that give you a good marginal benefit. You can get if you haven't tried more, get a more expensive olive oil. I mean, you might get a bad one. That's always the bad thing, but olive oil can taste really different from other olive oils are not, it's not like olive oil is olive oil is olive oil. You get some good olive oil. There's a huge difference between not great olive oil and great olive oil. Although cooking it does reduce that difference in some cases. Sometimes increases it, but usually I find it reduces it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, olive oil is really good for you too, so it's not a bad investment, but it is expensive. I understand that. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. The point is I'd like to use my own olive oil for my za'atar. And speaking of condiments, I actually don't really remember why I got on this topic, but the condiments that I tried are great because, well, you get a lot of them and you generally don't waste any. You know, you can use the last bit and then just add more. I now do remember what I was talking about. I was talking about how the sauerkraut sandwich used to be 3 pieces of cheese and another pocket of sauerkraut. And I changed that for reasons I kind of talked about earlier in this video. But the point I was trying to make is that it's not like that was bad. You could solve the problem of the number of cheese slices in your package not being adequate by making 2 versions of every sandwich and making sure that they add up to the number of cheese slices you have. Now, I somewhat sardonically suggested when we first got this question in that, you know, you're basically saying, okay, well, my pack of cheese is 10 and a sandwich might take 3. And 3 times 3 is 9 and not 10. And I said, okay, yes, but 10 times 3 is 30, you know? But that doesn't mean it's not a problem. For cheese, I do think it's sort of not a problem in the sense that you can buy 3 packages of cheese, and as long as you're eventually going to use it. If you're just going to try it, that's bad, of course. But as long as you're eventually going to use it, it works out in the sense that you know, it's cheese. It keeps fine for a few weeks. But there are a lot of things you might put in your sandwich, like bread, that do not keep fine. and so it's a huge problem, don't get me wrong. I just think cheese is, in a way, a phenomenal example. You really did me a favor giving me such a good example to start with that I had things to say about. At the same time, I think there are other parts of a sandwich that are way more of a problem than that. Another kind of problem that I want to suggest is so the problem with the cheese is that you buy an amount where it's numerical and you might not need the exact number of units that you have, and then you have an extra and you have to figure out what to do with it, right? And then there's kind of another category of the same problem where sometimes you can't buy little enough of a perishable food that you want to use as an ingredient, and you would have to eat a ridiculous amount of it to get rid of it all in time. This is where salad greens come in. You will notice that in this video, there are very few, vegetables to go along with my blondie that is continuing to join in the discussion from below. And part of the reason for that is that making this many sandwiches, I knew that if I bought some salad greens, which I wanted to put on a few sandwiches, they would all go bad. I would not be able to eat all of it before I would use it on one sandwich. I'd have a million other sandwiches to work on. Okay, but and then they would be wasted. And it's not as bad a problem it's not as easy a problem as the bread, because there's so much more than I need. There's way too much, and maybe I should just eat more salad, I guess. But I eat tons of vegetables, though. I'm just not personally the biggest fan of greens, of salad greens is what I mean. I eat a lot of asparagus, a lot of radishes, a lot of, what else do I eat? A lot of broccoli, cauliflower from time to time, a lot of asparagus and radishes as well. I like radishes. Radishes are good for you. You should eat radishes. You should air fry your radishes. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. You should put garlic powder on your radishes. Okay, thank you. It's really good. Please do it. And then air fry them. Also, you should air fry them, and you should buy an air fryer. Okay. This segment brought to you by EyePatchNotes, who paid me to buy multiple air fryers and make a sandwich and talk about ingredient economy for an entire hour. He didn't ask me to do this part, but he might as well have, though. Yeah, and so there's kind of 2 problems there. So I wanted to sort of lay out basically what I think the problems are, what the sort of premise of the idea of needing to ingredient economize your sandwiches. And I suggested one solution already a little, which was the idea that you could make multiple versions of a sandwich that use amounts that add, you have 10 pieces of cheese, okay, and you make a version of your sandwich that requires that cheese that requires 2 slices and a version that requires 3. Or you could maybe make a really mini version, but for 3 slices at a time, I find it hard to believe you could make a sandwich that is 1/3 the size of the previous one. Half is kind of easy because you can just make a fold over sandwich a lot of the time. And we're going to talk about those in this segment, but I think it's a bit more complicated than it's a lot more complicated than that. And something that you mentioned, EyePatchNotes, that I think is good to dig into is the idea of large numbers of ingredients. Like when you get a large number of individual ingredients, they're not divisible. It's not a sauce. It's not salad greens or whatever. You mentioned, for example, like pepperoni in, a bag, and you maybe get 150. and you're going to put between 20 and 30 on a sandwich, and you're not going to count a lot of the time, or you are, because it's going to be a problem. For those, you can say, oh, we'll just eat them afterward. But there are things that you would consider putting on a sandwich that you would be at a loss for what to do. I mean, this is cooking in general. You often get things and you want the thing for that recipe. You would be at a loss for what to do with it if it wasn't in that recipe, right? And so, I don't know. I feel like that's a relevant thing to point out. So anyway, we're going to take a brief little status report break. And then we will resume our conquest. And we'll talk about this for the rest of this hour and then a little bit more in the next one, because the sandwich at the end of this hour has to do with this concept as well. And the veggies thing that I talked about a bit more. So, I'm going to be honest with you folks. My head is starting to hurt a little. It's just because I had a bunch of sugar after not, eating a bunch of sugar. By and large, my stomach, my gut, is pretty healthy, and then I just ate a really big sugary bar because I'm treating myself because I'm recording for 8 hours. So that's why I'm fine. But admittedly, I do feel a little odd, but mostly fine. I'm not really tired, which I guess you would expect, but yeah, I'm also pleased that it's so beautiful outside. It's been nice. I mentioned earlier my heat is broken, and I thought that was going to be way more of a pain. It's actually fine in here. It will not be fine. Like I'm very frustrated that they won't fix it because I've asked quite a few times now. But I was very worried that I was going to be sweltering this whole time. I wore this more workouty shirt, which I think is a little less presentational, but yeah, it looks fine, I hope. Because I was worried about being way too hot and looking like a grubby mess while doing this and not being able to wash up, or I did consider making a little segment in the middle of this thing where I would put on a thing and then take a shower for 20 minutes in the middle, if that was how it was going to be. But anyway, that didn't end up being necessary, which pleases me greatly. I'm already concerned enough about putting an 8-hour video of myself on the internet. You can never go back, like I'm immortalizing this version of myself on the internet. This mild acne that I have right now, I can never escape it. This is now permanent. I look like this forever now. And that will never leave me. It will haunt me forever. No, I mean, it's fine. Whatever. I'm a big boy. I can deal with it. That being said, this video might be seen by a lot of people for the first time. A lot of you watching this video are probably people from my main channel audience, from the Zandy Pants channel audience, that have not watched the Pantaloon Saloon channel, which looks like this all the time, and haven't watched my Twitch stream. I know that because the view count is so low, relatively low. Which is fine. I'm just saying, maybe you don't like those things. That's fine. If you're interested, you should check them out, but it's fine if you don't like them. I'm being silly. But also, so you don't know what I look like. You didn't know what I looked like until now. And I hope, the thing you tell yourself when you have bad skin, or if you have, a minor injury on your face or something, and you're worried about how people think you'll look, of course, is to remember that after a few minutes, their brain kind of drowns it out. So stop bringing it up, is what you should say to yourself. You're making it more visible than it would be, right? Yeah, I know. Anyway, it feels like an interesting meta element. I also wanted to briefly celebrate that at 5.5 hours or so, this is now easily the longest video I've ever made. Easily. I think I've never put up a stream archive that was this long, to my knowledge, and certainly those streams were not nearly as when I say good, I mean organized, polished, followable as this. This is fairly organized. Come on, sure, right? As we finish up our little break segment, this is by far the longest one-take video I've made ever, although maybe having the little segments in between is cheating, so I don't care. Let's talk about ingredient economy a bit more. quite a bit more, because we need solutions. I wish that I had a formula to tell you how to fit everything in. When we make builds in video games, we often have such a formula. There is often a one build to rule them all in games like Warframe, for example, where you basically just check off your multipliers: base damage, multi-shot, crit chance, crit damage, a good elemental combo, and then status chance, and then, you know, you got a mod slot left. You figure it out. And this is true in lots of games. Look at what multipliers exist and then get all of them is the way to do good damage. In Genshin Impact, you have damage percent, attack percent, and crits, broadly speaking. Get all three of those things. You will do very good damage. It's not always the best way to build, but it's pretty much always a good way to build. And having that kind of touchstone of an easy formula like that is helpful. With sandwiches, again, you can't. This is what EyePatchNotes means when they say you can't hand wave it with video game logic. You can't. You have to deal with what's there. And so we have to think of not just a way, but many creative ways to use these things. And a lot of that, this frustrates me. What I think is the biggest problem about this topic is, if you're a chef, this is easy because you know lots of recipes. You can just use this stuff in some way. You're saying, if you're a chef, well, what's the problem with that thing full of greens? You just use them, like a recipe that would use that much. I just don't know how to cook anything that I like that uses that much of that thing, you know? And to be fair, with things like bread, a lot of this, I mean, it's funny about bread. Bread is versatile in sandwiches, but I would argue that bread is not at all versatile for normal cooking, for normal applications. It's not. There's not a bunch of stuff I'm waiting to use bread for besides sandwiches. Bread crumbs, sort of, you know. We did do that with some of the bread, actually. It got really hard and we shaved it up into breadcrumbs, put it on some mac and cheese. That was fine, I guess, but you know, how much bread are you? Anyway, you get the point. You could fry things in it, I suppose. You know, there are things you can do with it, don't get me wrong. It's not that easy, that's all. And so we have to think of many different solutions that are all accessible to make it not require you to be a chef to use all your ingredients. And may I say, I think this is a really noble question because it's important not to waste ingredients on these things. Now, I think sandwiches, being that they're so easy to construct comparatively, they do check one box of not letting your ingredients spoil, which is that besides just having too much, the other reason ingredients go bad is for the average person is commonly that they would need to cook the ingredient. It would be rather involved to consume it, and so they just don't have time, right? And sandwiches are really good for that because you're using mostly ingredients that you don't need to do anything else to, or what you need to do is rather minimal to consume them. Otherwise, they maybe keep for a little while. There are also a good number of sandwich ingredients that keep rather well. Bread doesn't, but cured meats and cheeses keep pretty well most of the time. So that's good. And that's a lot of sandwiches. Again, this has been so far, very animal product focused WichCraft. And not all of it will be. As I said, the sandwich coming up is pretty not that. That being said, a lot of those things do keep pretty well. That's all. Eggs keep fine. Sure. So it's the bread. I feel like it's the bread a little bit, because if you were going to make little smaller sandwiches with your remaining cheese and stuff, you know, I don't want to overblow the problem. It's true that, you know, you've got one slice of cheese left, you have 5 pepperonis left. You can just fold them over in a piece of bread and eat them. But that's the thing. If you're going to sandwich, I mean, you could just eat them. That's fine. But if you're going to sandwich them, the point is, the bread has to not go bad, you know? So what I did for this part, and this is a little unfulfilling because it means you don't get this part of the answer now. What I did is I froze a couple of different kinds of bread, and because I had to, but also to experiment for this part, and because I knew this was going to be in the first video. And so I'm going to unfreeze those by video 2, and I'll make a point of, actually, I didn't write down what sandwich that will be for, so I'll do that, actually. Let me go jot that down, and then when we get to that sandwich, I'll bring it up again as a way to sort of say, you know, I froze these, and it went pretty well. Mention in, I can't tell you what the sandwich is, that how the bread froze and kept and such. Yep. I can do that. So that's one thing. Figuring out what to do with the bread is what I'm getting at. Speaking of that, though, my experience has been kind of complicated on that front. One thing that I found really enlightening in the past couple of months of my life, as I was thinking about having all this food, is I watched a video unrelated to WichCraft on the surface, where somebody was talking about how, you know, people's veggies go bad. They wanted people to eat more vegetables. They were a food YouTuber who wanted people to eat more vegetables. And they talked about how a lot of people's vegetables go bad because they store them in a way that doesn't make any sense. And I kind of understood that at first, in the sense that, you know, if you buy apples or bananas or whatever, and you leave them in a bag, they secrete, they off-put a compound that makes them get riper. You know, they get more ripe while they're in that compound. If you don't give them open air, they're gonna go bad. That's how that works. Like, that is how that works. I was thinking of it because there is a type of apple, and a very deliberately made apple called a Cosmic Crisp. If you haven't had these, not sponsored or anything, but they're very good. They're a hybrid of a Honeycrisp and an Empire apple. Basically, they're shatteringly crisp, explosively crisp, juicy, and they have this beautiful, they're red, they look like pretty normal apples, but they have these speckles. That's why they were named Cosmic Crisps. And the big thing about them is they keep forever, like 6 months. You buy one and leave it there, and it's good, shatteringly crisp, explode with delicious apple flavor in your mouth for like half a year, which is awesome for a lot of reasons. They're really expensive for an apple. I mean, all of you can afford one, but I'm just saying that, you know, I wouldn't buy a bunch of them as your only apple all the time if you eat a lot of apples. But they're very good. You should totally try one. Go buy one, try it. They're nice. Very good eating apple. Anyway, so, you know, when you have those, they can keep for a long time. But the point I was getting at is that they'll go bad if you leave them in a bag together. Now, we recently bought some, and Anna, my partner, no offense at all, but happened to leave them in a bag, and I didn't notice, and one of them got kind of mushy, even though they're literally engineered to not go bad for a long time, because we didn't keep them the way that they keep them in the supermarket. They keep them out in the open air, right? And so going to your supermarket, this was the breakthrough for me, was I understand stuff like that, but when you go to the supermarket, I mean, they don't know what they're doing with a lot of things, but what they do know about is keeping their product from going bad before they can get money for it, right? And so when I buy asparagus, and I buy a lot of asparagus, it's in a little water. The way I buy it anyway, they're standing up in little bundles in water. So the bottom of it's like a flower, basically. They're in water. And of course they're doing that because the tubes inside the asparagus are intaking water to stay fresh, right? And it keeps them fresher longer. So if you bring them home and you put them in your fridge and you leave them in that biodegradable bag that they have at the supermarket that you take away your food in, if that's what you're taking away your food in, or whatever more sustainable bag you're using, and you keep them in there, they're gonna go bad. Don't keep them like that. Do what the supermarket is doing as much as you can. So what we've done is put a wet towel. We have a towel that's dedicated for this, and we wet it a little bit and put it in a drawer dedicated for these things that keeps it nice and humid for them, humid and cold. And they taste way better for way longer. They can be 10 days and they taste much, much better than they would if you kept them out. And so another part of this, the topic I'm on in general, is making the foods that would go bad before you have enough time to use them last longer so that you don't have to worry about that so much, and so that you don't buy a bunch of ingredients you intend to use but then they spoil, right? But again, we come back to this problem with bread. I increasingly feel like bread is practically the only problem here. When you buy one of those bins of salad greens, that's bad, of course, because whatever is going to make the salad greens go bad, I mean, they're packed in there. Have you bought one of those things before? If you buy one of those bins and take all the greens out of it and then try to put them back in, screw you, because it's literally impossible. they're really I mean, it's not, but they're literally jammed in there. And of course, because of the way salad greens work, you could eat literally all of that and you would not really have eaten that much, because it's water. It's crunchy water, right? I'm not saying in a bad way. It's just that's what it is. And so I guess you could just eat it all. For a lot of these things, the question remains, but can't you just eat it? And I feel like the only thing for which that's not true is bread. it's the bread. We got to figure out what to do about the bread. I don't know what to do about the bread. More things with bread, more sandwiches. So one beginning of a solution, which is going to be refuted by this sandwich I'm going to show you in a minute, is to make it so you have sandwiches designed to be versatile with what bread you use. And here's where I need to apologize, because I've made WichCraft largely selecting a type of bread specifically for that sandwich. I did that to make a point about the fact that you can deliberately choose something that makes more sense for that sandwich. The cheeses, a lot of the cheeses are different, a great variety of cheeses. I love cheese, so that is not a problem, and it keeps fairly well. But I did that, again, to make the point, to invite you to think about, don't just put cheese on it. You can pick a cheese that will taste better than some other cheese. You can pick something that is sharp and bitter in a way that you want, kind of wake you up sandwich. You can pick something that is, spicy or has a creamier texture. You can pick something that melts better. You can pick something with some utility, and I've demonstrated that throughout this so far. And we're about to get to that again, actually, that has some utility. And so I've been varying those, and the bread, back to the bread, to make a point, to demonstrate that there is a choice to be made that's interesting and that tasty, But again, I feel like I want to clarify and apologize a little bit, because I don't want to give you the idea that you somehow need to use these breads or it doesn't taste good. And indeed, on the blueprints, I tried to specify, or to not specify, to talk about a category of bread or a flavor profile of bread. And then in discussing the construction of the sandwich, to talk about the structural integrity of the bread and not so much about the exact type of bread I used, because it doesn't matter. And talking about sandwiches and techniques for building sandwiches that are more versatile, that can use many different kinds of bread, is probably the best solution to this problem. I will continue trying, but I find it hard to believe we're going to come up with something better than that. Really, the way forward with the whole bread thing is to make your sandwiches very versatile, and don't just suddenly stop eating sandwiches. And then hopefully you can move through the ingredients fairly steadily. I do think there's a topic to come back to as well, about what I said before about mixing the different ingredients. You remember that example I gave about in a drink with rum in it? Splitting the rum between different kinds of rum can be really nice, but then when you do that with a sandwich, it can often make it feel kind of homogenous, like just sort of all the same. And I often think that doesn't blend that well. You need a critical mass of a thing for its flavor to stand up, I often feel, which I guess is why it works in drinks. Maybe I was suggesting it was because the drink is already homogenous, but that doesn't really make sense looking back. So I don't know. Anyway, that example, I do think that there's something you can do. And the previous sandwich, the breakfast sandwich, I kind of talked about this idea that one thing you can do to make a little of an ingredient stand out more in a sandwich is to get it away from other ingredients it could kind of lock onto. And in this next sandwich, we're going to talk a lot about ingredients locking on and creating a compound flavor, or a flavor that you wouldn't otherwise get, which can be good and it can be bad as well. It's kind of bad in the context of this ingredient economy topic, because it can make your one ingredient you have left kind of taste like nothing, but you can finagle that to maybe be not so bad. And there are times where having ingredients lock on and remind you of a flavor can be good. Portobello. So while making this sandwich, I discovered the frustrating reality that is the word portobello. So you may know that portobello mushrooms are just old, and by old I mean grown up, baby bella mushrooms, and they're the same mushroom. They're just at different stages of life. Portobellos are delicious. I think they're delicious. The spelling. This word is spelled at different times in different places. Portobello, portabello, portobella, and I have also heard portabella. Why? This is the antithesis of the idea of descriptivist language, where it's so descriptivist that it's different every single time you hear it said, which is maddening. Carolyn, thank you for rewriting these words at least twice, because I didn't understand that there kind of isn't a default correct spelling here, which is very frustrating, and told you that the spelling we had was wrong when there really isn't any reason it's wrong. So we wrote portobello. That's how I've seen it a lot of the time where I live. So we went with that. This is named all sorts of stuff all over the place. To me, it makes sense to say, they're baby bella mushrooms, right? I guess. So portobello, doesn't that make sense? Whatever. Anyway, this sandwich. Let's please don't make me talk about this word anymore. I hate it. This sandwich is from Samwise, who requested a vegan sandwich. So you've seen me alluding to the animal products thing the whole time. So this sandwich is vegan. There are a few things about that. The first one is this idea I talked about with flavor lock-on. The sauce in this sandwich is designed to make the portobellas, I don't even care anymore, fine, portobello, taste like meat. They're diced up portobello mushroom chunks, and then they've been marinated in a sauce that's mostly balsamic vinegar and Worcestershire sauce. Some Worcestershire sauce has animal products in it. I didn't have a problem finding one I didn't have to go out of my way to find one that didn't have animal products. Just be aware of that. I mean, if you're a person who cares about that, I'm sure you already know that, but anyway, that's the thing. And then again, you can see some ingredients of the sauce here, or it's actually pretty small. Yeah, you can just barely make them out. I'll read them. I got you covered. Let's make this nice and big. Balsamic vinegar, Worcestershire sauce, Dijon mustard, salt, cracked pepper, garlic powder, and dried parsley. It's mostly balsamic vinegar and Worcestershire sauce. And yes, it is not Worcestershire sauced, shoshed. Although it is confusing how we had to write sauced sauteed veggies over there. I get that that's confusing as well. Anyway, don't worry about the specific amounts. I mean, it's sauce. Just taste it till it tastes good. It's not raw or something. You can just put your finger in and taste it. Just keep in mind, it's supposed to be strong. It's going to be absorbing into those portobellos. The mushrooms are really good for this for a few reasons. Portobellos taste meaty anyway to a lot of people. I've never really found them that convincing on their own for this. Cut up into chunks like this and shellacked with sauce is a good way to make them taste meaty. But this is a little weird. You can see in the blueprint, and for this kind of sandwich, the order is not that helpful. So what are you going to do? Is that we ended up deciding to sauce the vegetables. I'll tell you, throughout this project, I made different sandwiches pretty varied numbers of times. Some of them I made them, and it was a sandwich I made all the time, or I really nailed it the first time, and I thought, oh, this is fine. We'll just go with this one. This is one of the ones that I made quite a few times. In fact, I think we made this about 4 times already. It's pretty good, not for nothing. But one of the reasons is that I wasn't really happy with the way the portobello mushroom chunks were browning. If you can get them browned, that tastes really good. But the thing about mushrooms is that they're porous. They soak up a lot of liquid, which means when you sear them in a pan, they don't burn easily. They don't You can't overcook them. I mean, you can, but it's absurdly difficult. You can cook them for a very long time or way shorter, and they can be done. They'll just be different. I think that they taste meatier if you really cook everything out of them. You cook them dry. If they have that sauce in them, what's going to happen when you marinate these is they're going to sponge up the marinade, which is good because it makes them taste like meat. It's bad because that means you will never get color on them. Or, I mean, your pan will burn and your smoke alarms will go off before you will ever get color on them. And personally, and I happen to know that Samwise also likes this as well, getting some color on them tastes really good. If you grill them, if you happen to have a grill, I don't, it's delicious, right? So putting the sauce on them is kind of like a no by default. You just kind of can't if you want that taste. You can do it. We did it. It tastes good. It's better if you don't, I think. I think it's better if you let the portobellas have a meaty flavor on their own and then flavor the rest of the sandwich like a meaty vegetable sauce. And those baby bella mushrooms, well, they don't have to be nice and crispy. They can soak up the sauce the same way. So you might be wondering, there are button mushrooms or baby whatever. There are other mushrooms. There's already portobello mushrooms. There are other mushrooms. That's why. They can sponge the sauce and do that thing, even if they're sliced up and stuff, where the portobellos can't. And by the way, a tip when you sear mushrooms in a pan, I would recommend starting with water, not oil. What's going to happen is, for the first little while, they're just going to absorb whatever fluid. You need to heat the mushrooms until they're chitin, the outside stuff on them, hardens and they don't absorb stuff anymore. This is what I've heard and experienced. And then after a little while, you can then use oil to help crisp them up more. The oil tastes good. Some olive oil on them tastes good. That's what we sauteed them in, or seared them in, or whatever you want to say. I'm talking about them like a steak because they're supposed to be steak. But the main thing is that you might want to start them in water, because otherwise they're just going to soak up any oil you put them in for a little while. So you might as well start them in water. They won't burn on the pan. They weren't going to brown anyway because they're full of water, and that will keep them from doing anything wrong. And then once their chitin has hardened and they're good to go and to dry out, then you can put some oil in. So that's what I recommend doing. Again, this one is more cookie, more chefy, but it's not hard. None of the things you have to do are any more difficult than just cooking some vegetables. So personally, I don't think it's a big deal. Don't be intimidated by this one. From an assembly perspective, this is the easiest sandwich by far in the entire project. There's very simple sandwiches coming up, but even then, there's a lot more to think about. This one, there is nothing. Like, you put the cheese on the insides of the bun, and you put this in. You put in the mushrooms and then the baby bellas. You can mix them together once they're the button mushrooms, whatever other mushrooms, your vegetable stuff, you put it in the middle. It tastes really good. I want to remind my future self to talk, after I show you this sandwich, to talk about sweet vermouth in the sauce, because I wanted to experiment with that more. I ran out before I could try it. Anyway, whatever. I'll talk about it when I come back. Here's the sandwich. Behold, a sandwich concept by Samwise. The idea here was to make a vegan sandwich that is filling enough for a whole meal. As you can see, it is a delicious cheese steak made with portobello mushrooms for a nice meaty flavor. So, we'll give it a try, see if it can live up to the feeling of a satisfying meat sandwich. It's not always easy to make completely not at all meat taste like meat, but we're going to hope that this one can do the trick. And we'll talk about it more once I've had a taste. Before we go in for a taste, though, you can see that I've put it in this sleeve. So this was largely for cooking. This is it's just aluminum that I shaped. I briefly put this in an air fryer. You could put it in an oven or something. You could not put it in anything and be fine. But I do think that melting the cheese, or what I'm using for cheese, we'll get back to that in a minute, a little bit is nice. Anyway. Oh, okay, we'll take a bite. Maneuver around the oil sleeve here. Although this is pretty accurate to how I've often gotten Philly cheesesteak sandwiches. This is hardly an authentic one. All right, here we go. As usual with this kind of sandwich, first bite is a bit bready. You really got to get to, now you can really see it, right? And you can see that the autofocus is seeing it now. Glorious. One thing I'm going to come back to in a minute, the non-dairy cheese that I used didn't really melt the way I wanted it to. You could buy a vegan cheese sauce. That's a thing. I also tried making a vegan cheese sauce. The texture was good. It tasted like a cheese sauce. The flavor was not good. It didn't really taste like anything. You can spice it. The flavor of cheese, that's hard. The advantage here is that a lot of the time a cheesesteak comes with a sauce, or it's cheese, but the flavor, it's mostly that you get this kind of gooey, cheesy meltiness, in between each of the little nuggets of steak or whatever. That's the thing that I think that's the more important flavor thing to replicate. Anyway, let's take a bite of the actual good part. So again, as I showed you before, autofocus. Save me? Yes, there you go. Good job. Good job, autofocus. There we go. So you can see this is a sort of sub-style sandwich. You don't have to make it this way. This is a sandwich where the filling's flying out. And it's a filling style sandwich, a stuffed category sandwich, if you will. And the fillings coming out is pretty much the primary concern here. I tried a lot of different kinds of bread. This is actually just a roll. I'm meant to be a steak roll. And it works fine. If you could get a big, huge Italian sub-roll piece of bread, you want something fluffy, you want something spacious, probably just white bread. The thing about this kind of sandwich is the filling is so flavorful that Worcestershire sauce, balsamic vinegar, if you put in some of the sweet vermouth that I mentioned, that will really round out the meaty, beefy flavor. The flavor of the filling is very strong. You don't need any more. It's also quite salty, so you don't really need more. I'm going to take one more bite. Bit of filling there. Yeah, it's pretty good. Solid sandwich, not very hard to make. The sauce is doing a lot of the work here, but it doesn't really taste like mushrooms. That was a portobello mushroom. If you don't like mushrooms, I think this is probably fine. Because it just tastes like a pan sauce. Not in a bad way. It's good, but this might be very good. This type of sandwich I always struggle with because it's just a mess. It's a complete mess, right? I'm looking at it thinking this is way too much. It's a mess, right? It already kind of, is breaking the cube rule. It's a sandwich that is not carb stuff. It kind of has a taco. But I think we can go even further. Taking something like a bread roll and stuffing it with these things and leaving it open like a jelly donut or some such, I actually think would be the most satisfying way for me to eat this kind of sandwich. I think that's the closest to you could actually do it. You might even scoop out the stuff inside of the bread roll. This seems barbaric, but I think it's the form factor that might work. That being said, an eminently satisfying sandwich. It does require a little cooking, but it's really not a big deal. Anybody can make this, and it's quite tasty. Yeah, the thing about the cheeses or the cheese sauce, it's a thorn in my side, but you can, it doesn't have to melt. It just looks nice, and having it in between everything, that's good. I am going to try little scraps of cheese in between. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Very good sandwich. There it was in all its glory. Now, the important thing, or one of the important things to discuss about that one, is the sub part. We finally got to a sandwich that is like that. We've referenced this idea of a sub a lot of times, and what's frustrating to me is that in my head, probably in your head, you can picture this sub bread, the bread you would want for this type of sandwich. I could not find it. I went to 5 grocery stores, must have been, maybe 5 or 6. Too many. And I could not find this bread somehow. It's the kind of thing where I thought this was probably, out of everything in the entire project, finding this bread was the thing I was the least worried about out of everything in the entire project, because I could have sworn it's not uncommon. It's easy to find bread like that, but I just couldn't. And I ended up using what you saw, which was a steak roll that was kind of cut in half. They were called steak rolls, but it was just a roll cut in half. It was fine, but the worst thing about that sandwich is that you can't fit enough stuff in there. You need that kind of sub roll. You need to go to a sub shop and steal their bread and put this in that. That would make this 5 times better. This biased, doesn't like messy foods guy speaking. Fine. Laugh all you want, but it's true. It would be way better. Now, let's name the darn thing, shall we? This has got to be good. There's no way this one isn't going to be good. Oh, and it is. Here we go. The Bella Bello Club. The Bella Bello Sub. I thought it was the Bella Bello Club sandwich, but it wasn't. This is me reading things people other than me wrote after 6.5 hours. The Bella Bello Sub. I like the Bella Bello Club. The Bella Club is kind of a fun name for a sandwich. That's cool. A winter day in the forest. Okay. I'm not sure I'm picking up what you're putting down, but that's peaceful. It's very nice. I don't think it's a good name for this sandwich. Fun guy at parties. Ha 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 ha. Cause of ha ha. See, it's 2 jokes. Because explaining the joke, because it's fun guy, like fungi, and there's mushrooms in it, and also parties because psychedelic mushrooms. Ha 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 ha! I'm picking up what you're putting down there. Meatless sandwich in town, sure is. Yeah, I'll talk about the sweet vermouth thing in a little bit. 1UP. Ooh, that's a nice one. You got your Super Mario reference, your gaming and sandwich crossover, that it's mostly just Buildcraft and sandwich crossover, but you all are really making that work. And then the piece de resistance at the end. Ain't mushroom in here. That's right. I give up. That's the best name humanity has ever conceived. You know, something that we haven't really talked about that somehow didn't occur to me. I said all that stuff about looking at how people capitalize to sort of determine whether it's the same people doing the thing. Of course, you could be purposefully varying that. I do that sometimes to make it unclear that it's you. But something I didn't think of is I did neither here nor there, nothing in particular. I didn't mention the people who commissioned the sandwiches submitting a name for their sandwich. That's fine. I didn't even mention it. Somehow it kind of didn't even cross my mind, but I guess I had kind of assumed that they wouldn't for some reason. Why did I assume that? And I have this feeling inside of me that ain't mushroom in here is from the person who purchased this sandwich. I just have a funny feeling. I don't know if that feeling is because the person who commissioned the sandwich was my mom. Thank you for supporting your child saying that they're going to make 8 hours of sandwich Buildcraft videos on the internet for a living. That's a leap of faith. Thank you. I'm making it work. But yeah, I just... Should we go back and look at the other ones and try to guess which of these names would be suggested by a person? It's because you have a lot of information about these people, right? this is a person who would pay $50 for a guy on the internet to make, eat, and then have his graphic designer friend draw this sandwich. What would a person who would do that name this sandwich, you know? and, and it wouldn't, I don't think it would be a lot of these things. I feel like it would be a pun, but I don't know. Anyway, somehow that had not come up. Personally, my name for this one is the Bella Club. I think that's a fun name for this shroomy boy. Delicious. What a robust sandwich. Yeah, I grew up eating a decent amount of portobello mushrooms, and I like them, but the replacement for meat thing never quite worked for me. And part of the reason is that it's the richness, or kind of the vegetal difference. The portobello mushrooms are not rich in the same way, I don't feel. And they're not vegetal, that's the wrong word, but they do taste like a vegetable. They have a sort of flavor profile and bitter astringency thing that is not characteristic of meat. So now I'm going to tell you about putting sweet vermouth in your portobello mushrooms to make them taste like meat. Sweet vermouth, if you're not familiar, is a fortified wine, generally with some herbs and spices, and usually you're thinking a red wine, sort of sweet, red, herb and spiced red wine. There are a lot of different brands of sweet vermouth, and vermouths in general. And vermouths are tasty. You should try them. I'm sure most of you have. I really like vermouth. I really like Dolan vermouth, and I really like Antica Formula, are vermouths that I like a lot. Very different vermouths. Antica is very vanilla forward, extremely vanilla forward, not really replaceable by other vermouths, but I think in most drinks that normally call for vermouth, personally, I think it's delicious, but it's definitely not for everyone. It's got a ton of vanilla, and it's bitter vanilla. A lot of people don't. I love that. And Dolan is, for my money, and it's not that much money, but it's a little more expensive than some other ones, a pretty good, cheap, just whatever you're doing vermouth. There's another brand of vermouth, many other brands. One of them is called Martini and Rossi, which makes a sweet vermouth that is very cheap. I hate it. I think it tastes like beef stock. Sorry, probably not landing a sponsorship there. Antica Formula or Dolan, yeah, if you make those products, hit me up. But Martini and Rossi, I'm not a fan. I think it tastes like beef stock. Beef stock, you say? Does it have any animal products in it? It didn't think so, baby. We can put the Martini and Rossi sweet vermouth into the portobello sandwich. So a lot of people don't like a lot of balsamic vinegar. I think what I would do, I didn't get the chance to try this, and I'll explain why. So I told you about that thing where we were putting the marinade in the portobellos, and if you look up recipes online, a lot of them are going to recommend doing that. I think it's better to do it this way I'm describing. I explained why, we talked about that. But for a little while, we were doing it that way, and we were sort of playing around with recipes that had existed, and I had this idea after we swapped. That's basically it. And I just didn't have time to get a bottle of Martini and Rossi. It's very widely available, by the way. It's not hard to find. Martini and Rossi must be one of the most commonly available vermouths, at least in a large radius around where I live. I haven't really heard of anyone who's had vermouth that doesn't know what that is, or it's not available. But I guess I can't promise you it's available everywhere. The one thing I like about alcohol ingredients is a lot of the time they are pretty universally available, unless it's a really specific one. Although, to be fair, a lot of the times the good stuff is the stuff that's more specific to the region. Sure, but I'm not suggesting a very specific mezcal only made in one set town of Oaxaca. I would suggest that because it's delicious, but this is a very widely available product. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, put this in there. Probably what I would do is take the balsamic vinegar and the Worcestershire sauce, and where they form two parts of the base, add in a third part that is the Martini and Rossi vermouth. And should you cook it off? I'm trying to think whether I want you to get rid of the alcohol. Well, I guess because the vegetables are going in a pan and then you're going to saute them, yeah, it should be fine. You're not going to have boozy vegetables. That would probably taste gross. It wouldn't be a significant amount of alcohol, really, but it would probably not taste that good. No, it should be fine. It'll actually add a little bit of sweetness, too. It is still a somewhat sweet vermouth, although Martini and Rossi, there are sweeter vermouths. Anyway, that would taste good. Now I need to talk about the cheese. The cheese. Luckily, the person who requested this sandwich knows the cheese I was trying to use, Daiya. This is, again, like everything not sponsored brand. But I like this cheese, or it's not cheese, it's a vegan cheese substitute. It's a no animal product thing that it can behave like cheese, especially when melting. So I thought, I'm pretty sure they changed their recipe. And as you saw in that video, I really struggled to get this to melt the way I wanted to. I was at my parents' house not forever ago in my life, and I got this to melt beautifully. In fact, people who've had this before, you're probably thinking, what happened? It's easy to get that. It's trivial to get that to melt beautifully. It is the perfect cheese for this sandwich. We tried making a cheese sauce that I think I mentioned, and the texture was good, but it didn't taste good. This Daiya cheese, I swear to you, is perfect for this sandwich, but it just wouldn't melt, and I'm illogically furious about this thing. Anyway, if you can get it to melt, that would be perfect. That's exactly what I would recommend using, but I couldn't get it to melt. Blast it all. And I'd recommend doing it the way I described, where you take a piece of it, maybe tear some of it in half, and then you're lining the outsides of the sandwich with it. There are a couple of reasons for this. It does cushion some of the moisture from your vegetable mix from soaking into your bread, which shouldn't be toasted. I experimented a little with toasting it or not, toasting only the inside, toasting the whole thing or not. I wouldn't toast it. In fact, ideally, you saw it was in kind of a foil sleeve. I put the whole thing in the air fryer briefly to try to melt the cheese. I probably wouldn't do that either. I think having the bread be totally soft is kind of nice for this sort of thing. A lot of cheese steak style sandwiches that I've had, I thought it really benefited from the bread being soft. It's just nice. It's like having a roll with your steak, but with your steak in the same bite as the steak, right? And I thought that was pretty good. So anyway, for what it's worth, man, I have a lot to say about this one because there were some frustrations. I feel like this should be an easy sell, and it's really good. I really liked this one. Again, we made it a lot of times. I wouldn't have done that if I thought it was bad. It was tasty, but you could make it better, and it wouldn't necessarily be that hard. What I suggested doing in the little review video was getting little bits of it, kind of shredding it maybe, or in some way, just ripping it up into the vegetable mix so it might melt more evenly, because I did get one of them. We made this a lot of times, and Anna and I both had one. So I did one time, I got it to melt pretty well, and it was so good. That was so good. If you could get it to do that reliably, that would be amazing, and I think that might be what you need to do that. That being said, having the cheese on the outside so it forms this kind of gooey cave, that's good. That tastes really good. And it also kind of protects the bread from the fluid from the vegetables, from getting too wet a little bit, with a nice cheesy barrier layer. That's good. But again, it was a little finicky at times. Your mileage may vary. A brief little catch up on dietary restrictions in sandwiches, and talking a bit more about EyePatchNotes topic, just to re-reference it again, because this sandwich has an interesting relationship to it too. I wanted to talk briefly about animal products in sandwiches. So yeah, a lot of this video is full of a ton of animal products. And I would really encourage you to buy good animal products, because if you don't, then the world's animal producting will get worse. And if you do, it'll probably get better, because a lot of them are smaller companies. And what happens when you support a smaller company is your support means more per capita, because there are less people supporting those companies. And so please don't think that it doesn't matter that you buy a good, sustainable, humane version of an animal product. It does. Do that. Try, if you can. A lot of you paid me $50 on the internet to buy ingredients for sandwiches. And let me tell you, I did not spare much of an expense. I spent I hope you know, I spent all of the money from the WichCraft project. We got $1,000. There's some WichCraft fees. There were some WichCraft fees. There were some Kickstarter fees, and I paid them. And our profit, I don't mind telling you, was about $1,000 even. We made close to $1,100. We had to pay a good amount of that in fees. Our net pay was about $1,000. So I paid Carolyn, or I'm going to be paying Carolyn at the end of the process. We agreed upon 20 to 25%, and the rest of it I have already spent all of on stuff for this project, or I'm have budgeted out groceries or have spent on groceries already, or the appliances and stuff, right? I bought good animal products for these sandwiches. Please do that. And try this one, because it's good. I mean, I eat animal products. I'm not vegan. I don't avoid animal products. I'm not vegetarian. But it means a lot to buy better ones, and there are very tasty vegan things. To me, and this is a little selfish of me, but I'm co-opting this part to talk about my own feelings about vegan products. I think when you make something vegan, you want to think about Buildcraft. You want to think about, what can I do with the ingredients I can eat to make something that is not a lesser version of something else, that is playing to the strengths of the things I have. And one of the reasons I chose to make the sandwich that I did for this request, for the request was just a vegan sandwich, basically. I could have done a lot of things. And I did this because, yes, it is an imitation of a cheesesteak, right? But I had in mind, at least I thought, a good melting cheese. And portobellos are good. That it's a good meaty flavor. It's not vaguely like meat. It tastes like meat to some degree. It's good. It's legitimately a delicious sandwich. This is not a lesser sandwich. I would hate for you to leave this thinking, oh, but that one was vegan, so I'll just skip over, or make it with real cheese or something. It really is good with these ingredients. Try it. It would mean a lot to me, and it would certainly mean a lot to my mom, if you tried this with the ingredients I used. It's tempting to substitute, especially the cheese. I get it. If you substitute a cheese that melts more reliably, I don't know why this one wouldn't, but anyway, I get that, but try it this way and see what you think. The upshot as well is that the diet cheese slices keep pretty well. You can buy a small package of them, and then you probably won't use them for a ton of stuff, but they keep very well. So they're good for a grilled cheese. That's nice, if you're interested. So keep them, try them, eat them, but give it a try with those ingredients. That's what I would wish that you'd come away from this segment thinking about. So folks, we're here at one of the last status updates for the first WichCraft video. And the light is changing a lot. Not necessarily for the better. Yeah, not necessarily for the better. There it is. So I suppose I'll open up my thing that lets me modify the light while I have my little water break. Yeah, and then talk a bit more about the sandwich economy thing. I do think it relates to the portobello sandwich a bit, which I think is a good opportunity. Let's see how this lighting looks. That's better. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Probably just that one. I do have another one if we need it. This is pretty good. And we only have an hour and a half. Maybe our daylight will hold out. Seems okay. But this is much better. So, the portobello sandwich with the sustainability ingredient economy thing. To me, it's related to sustainability too. I feel like that kind of sandwich is good for your amount of bread because you can kind of just put in whatever amount. I referenced earlier these kind of types of sandwiches with Liliana's question for an hour. That one, we talked about the idea that you could classify them, sort of stuffed or filled sandwich, which is what this type is. And, a spread sandwich, the Zandified sandwich, a cafe style sandwich is what I called them. You could categorize them into categories like that, right? And we talked about that earlier, and I feel like it kind of informs this subject, that certain kinds of sandwiches are more likely to have ingredients that you won't run out of, or that can allow you to use the amount of bread that you have, So that's something. But I guess another thing too is how when you have a sandwich like that, when you can make a sandwich like that, you don't really need to worry about not using up all of the, so on the portobello sandwich, I didn't give you amounts of ingredients because you don't need them. Just put in an amount of pepper that you like, put in an amount of mushrooms that you have or like. It's fine. Like, you put in the amount you want. Experiment, think about it, sure. But when I go to the store, I don't know about you, but I buy a package of portobello mushrooms. I don't know I do know how many. It's 3 big caps, but I don't choose how many. That's the amount that's there, right? But the thing about this type of sandwich is it's a good response to that, because these filling-based sandwiches, you can put in a bit more or a bit less filling. And if you're making it for a good number of people, or you're going to make it a good number of times yourself, you can pretty quickly figure out how much is going to equal how many sandwiches, And that's good both for the fillings not being wasted and for the bread not being wasted as well, which I think is a nice combination. I think, interestingly, this sandwich ended up being a pretty good sandwich for that, even despite the fact that it requires some cooking. And yeah, the sauce ingredients as well keep pretty well. A quick note on vermouth, actually. It doesn't keep as well. It oxidizes quite a bit, as wines are wont to do. There's this thing where, and some liquor stores will sell this as well, but you can get it online. There's this thing where it's like those compressed air canisters that you use to clean your keyboard, but it's got this neutral, heavy gas that doesn't affect the flavor of the drink. And what it's meant for is you open your vermouth and it's got enough alcohol content that it shouldn't go bad quickly. The problem is it will just taste, you can safely drink it for months. It just doesn't taste good. That's the point. And so you take this gas, you open your vermouth, you drink some or whatever, make the portobello sandwich with it, make it taste meaty. And then you put the little gas hose in and you displace the air out with this heavier gas, and then you close the bottle. And supposedly this allows you to keep vermouth for a very long time without it tasting bad. I haven't tried this yet, but a lot of people have, and it probably works. That I feel confident in recommending it. It seems kind of like flying in the face of logic to think it just somehow completely does not work. I feel like it probably does, but I don't know for sure. Something to think about. But the other ingredients of the sauce, certainly your balsamic vinegar and your Worcestershire sauce, your Worcester sauce, will keep just fine over a long period of time. So something to think about. But I guess that's ultimately all I have about the sandwich ingredient economy subject. It's an important subject. I guess, as I say, in a way, WichCraft is kind of about that as a whole. And so I hope that we will continue to usefully answer that in various ways throughout. And I think that probably the best solution, it's just kind of the worst solution as far as a recommendation, is to know a lot of ways to use your sandwich stuff so you can make something you enjoy no matter what. And I think cracker sandwiches, for example, which are not a topic for this video, but they're in here, in WichCraft as a whole, those are a very good way to use up small remaining amounts of ingredients. You know, when I said it's kind of awkward to use a third of a, you have 10 slices of cheese, you make a 3-slice sandwich and then 2 more, and then you have 1 slice of cheese. You can't make a third of that sandwich you were making. Yeah, but you can make a little cracker sandwich, probably pretty easily, right? Or a couple. That's a really good solution. In fact, the cracker sandwich itself might be a little, whatever as a recommendation. The point is, it's a very useful tool to have, and having a cracker that you like for that is good. That's useful. You can have, saltines or whatever that keep for a long time. So not a bad option. But it's a great topic. I'm really happy you brought it up. This ended up being a very do-gooding segment of WichCraft. I feel like we accomplished something nice. I hope that you all will be sustainable and try some non-animal product versions of things, especially the one that I suggested, because it's really tasty. Thanks for listening while I talked about that. There's a few other things I wanted to bring up in this little subject, but we are winding down a little. This is sort of getting toward the end and keeping with the theme of buying things, purchasing things, because I've recommended buying a lot of things. And it's a little weird because I approached this video in the beginning saying, this is not a chefy food YouTuber video where I'm going to have all these fancy, somehow they find a way to take sandwiches and put all these fancy appliances in them. They don't recommend buying those things, of course, but you can't do a lot of what is being done in those videos without spending a lot of money. And what frustrates me about those videos is that the creator just conveniently ignores that. So for example, I saw a video that suggested making your own lunch meats, which is a good idea in theory, but in practice, you can't slice them thin enough for them to work as a real substitute for a lunch meat, for deli style lunch meats, unless you have a very sharp knife, which is expensive, or a deli slicer, which is absurdly expensive. So you just can't do that, period. And the creator didn't address that at all. They just kind of glossed over it. And that's very frustrating. I don't think it was a bad video. Some of you might be able to figure out what videos some of these videos I've been referencing are. Not trying to throw shade at any of these creators in particular, but it's a flaw in those types of videos. And something that really frustrates me is to look in the comments of those videos and see people say, this is the perfect balance of accessibility and chefiness or whatever. No, it's not. Objectively, it is not. No, it isn't. It's a balance of those two things. You could do it differently, and I'm doing it differently. And what I'm doing differently is when I legitimately recommend something and think, you probably can't realistically do this unless you buy this thing, I'm just going to tell you to buy it. Because you don't have no money. You have an internet connection. You're watching a lot of videos on YouTube. You should decide for yourself whether it's worth it to you. I'm here to do what a good reviewer can do. Pretty much any good reviewer is able to do. Any useful review. I don't know if this is a good review of anything, which is to give you a demo of the thing and suggest the uses for the thing. So to help you decide whether you think it's worth it, not to say, I'm going to do this and we'll just sort of disregard the fact that you can't do that. Like, no, I will admit when I've done that wrong. And one of the good fail-safes there is that by doing that, you put yourself in a situation where you don't have to run the risk of you like accidentally recommended something that's really inaccessible, but you're not in the habit of explaining what you would need to, buy or whatever. So it just sort of goes past that. You might not even realize you're being inaccessible. I might not. If I don't, feel free to say in the comments. I don't mind. I want to do better. So please help. That's fine. But I do think it's worth discussing these things and how buying these things could potentially be something that would make your life way better, help you enjoy eating a lot of food. An aspect of this is that making your own food is almost always way healthier than not making your own food for a variety of reasons. And it's also really fulfilling. And I like that way of thinking about it too. But it can be healthier, which is nice. And, you all support my livelihood and all. So I, don't want you to not be healthy. Don't make me spell it out or anything. I'm just saying, like, it matters. I want you to be well off. Not to put too fine a point on it there. So for the remainder of the time, or well, for the remainder of this hour anyway, we have one more sandwich. I'm going to talk about some of the stuff that we touched on in this video that I thought was good that I want to further in the upcoming videos. And one of those things is, well, it's not something that we brought up in this video, but it's something that I thought about with a lot of the sandwiches that happened to be in this video, which is that they were really dense. Not all of them, but mostly all of them, actually. They were very dense. There was a lot of food. You're eating a large amount of food in a probably comparatively short amount of time. Sandwiches are kind of like this in general. In that word cloud of sandwich stuff, I think there is a term that is awkwardly worded as a relatively efficient way to consume nutrients. If you had limited time, a sandwich is not a bad food choice. There are much better choices, and there are also way worse choices. Things like, imagine a pasta dish, for example, I would argue is a much less dense way to consume food per bite. Just the way you eat it, you're not probably going to be able to get as much, and that's not necessarily a good thing, but as much food in your stomach at a time, right? But another good thing about sandwiches is that they help something I've referenced a little bit throughout this video, which is the idea of your stomach being happy. You're eating a sandwich, which is making you eat a relatively even amount of the foods that you're eating. You're not just eating a bunch of rich ham and cheese or whatever. You're eating, well, maybe mostly, but some bread, some carb that will maybe soothe your stomach a bit. And like in mine, some sauerkraut. So you have some good probiotics and also some food for them, perhaps. Some fiber if you have good bread. Check how much fiber your bread has. That's good. Do that. You're eating a fairly good mix of things. I care a lot about how good I feel when I eat a thing, and sandwiches are a food that I think do pretty well as long as they're reasonably constructed. There's nothing wonky in there. You eat them, and eating that mixture of macronutrients is pretty good most of the time for most people. Now, obviously, dietary intolerances aside, I'm thinking about Anna is kind of lactose intolerant. It's sort of, it's always a spectrum. She sort of doesn't feel good when she has dairy sometimes, but not others. It's complicated. And then aged cheeses, sometimes cheddar cheese apparently just doesn't have lactose. Anyway, it's complicated. But overall, provided that you don't feel sick whenever you have dairy, you probably, when you eat a lot of these sandwiches, you will feel fairly good, except for the rib one, but let's just leave that on the table. Even the cutlet one, I feel pretty good after eating that one. It was nice. It was a lot of protein, but that's a topic I'm interested in. A lot of the sandwiches in this part are more dense. The breakfast one, the cutlet one, the rib one, kind of the portobello one, even really the sauerkraut and the cream cheese ones. It's a lot of food. If you make one of these sandwiches, it's a lot of food. A lot of these, not all of them, but a lot of them, I split with Anna, and we were both pretty full, especially the rib one. We were both full for an entire day after eating half of that. I went into a food coma from which we would never awaken if not for the siren song of the portobello sandwich on the horizon to refresh us. Yeah, get your vegetables from that one too. So yeah, I don't know. I think that, to me, that feels like a worthwhile topic to touch on. The idea that sandwiches, and depending on the sandwich, can feel really good on the stomach, can be a good lifestyle food. For me, part of Buildcraft is keeping it universal and thinking about, okay, this is a good way to make a sandwich, but do you want to eat sandwiches made this way? This is a good way to make sandwiches and a good way to handle your gut. which is, you know, where the sandwiches are going. Something that I like to come back to a lot in my life is that you have to do a few things in life. You can't do anything about it. You need to eat, you need to sleep, and you need to poop. And how you eat mostly determines how you sleep and poop. So if it's not good, your life can only be going so well. That has to be fairly good, or you will be constantly interrupted by something that will not be that great. You have to get your food secure as the thing in your life, because a lot of your life will be forever interrupted, and you can do nothing about this with our current technology anyway, by you needing to eat, poop, and sleep. So if those things don't feel good, whoop, gross, then you're not going to have a good time. And eating is just such a valuable morale tool. It's so heartening to eat something really good. It's just a great way to capstone or start out any part of your life. And one of the reasons I made this video is that I view making videos about video games as kind of a lifestyle thing. It's sort of automatically a lifestyle channel, I feel, or it could be effectively. Video games, Buildcraft, these are things that you do for leisure. They're things you do, you know, in your free time to enjoy your life. For a lot of people, you know, they work, they put food on the table. Back to that other thing. And then this is the sort of the meat and potatoes of the reward or the recreation in their life. And so having it be fun, getting to enjoy it as much as possible, getting into it a little bit is far from unreasonable. I just don't see why you wouldn't do that, I guess. And so being that that's where we're standing, I feel like making sure that the time surrounding that is also good is good. Just like you can't really enjoy a game if it's the only game you play. We can't enjoy games if we only talk about games. You won't be happy. You won't be healthy. Something I think about a lot is the advent of VR. You know, are there enough things in real life I like doing in real life that I won't just dissolve into VR? I already spend a huge amount of my day at a computer. If I could be in the computer, wouldn't I just be in there, you know? And I don't think so. At least not soon. There are a lot of ways that I really love being outside and taking walks and cooking and shopping for food to eat, mostly. During a pandemic anyway, that's mostly how I'm shopping. So I don't know. It might be a bit philosophical, but to me, this is important. And I feel strongly that, you know, you might be thinking, oh, this is fluffy. You're just trying to say that you care about your viewers so that you get on, you want us to be on your side. First of all, not to be presumptuous, but I think you already are on my side. You've been watching me waffle on about sandwiches for 7 hours. I have a feeling you don't hate my guts. Just a suspicion here. I think we can read the room and assume that you don't literally despise me if you've been listening to me talk for this long. The point I'm getting at is it's selfish too. My community shapes my work. I've done a thing where I tried to make my work be about what I enjoy. My recreation and my work be the same thing. So that's not as much of a compromise, and that's had a huge impact on my life already, and I'm not even halfway there yet. So clearly, if my audience is heavily involved in my life, then, and my life is, you know, my recreation and my work, then I want my audience to be well off. I want them to feel good, not just, you know, financially. I've made that obvious comment before, but the point is just having rich, fulfilled lives for my audience members is good. It benefits me. This video is mostly stuff from all of you. It's the trick of this video is you might be thinking, oh, it's amazing. You have this 8-hour video. You talked about this thing for so long. It was honestly pretty easy. It was honestly easy. It wasn't perfect. There were a few things so far that I feel I got wrong, or I could have said in a better way. But overall, I think it went pretty okay, and it was not difficult because a lot of you gave me a lot of help. I mean, I've had practice, but I had input from a lot of you, and it was really good input. What you gotta recommend about having a good audience is that what you need to remember about all of this stuff that you've been hearing from the people who backed the Kickstarter project is that this is all of the people. I mean, you haven't heard all of it yet, of course. You'll hear it in the other 2 videos, but this is all of the people. It's not like I'm not taking anyone's advice. All of the people, every single person who chose to back this thing had something good and meaty and worthwhile to add to the thing. That is something special, being able to just let your community define the whole thing, and it's good. It's better than I would have been able to do, you know? That's something that matters. I'm serious. I really appreciate it. There's no making this without an enormous time expenditure that I'm not sure I'm down for. It was already an enormous time expenditure, but even more without input from people who have something good to say. You know, I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. The community that I do work for and make entertainment for is the best thing about my life. So thanks for backing this project. I am happy that I can die being able to say that I was paid $1,000 to talk about sandwiches for 24 hours on the internet. Let's bring it on home, shall we? With one of my own sandwich commissions, again, code name Parsley. This one is a lot different than the others. This is just a sandwich I buy frequently, and I decided to make it myself. In the video, I kind of don't make it clear that this is not the store-bought version. This is me making my own. The main thing here that I found interesting is it kind of, when you buy it at the place where I buy it, it doesn't look like a sandwich. It looks like they made a Monte Cristo with 2 pieces of bread and that's it. But then when you bite it, there's stuff inside. I'm pretty sure it's a emulsified cheese and ham. But I thought it would taste good with Gouda, an egg, and some ham. The main guiding principle with this one is that it's very flat. There's no, it doesn't really look like there's stuff in it, although my version kind of does. But even then, we didn't do a bad job with this one. It kind of looks like it. And then it has a bit of parsley on top. Again, we codename them, not intending them to be good names. The point of the code names is just so people don't get distracted trying to name them themselves, right? And so when we made this one, we were comparing it to something someone else made, which is kind of unique among these. That one that is the cutlet sandwich, which is a fast food item that you could buy. I've never had it, and I don't plan to. I don't think it sounds that good, to be blunt with you. So this is in fact, in the project overall, this might be the only sandwich that corresponds to a pre-made item that I have bought or buy frequently. Maybe. Is that true? I think it is. The other ones are just people's particular sandwich preference that I hadn't had, or my particular sandwich preference. Go figure. So this one is special that way. And it's also kind of the end of the little cycle of sandwiches in this first video that kind of violate the cube rule on purpose. One of the goals, and that's how I organized this. I didn't script the whole thing, of course. You have seen me not reading it all. I have show notes, sure, but they're pretty sparse. It's like less than a page on a Word document, making liberal spaces. And they're not in a Word document, they're in notepads for every hour. It's not a lot of notes, right? And then the stuff that people wrote for their questions, of course. But one of the guiding principles for this, when I was trying to figure out how do you make this? What is a good way to make this? Is to have goals. And one of the goals for this video was to, as completely as possible, deconstruct the cube rule so that when we go to the next video, I will be summarizing stuff from this video a bit, but I don't really want to focus the entire thing around. I wasn't joking when I was saying that meme kind of looms over this topic in a way that it's funny at first. We can have a bit, and we've had, I hope, a bit of fun with it. But it is also kind of a pain, and I don't want to have to make everything that we make in this project revolve around that funny, but not actually really that helpful meme. You know, it's been very useful as a reference point, but actually taking it seriously is not useful. And I hope I've convinced you of that. Or at the very least, if you insist on a static definition of a sandwich, there are better ones, or other good ones, at least, right? And this sandwich was partially chosen because I wanted to talk about Toastwiches, which I'll talk about in a sec, but partially chosen because it's an example of that. We have the breakfast sandwich, where it's kind of a dumpling, but then the center part is not carb, so that's weird, but it's containing it's kind of a dumpling. And then we have the sub, which is technically a taco. The portobello sandwich is, by the cube rule, technically a taco, one of the biggest pitfalls of that particular way of defining a sandwich. And then cutlet, which arguably doesn't have a carb at all, although you could argue that. And then we have this one, which arguably doesn't have anything in it. You could view the very paltry amount of ham. You'll notice this one piece of ham. That's the one I buy too. You get 2 thick pieces of bread and they have 1 piece of deli ham. I actually kind of agree, having made it myself, but it's still a little weird, and I'm definitely going to draw attention to that. So anyway, it kind of doesn't have fillings in it. It's almost like this is just stuff on the bread, or the stuff that's being sandwiched is so minimal. It's just, this is not much, you know. This is another one where you really better pick some bread that you want to eat, because there's not a lot else on this sandwich but bread. In this case, the Gouda I chose, oh, this was one of the highlights. It was a truffle Gouda. It was so good. It was very, very truffly. If you don't like truffles, it was not joking around with the truffle flavor, but it was very good. It was good Gouda as well. It had a very nice, robust Gouda flavor. It was a strong cheese with a strong ingredient. We grated it, and it was very good. It was not perfect. It didn't look great on the top of the sandwich. I think this particular one came out looking kind of ugly, but whatever, it was delicious, and I'm looking forward to showing you it. Let's take a look, shall we? Behold, a sandwich concept from me. This is a sort of Monte Cristo kind of thing. I just buy these at a local bakery that I like, and they're tasty, and I wanted to analyze them and also eat one myself. It's not very complicated. It's a couple of pieces of, in this case, brioche that are sort of smooshing some ham, egg, and cheese. Here we have some delicious Gouda, and they put a little sprinkle of parsley on the top. I think that looks pretty nice. To be absolutely upfront with you, I also just think this one might read as a little generic, but it's really good. So here we go. As ever, I'm not going to discriminate just because it's simple. These ingredients are all too bright, you can't see. Let's have another one. There you go. There's not a lot to see. Yeah, it's good. It's just soft, breakfasty. Reads as being a little bit of a treat. This bread is a little sweet. Not the end of the world. Good. Just, you don't have to. Soft, thick bread. There are very few things making it taller. It's a pretty flat sandwich. One of the things I don't like about the one that I get normally, that I buy, is that it has literally 1 piece of ham. Just a single deli slice of ham. Really? Honestly? This is you're gonna do me like that? Really? At least folding over a piece of ham, but you don't want a lot of stuff. In fact, I'm not even 100% sure they put egg per se in there, or just kind of an omelet fluffy thing. Anyway, it's a ham, egg, and cheese. It's very flat. It's extremely easy to eat. It's a relaxing, tasty experience. It's got some nice kind of grilled cheese that you totally can't see. Let's do this thing again. Or at least reduce the light somehow. No, I gotta turn it sideways. All right. I'm getting crumbs on my desk, but you're worth it. Yeah, there, you can see some melted cheese on there. Mine didn't turn out looking that good. I'm not sure how they're doing that, but it tastes good. It's a nice textural contrast that the top tastes different from the bottom. Yeah, not a lot to say. It's good. Ah, yes, it's all coming back to me now. That sandwich's ingredients are all lightly colored, so it was very difficult to avoid the glare. I wish I'd done that one in the evening, like right now. Probably would have looked a lot better. That being said, I'm really looking forward to seeing what people are going to name my beloved little parsley. We have an hour left. Let's do the thing. Oh boy, some of these names. All right. Franzashina Minor. Parsley Boogaloo. I'm not sure I miss. I'm not sure I'm not sure I miss the reference. I'm not sure I get the reference. Delicious. Parsley Boogaloo is not a bad name. I can't do justice to the other part. I'm sorry. The if I add herbs, it will have less calories comforter. Okay, hold on. It's, just to be clear, the the name the name of this one is is very minimal. It's just a code name. It's not meant to be. It hardly has parsley. It's just a garnish. They just do it at the place I buy it to make it look okay. It's not supposed to be. All right, I'm going forward because I see a very good one coming up. This is just the croque monsieur. Sure, I guess. All words are made up. C note at that part. Yeah, no, it basically is. That's true. The next one is Rocky Celery Balboa. Celery. Maybe we should put celery on this. You know, it would be good, maybe. So one problem with this sandwich is it's kind of dense. It's a bit rich, is my feeling. It's a sandwich that would benefit a lot from vegetables, but there isn't really a place to put them, is sort of the problem. So one thing I'd be interested in would be the leaves of celery. So you buy a celery stalk, there can be leaves, you know. Those taste like celery. They're just not, they don't have the texture of celery. You could dice those up and put them on top. That might be nice. I don't think there's any particular reason it needs to be parsley. Basil, actually, maybe you could put basil in this sandwich and that would taste good. But yeah, you definitely doesn't need to be parsley. I would be down for just dropping the parsley thing. That's just what they do at the place I buy it. So I thought might as well do my own version of that. But celery leaves on this, that's not a bad idea. I'm going to write down celery leaves on parsley, which I'll write in quotes. Sure. Why on earth not? The thin and thick. Okay. I suppose it is a thin and thick. I'm picking up what you're putting down with that name. I'm looking hungrily at this sandwich. I want to eat this sandwich again right now. Do I have the ingredients for this sandwich? Calculating. No, I don't have that cheese anymore. It'd be good with another cheese, but that was very, very good cheese. I also got it on sale. That cheese is probably very expensive, but I got a small amount of it on sale. So, yeah, not sure that's in the budget. Yike. The thin and thick. Yeah, like my wallet while making this project. Okay, this is the one I was laughing at before. The Gouda idea witch. Ah, yes. The Gouda idea. This project has given me the lowest form of humor. Puns. Infinite puns as far as the eye can see. Actually, less puns than I expected. The Gouda idea witch is glorious. More croque monsieur references. The croque parcel? Croque parsley? This is probably a language I just don't know. Is that French for parsley? And then the last one is parsley not madame. Okay. This is probably going to be the hardest one to actually name. I'm going to go through them again. Help. Francescina Minor. Again, I'm sorry. I don't know where to start with pronouncing that. I'm sure I'm doing a terrible job. I apologize. Well, you chose to name it that way. Fair enough. You probably knew I would do that. It's fine. Parsley Boogaloo does strike my fancy a little. The if I add herbs, it will have less calories comforter. This is just the croque monsieur. Rocky Celery Balboa. The thin and thick. The Gouda Idea Witch. Croque Persil. And again, I'm probably saying that wrong. And Parsley Not Madame. The Balboa thing is sticking with me. I don't love sandwiches or foods or drinks or anything that are named after people. I will now rant about contingent difficulty. In my show notes, it says that in the last hour, I can do whatever I want because I recorded for 7 hours straight. So one of the things I'm going to do is tell you about some naming philosophy, because I think that this batch of names is, let me bring it down slowly, the most challenging one, as the teacher would say to the student. No, I'm terrible at naming things too. It's fine. But I'm just saying, so are all of you. To be fair, all of you said that the names were going to be janky. A lot of them have been good. I'm just being silly. Contingent difficulty. So this is an English major topic that always comes up. Basically, it means, in the most cynical way possible, things in a text that you basically need to look up. But in the more, I guess, artistic or whatever sense, it's references to things that the writer hopes that you will know. The idea being you kind of need to be well-read or whatever to do the thing. I hate this. This is what I hated about the English discipline, majoring in English as a language, is that so much of what is considered good is not, unless you have randomly read a bunch of other things, a lot of which I do not agree are good works. They're just things that are popular. A lot of people have read them, but I don't agree that they're good things that people have read. They're basic, they're fundaments. Sure, fine. But that doesn't mean that, anyway. I think contingent difficulty is usually just lazy. You can reference things and have them as a touchstone without referencing something that only some people will know, and especially without referencing something stuffy that only a few people know. It's not necessary, it's highfalutin, and I hate it. Probably 3 times for highfalutin in this video, I think. Keeping track, shellacked 5. So I don't like naming things after people, but part of this is my own bias because, again, with that Guy Fieri one before, I know that Rocky Balboa is a name that people say as a joke a lot, but it doesn't mean anything to me beyond that. I just know, oh, when I read that, I think, oh, it's a name I'm supposed to know. It's someone I'm supposed to know. I don't know who it is. It doesn't mean anything to me specifically. It just means meme that I do not know. And to me, that is a sign of my own bias, yes, but also of weakness, of time lockedness. And I love the idea, because I'm vain, of making things that are not time bounded, which is futile, of course. It's not really possible, but I want to. So that's why I don't like that name. The word Balboa, with no context, being that I have no context for that word, oddly satisfies me when I look at this sandwich. So I kind of like the idea of mashing these all up. Balboa Boogaloo. Gouda Balboa Boogaloo. That's okay. This is already a bad idea. The Gouda Idea Witch is not being done justice by the way that I'm trying to name this sandwich. What can we do here? Locking it too much to parsley is not good. This is also kind of a breakfasty one. That was another thing. Folks, it's down to the wire. We got to name this sandwich. I don't know. We got stuff to do. We've only had 7 hours to talk about sandwiches. I need at least one more. How are we gonna end the video unless we can name this sandwich? Okay. Times like these, you got to come back to it later. That's the trick. That's how they get you. We're coming back to it later. And now, while we come back to it later, I can look at my show notes, which say that I was going to wing it for this hour. Thanks, past self. Really hanging in there. No, I'm mostly kidding. I do have things I want to talk about. Yeah, the naming thing. Again, it's kind of related to the whole bit we talked about defining sandwiches in the first place and how it's arguably not that useful to have this static definition. Kind of like this. I mean, a lot of the time, these individual combinations of sandwiches, there's a question about, is that really a unique thing? Cocktail culture has come up a lot in this video, and one of the reasons is that it has a lot of the same problems. The whole thing about conserving your ingredients and also naming things that maybe don't warrant a name. You know, why is this sandwich not just a ham, egg, and cheese? It's a ham, egg, and cheese sandwich, you know? It's just a ham, egg, and cheese sandwich. There's no, you don't have to give it a name, except for the Toastwich thing, which we'll come back to later. I did leave myself stuff to talk about here. But what I'm getting at is, you know, in cocktail culture, there's a lot of things where, you know, so you can make a simple sour, which is your 2 parts spirit, 1 part usually lime juice, 1 part sweetener, and then you kind of adjust from there. A lot of people like something more like 2 parts spirit, 0.75 parts usually lime juice, 0.5 parts sweetener. But you can start from the 2-1-1 that a lot of people will enjoy. That drink, a 2 part spirit, 1 part sour, 1 part sweet thing, you don't need a recipe every single time you iterate on that. But there are names for every single time people iterate on that. A daiquiri is just that, but with rum. A margarita, well, a certain kind of margarita, is just that, but with tequila. Why are there names for these? What? Or even some of them, it's like a whiskey sour. So it's a sour with whiskey. You don't have to call it a whiskey sour. I don't know. To me, this is silly. I don't know why. It oddly frustrates me that there are names like this. And I know why. The reason is that it's naming things for the sake of naming them. It's creating contingent difficulty. Rather than saying at a bar, give me a sour with rum, you say, give me a daiquiri. And okay, bartenders know what a daiquiri is. Like, yes, of course. But the point I'm trying to make is, maybe not everyone does. And why is there a need to say, give me a whiskey sour instead of give me a sour with whiskey? If you went to a bar and actually said, give me a sour with whiskey, you would sound like an idiot, because the bartender knows that you know that the bartender knows that a whiskey sour is a commonly known drink, right? Whatever. But the point is, how did we get to this point? This is silly. I don't understand. This is stupid. And so, in a way, I mean, we're obviously in this video, we are having a bit of fun. We are taking the piss out of naming conventions for fun and naming these convoluted, or sometimes not sandwiches, convoluted things for fun. We're having a bit of fun. The name doesn't have to be perfect. It's not a big deal. That being said, I do want to highlight how just like anti-helpful it is to name this sandwich something, especially this one. Some of the other ones, okay, they're a little out there, fine, you know, I can get behind naming some of those sandwiches, but this one, it's so basic. It is such a basic sandwich, which is why we now need to uncover my secret weapon. You thought that this whole video was about undermining the cube rule, but alas, it was actually an effort to exalt it. Think again about the carb layers and look at this sandwich. We have toast, sandwich, that 4-sided sushi, we had the bread bowl, the dumpling, the calzone, toast. So what happens if you take a sandwich, by the cube rule anyway, but the top sandwiching element is a toast? Folks, you have witnessed the birth, well, the rebirth, probably, of the Toastwich. Hold your applause. I can't hear it anyway. The Toastwich Reloaded. Beautiful. Absolutely hardcore sandwich. Put a lot of rich food in your body at the same time and see if your gut health will be destroyed as fast as my throat will from doing this voice. The Toastwich Reloaded. Extreme breakfast. Not good if you're gambling because the top has stuff on it that will get your hand messy. Yeah, speaking of that, this is also kind of a terrible sandwich because it completely abuses that problem I had during the Liliana segment where it gets your hands messy. Why would you do this? You know, you might be wondering, why would somebody that said that do this thing? I generally think that if you hold the sides, it's not that bad. And I just only eat this when I'm at home. And so I just wash my hands right afterward. But indeed, this is a sandwich that kind of spits on the idea of, oh, you're not happy if there's stuff on your hands, you know? That being said, I do think that there's something weird but interesting that you could do here. It's kind of related to the breakfast sandwich, where you're sort of sealing the opening around the two carbs. The cheese on the top. So this sandwich does need that. You might be thinking, oh, just take it off. It's fine. Why would you do that? It does need it. You do want it. And it adds something. At the place where I get it, I didn't really demonstrate this well when I made mine. The place where I get it, they're clearly using the broiler. They're flipping a broiler on in an oven. That's if you're not familiar, that's what they call it in the United States, but elsewhere it might be something different. The broiler it's the top element, the heating element up there. It gets really, really hot. It's an upside down grill, basically. And it effectively toasts things that you have to put them very near it. Otherwise it's just part of your oven is turning on. Part of your oven is turning on and it's away from the food. But if you put the food very close to it and you turn that on, then you can get the top. It's often used for things with cheese on top to get them nice and toasty and nice. And they clearly did that with these. And it's good. It has this nice gooey cheese texture on top and then just some normal cheese inside. And that contrast is great. I really failed to do that in my version. Whatever, moving on. What would taste really good with this sandwich would be, so if you made grilled cheese in a pan yourself before, which I hope a lot of you have, and if you haven't, well, here's your invitation. Want to be part of WichCraft, but you're really lazy? There is a grilled cheese in the next video, so the next WichCraft video, which is going to be in a little while, by the way. We'll get to that later in this segment, but it's not like it's going to be tomorrow or something, just to clarify. I know a lot of you know that, but yeah, I mean, they're 8 hours, for goodness sakes. Like, you can't even have watched this anyway, whatever. Then you might know that sometimes when you make a grilled cheese, you get that little cheese ooze and it fries up into this crispy cheese crisp. Or you might have had it, sometimes fancy burger places will put this on burgers. They'll make like a Parmesan crisp. You can buy these in stores sometimes. They're interesting. It's something different. I don't know if I agree that it still counts as cheese exactly, but it's something different. They're not bad. And you could take this sandwich. It's mostly just two breads. And then around the seam, you could put particularly a lot of your Gouda or whatever, and then air fry it and try to get those crispy cheese bits around the outside. That would taste good on this sandwich. It would be a textural contrast in a way that would be really welcome. It'd be just this kind of crispy, but not crunchy. You would just kind of shatter as you bit into it. That would taste really good. I think that would be nice on this sandwich. Making it into a sort of, you would unmake it into of a Toastwich. Toastwiches, of course, the topic being violate a lot of the sandwich definitions we brought up. And when I say violate, what I mean is a lot of the actually useful sandwich definitions, because a Toastwich is, well, not really sandwiching something. It really draws attention to the fact that sandwiching something is kind of a simple, shallow distinction, and it can be a bit artificial, right? At the end of the day, it's not anything that fancy. I remember that thing that was steak patty steak. If you put cheese on top of that, you're really drawing attention to the fact that it's really not a sandwich, you know? And it's the same thing with this one. I mean, we talked about it not being a sandwich. You know what I mean? And so the whole Toastwich anachronism, to me, I feel like the main lesson from this thing, from what I'm calling the Toastwich Reloaded or whatever, is mostly that putting stuff on top of the sandwich is maybe a little pointless. I have yet to be convinced that there's a good reason to do that. But one thing we're going to talk about a lot in the second video, and my job for the remainder of the time in this video, is to collect ourselves and prepare for the next video. And this video was largely about definitions, techniques, basics, and kind of playing around with those basics. A lot of the sandwiches that sort of violate the superficial definition of a sandwich are in this video, and a lot of the not more basic, but a lot of the sandwiches I recommend you go make the most are also in this video, because I suspect a lot of people will only watch this video. I have a feeling a lot of people will. The novelty of listening to sandwich discussion for a long time may wear off. Now, you might be very excited to see the rather different approach that I'm going to take in the other two videos, because the second video is much more about flavor and modifying your experience of eating a sandwich, and there's some you'll know what I mean at the time, but drugs in that video. Don't be concerned, it's safe and everything. I actually recommend them. It was pretty interesting. It's just kind of weird. Their usefulness is pretty limited, but it was interesting. I flavor tripped, and it was a thing that I did. It was worth it in a very specific situation. If you are in a very specific situation, that can be worth it. That's what that video is going to be more about. And then the third video is going to be much more discussing advanced techniques or consequences of sandwiching. And when I say advanced techniques, I just mean applying the information from the first and kind of second video to make something new and unexpected, or not complicated, but it's going to address that thing about many different ingredients and kind of them blending together, using a ton of different ingredients, but not that much of them. That thing. And then also some things that you might want to be a sandwich, but there's no obvious way to make them one. We're going to apply what we've figured out in these videos, and hopefully that third video will do that. I'm going to revise some sandwich ideas, and we'll conclude and do some more fun stuff in that video too. But this video is much more technical, much more what the internet expects, I think, from a dude talking about sandwiches for 8 hours. I mean, I think this is hopefully what most people expected. Kickstarter backers, I hope this is what you expected, because you're the people who who I hope it's what you expected. Everybody else, I mean, I was trying to surprise you, so I suppose it worked, didn't it? One way or another. But the second video will be more of a video about food rather than a video about techniques. And the third video will be more of a video about the first two videos rather than about sandwiches in isolation, you know? So this video right now, these 35 minutes are the last chunk of time we have to talk about just sandwiches, what people would expect about sandwiches. So let's talk about that. I feel like one of the most important things that we got to in this video was this idea of a sort of soft definition of a sandwich, and the way in which definitions of sandwiches can be helpful and not, and interesting and also not, and how the goal is to do something useful, to have a useful definition. Names, how little or a lot they can mean, etc. And what can make for a pleasant sandwich eating experience? What can make for a sustainable sandwich eating experience? The Sandwich Maker's Starter Pack. One of my prompts for this entire video was, imagine that the person actually doesn't know what a sandwich is. I kind of did a bit about that at the beginning, but part of the premise of this video is, if a person really honestly does not know what a sandwich is, hopefully this video helps. I don't know why that would be necessary, but would be legitimately useful if we sort of kill our darlings and assume what even is a sandwich actually, rather than, we're just being silly and saying, haha, what is a sandwich? Yes, we know what a sandwich is, fine. But I bet there are a few people, a really small handful of people, a few people who legitimately did not know what a sandwich was before this video. That's possible. you may be learning English, for example. And I hope that this video had enough waffling about how English is such a problematic language for you, and that it delighted your sensibilities if you are learning this troublesome language that I happen to be native to. It's a real hell of a language. It's an interesting language to have be the language I'm making videos in. But yeah, it was interesting, and I feel like I had my fun with definitions of sandwiches. As I said earlier on, I think we legitimately did a good job of creating a kind of useful definition of a sandwich, which I'm surprised by, but but that's good. It's an achievement, you know. There are other achievements in this video, like the fact that my computer isn't crapped out after recording for 7.5 hours straight. I hope nothing happens in the next half hour. I have to say, I'll be honest with you, as we're taking a little break for the last time during this video, it's already been that long. I'm very itchy, tempted to hit stop recording because I'm afraid that something will happen in the next half hour and the whole thing will be gone. That mildly terrifies me. I admit I have sort of a stomach dropping sensation. I feel a little sick, and I don't think it's just because of that blondie from before and the fact that I keep looking at all these delicious looking sandwiches. I think it's because I'm worried. I'm legitimately a little bit scared that something bad will happen before this video runs its course, but it should be fine. I think that's a sign to maybe take a break. So we'll have some water. And then in my notes, the last thing I wrote was one step further and to reflect on the time spent. Yes, I think that a lot of the time when people discuss a topic like this for a long time, I shouldn't say they have trouble. I have trouble. We all have trouble. It's hard to go beyond the first thing you think about it and to respond to that thing and then to think, okay, let's go further than that and really get somewhere rather than having to move one step at a time through a subject. And that's what I would like to be able to do by the end of this video. And that's what I left time for here. That's why I left the slot free. I wasn't just being, well, I was a little bit being silly, but I wanted to see if we could maybe do that at the end. This is the part that I really wish was live, and is probably the part that will have helped me decide to indeed premiere this video on YouTube, to let it be live once and see what that's like. That's interesting. The opportunity to have an 8-hour video premiere live and have a live chat alongside it as it airs. We have to do that, don't you think? I feel like now that I'm here at the end, I've thought about that a few times over the course of this video as we've been recording, and we have to do it. I have to do that. It's a unique opportunity. We have to see what happens. It only means the video and the thumbnail need to be uploaded soon enough, you know? But that's doable. We can do that. That's fine. We will do that. I'm confident that will work great, but I'm completely faking it. I'm totally not. I'm not sure what the consequences of that will be. Let's find out. Only one way to find out, isn't that right? I'll regret it if I don't check. So I'll drink the rest of my water. Cheers, folks. I feel like I've developed a kinship with you watching on the other side for 7.5 hours, this sort of jousting at windmills thing that I've done that you've watched. I feel like it's less weird. No offense, I'm very flattered, but it's less weird that I made this than that you watched it. I feel like it's absurd that people will watch this, and I know recording it will not get only a few hundred views. I know it will do better than you would kind of intuitively think it would. And of course, a lot of people will have dropped it by this point, right? But some people, probably more people than you would expect, it's more people than I think you would intuitively expect, will watch the whole way through. I feel like me making this is really not that out there. It's really people actually watching it that is just how, what a time to be alive, you know? And I hope that you enjoyed watching it. Just a quick thank you again to the people that backed it on Kickstarter, because I didn't put ads in this. I forget if I mentioned that yet in this video, but there aren't ads in this. If you saw any ads so far, I did not get paid for them. I didn't put them there. YouTube shouldn't have put them there. There should be none. And the reason is that I watch a lot of YouTube on my phone, and it's really annoying to block ads on a phone. It is. I'm sure somebody in the comments will say it's easy. Just do all, like, jailbreak your phone and do all this stuff. It's a bit of it's a bit of a thing to do. It's a task, you know. On a browser, it's not hard, but it is a bit of a task. And I'll tell you, YouTube ads have been a lot of things over the years, but right now I actually make kind of a significant amount of money off of YouTube ads. So I'm not just saying, oh, I nominally removed ads, but it's no big deal. No, I mean, I would completely get rid of them if they didn't pay me a significant amount of money. I don't want to support YouTube ads, but this is my job. In some way, I have no choice. But I absolutely have a choice about whether I monetize things that I already got paid for, and I'm not. There will probably be an ad at the end of this video. I did turn on that ad at the end of the video because I'm worried that YouTube will bury this if I don't, but just click off of it. I mean, it's the end of the video. It's not going to interrupt your experience. In Framework, my Warframe build series, where I'm usually talking about Buildcraft by day at the moment, at this point in my channel's life, and by night we talk about it in sandwiches, I suppose. It's getting dark. In that series, I've chosen to not put any ads in the middle of the videos. There are some at the beginning and the end, and some of the videos are not long enough for me to put ads in the middle. YouTube doesn't let you unless the video is a certain length. A lot of people know that by now. People didn't for a while. But I've kept them out of the middle of the videos because I want you to have an uninterrupted experience of the thing that I made. If you want to watch these things, that means something to me, and I don't want them to be interrupted. So for Framework, I've done that. And for this video, there shouldn't have been an ad at the beginning either. And if there are, let me know. But again, at the end, you may see one. Just click off it. It's fine. I don't need the money. YouTube definitely doesn't need the money. I just want the algorithm to leave the video alone and not treat it like, oh, it doesn't have, I won't make us any money. Then it's 8 hours long, so it's a risk. I'm just curious how it will do if it gets the same shot as everything else. And so I wanted to make it more similar to the other videos that I've been putting out. That's all. Right. And so now our task, after going on this little journey together, and after me kind of backhandedly complimenting you by saying that you're a little bit weird for watching a really long video about a guy talking about sandwiches, our task is to conclude something. This is the hardest part of the video. There's the rest of it, piece of cake every single time, folks. You thought that it would be a challenge for me to record about sandwiches for 7.5 hours. No, man, it's that last half hour. It's that 8th hour. The hour 8 in the script is going to become notorious, or the script, the show notes. I have a document for each of the 8 hours, and this one is just, there's nothing. I actually literally wrote help it's a status report. We did that. And it says help. The word help is written in this. I'm not under duress. I wrote that part late at night. I must have been feeling spent. I don't know. Oh, past self. Don't overreact. It's not a big deal. Come on. We can talk about sandwiches for another half hour, another 25 minutes. Yes, I'm keeping track. Who's keeping track? I'm keeping track. Not that anyone is counting the minutes. But I mean, it's important for me to know. I want to make sure it's 8 hours. For goodness sakes, we're here. There's no longer this feeling of risk on keeping it running. There's this feeling of we have to make sure it gets the 8 hours. You know, there has to be, we can't stop now, right? So, yeah, I mean, I feel, I'll confess, I'm not trying to hide, that a big thing about this project for me was making sure that there was enough Buildcraft in it to make that point. Because one reason I made this was as a way to demonstrate to my audience on my YouTube channel, on this, my primary YouTube channel, that I'm here to talk about Buildcraft. I wanted to make that clear. Now that I've made this video, I think that most of you probably understand what I mean when I say that it's not a channel about Warframe as much as a channel about Buildcraft, and Warframe is a significant game when talking about Buildcraft. Now, I think as I show other games and the Buildcraft in those games alongside this video, that will be clear. That will make sense, I think, I hope. But I wanted to start with a more extreme example, an example of how living your life with your brain thinking of everything this way results in this 8-hour-long monstrosity. Because that's exactly what it does. I don't have anything else to say except this is honestly how I already thought about sandwiches. And I decided to do this. It became a joke on my stream in chat, and we joked about it for a long time, for almost a year. And I decided to actually do it and do it this way because I legitimately want to make the ultimate sandwiches and to optimize the way I'm making sandwiches in a way where it frustrates me that people don't. I talked before about people being, not as accessible as they sometimes repute themselves to be, or as accessible as people think they are. Other food YouTubers making great things, awesome things. I may someday be awkwardly joining their ranks as the weird problem child who just records 8-hour one-take videos about their inexperience with sandwiches. And that's not the only reason, but that is a reason. That I don't mean to say that other food YouTubers are bad. I owe a lot to a lot of food YouTubers. They have legitimately improved my life a lot. One reason I was kind of excited to do this is because I'm serious. I know it might sound fluffy or whatever, but I'm serious when I say I want you to make these things and be healthier and happier and eat tasty food because of it. I legitimately think that some of the best work done on YouTube is food YouTubing because it's such a universal thing, and it's a thing that can change people's lives in such a positive way. And it's such a good thing to cook and eat good food. Those are such meaningful things that I care about, that I value. I really do think that. And so that is one motivation. But there's also my frustration, my feeling like I can't get this thing where people will, on the one hand, not use a bunch of overly expensive advanced things and make an accessible thing, an accessible food item. But then on the other hand, spend a lot of time on that casual, accessible form of that food item for such a long time, put so much effort into not putting as much effort into the thing, to optimize it for ease of eating and popularity and accessibility, as a thing that everyone can do, as a thing that includes everyone. That's just not a combination that you would normally get to. You would have to go out of your way to do that thing. And so I did. I'm going far, far out of my way to do this thing. And indeed, even a lot of my friends and my parents and people in my life who are really supportive of what I'm doing overall have not hesitated to say, okay, I admit this career move, I'm not sure I get it. I don't. Does it really make sense? And it does. I really, as I've explained a few times, it's meant to be kind of a segue between me making videos mostly about Warframe and me making videos about Buildcraft and things. And I want to make the point that to me, it's a universal thing. Making the builds a bit in Warframe is the same as making builds in other games. The Warframe doesn't matter. It genuinely does not matter. That's how I feel. There are things particular to Warframe. Warframe is a particular game. It influences the way I make videos about it in a lot of ways. It does. I'm just saying a lot of the ideas in those videos, they're not just specific to that build. They're not specific to Warframe. They're true of gaming in general. They're true of life in general. And that's true of these sandwich things too. A lot of the things I've talked about here, you can just copy paste to a lot of video. I gave a lot of video gaming advice in this video, not unintentionally. That's the point. This is about video games. It's related to that. The way to enjoy or be good at or effectively customize anything, the way to productively think about everything is to think about it this way, in my mind. I'm not saying it's the only helpful way, but it is a helpful way that is universal. It's not specific to this thing. I feel as a creator that I've failed whenever I don't talk about something universally, whenever something doesn't apply to everything. I feel like I could have done better. And this is a way to do that, to make the most piecemeal build crafty food in the most build crafty way on a channel that is the most non-specifically about Buildcraft, or at least that will be, once I'm done, the most non-specifically about Buildcraft. I probably will overall focus on games on my channel, on video games and Buildcraft in video games, but this is not the last project that will be about something other than a game and build crafting that. There are many ways, indeed virtually every aspect of my life, in which I think of it just like I think about a video game build. And I've been playing video games and making builds in them, whether I thought of it that way or not, and I didn't until fairly early on in my career, fairly recently in my life. I've been thinking about builds that way, again, whether I knew it or not, for my whole life. You know, this is not a new thing. It's a thing that I relatively recently thought of as being a way I think about everything. But it's more like I noticed that I was already doing that, you know. And I don't know, I just think that it's valuable and I wanted to share it. And that's why I made a video publicly on the internet about it. There are a lot of things about this video that, as I mentioned a few times, I'm not the most comfortable with just putting up. They're not perfect. They're not perfect examples. I suspect there will be some like alcohol related jokes since I use cocktail culture as an example a lot of times. I do have a way to follow up on that joke that I hope you'll look forward to it. But yeah, I have mixed feelings about that. But what are you gonna do? This is finally the hill that I'm willing to die on. Is this thing is, I think, a good approach to talking about builds in something, is to talk about it from a perspective that includes everyone and invites people to do something and does not violate what I think is the cardinal sin of making Buildcraft content, which is making a build or a customization or suggesting a way of doing a thing that you can't go do. Not making a video like that in the name of giving someone a toy that they can go have fun with. Making a video about food or drink that isn't about you leaving the video and being excited to go do it. Making a build in a video game that doesn't leave you thinking, I can't wait to go do that. Or, not ideally, but sometimes it will leave you thinking, oh, I guess I don't want to do that, or that's not as accessible, or I can save my time on that. But even then, what you're doing is giving the person more time to go pursue something they would enjoy, to help them narrow down their options and spend their life, their limited free time, much more limited than mine as a self-employed individual, on things that they like. If you're gonna buy your one grocery run worth of food, I want you to pick out things you enjoy. I don't want you to need to have as much trial and error. I understand that's the frustrating entry point to a lot of food and drinking culture, sure, since we're on the topic, and also to video games. A lot of the time, one of the most frustrating things to me about gaming is that, on the one hand, it irks me how people don't seem to pick games for a reason. People don't select the game they're going to play because they want to play that game. It's kind of like because it's there. It's because it's a thing in front of them. And then a lot of the complaints about that game come from people talking about the different game that they want to play but didn't search for. They played this game for no particularly good reason. It wasn't a particularly good fit. They didn't even really think about that when they chose to play it. They just said, oh, this looks cool, whatever. But then they went on to complain that it wasn't the particular game they were looking for. No, bad. But on the other hand, reviewers don't do a good job of explaining what kind of game it is or what kind of experience you'll have. Some of them do, sure. But there's a couple different kinds of reviewing too. And when I talk about sandwiches here, I think it's important to break those down. So let's do that. We have time. I think broadly there are kind of two categories. There is a subjective way of reviewing things and an objective way of reviewing things. Let's talk about them like this. The objective way of reviewing a thing is maybe what a lot of people set out thinking a review should or would be. And it's this idea that you're providing info about the thing. Kind of what I've described a little bit more. I've erred on the side of this. This idea that you review, the air fryers, and you talk about their features, and you talk about not the features they advertise, but the features they actually have and how those feel, things like talking about the air fryer with the door lets out a lot of heat. That's something the manufacturer is not going to tell you, but you should know. It's a bit slower than this other one, which is cheaper, and you might care about that. But it's not that much slower. It's still much faster to cook things than this one. That's a way of thinking about it that is useful and could inform your purchase, but the manufacturer is not going to tell you, right? Things like, yeah, there are a lot of modes, but it kind of makes the experience a bit worse rather than a bit better. Again, not something the manufacturer is going to tell you. They don't not tell you that, but it's not something that they'll point out, that kind of stuff. Someone whose priorities are closer to yours, perhaps. But that's where it slips into being subjective, because what can be more helpful is to hear a review that is really subjective. To hear a person, imagine your friend, who you've played games with for a long time, or who eats sandwiches with you constantly, maybe your roommate. They might be able to give you a better impression of a thing that you might enjoy, a game, a sandwich, a food, a thing, whatever, by just saying, oh yeah, I kind of liked it. And in that moment, when they say that, you know a lot, because you know a lot of things they like. You like a lot of things they like. You know how similar their priorities are to yours. And so when they simply say, oh, I rather like this, you think, that says some things. I can infer some things about that now. You may think you don't do this, but you do. We all do. It's very common. It's probably the most common form of advice. Most advice is given without any logic, without any explanation, and that deeply frustrates me. But the reason is because it works, because we're very good as humans at quietly reading the subtext in the fact that this person said this thing. A lot of us, anyway, most of us are very good at doing that. It's not uncommon to be quite skilled at reading between the lines like that. And so you do get a lot of information that way. And there are reviewers that don't even try to be objective about the thing. Their goal is that as you watch their reviews about video games or food or whatever, you get a sense for who they are and what they like and their biases. And then them liking something kind of means something additional, The exact opposite of this is when you go to a site where people try to review things or they talk about things objectively, but it's a lot of different reviewers. You get the worst of both worlds. You don't know how objective any of those people are, and they're not. None of them are. No one's objective. You can try, but you need to be consistent even if you do that, to eliminate those biases rather than to play them up like in a subjective review. And so you get to a site where people are trying to not say anything specific or personal, and they're not trying to declare their values, but they all have different values, and the site constantly has different reviews. I mean, I'm talking about IGN, if you play video games, which is an absolutely worthless site for reviews. It's completely pointless in every way, because they're mostly paid for by the industry anyway. They give every game a 7 out of 10, or, within that range is the point. The range is very small, and the rating is given by such a huge variety of people. It's not useful. I swear to you, if you think those reviews are useful, stop using them and see how much worse off you are. It will be none. You will not notice. And part of the reason is that, again, it's too divisive. There's too many, it's too not objective and not subjective at the same time. They're too similar to each other and in the ways that you wouldn't want reviews to be similar, which is the final score and the objective parts, and too different from each other in ways you don't want reviews to be different, which is in their subjective biases. It's not useful. It's a bad website. It's a faulty prospect. Doing it that way is not helpful. It's done in the name of making money, which it's fine, but they can do that over there and we can use our useful one, Me, I'm not a person who really wants to review. I think it's troublesome. That being said, the entire goal of my career on YouTube is to find a way to enjoy my life more by making myself the parts that I feel like are missing from it. I like playing video games a lot, but I don't like video game communities. I don't like almost any of them. I think they're mostly all pretty bad. And I think part of the reason is that they're not founded on any premises. And so I figured I would try to make my own and really focus a lot on community and sacrifice a lot to build a certain kind of community. And that has really paid off. I cannot possibly thank you all enough. It could not have paid off more to sacrifice efficiency and getting a lot of views and being accessible to a bunch of people to make the people that I did get the community that I would want to be a part of. I've really found that in a way that I didn't even really expect to, even despite the fact that I set out wanting to do that thing for half a decade now. I didn't think it would work this much. I didn't think it would feel that different. I didn't think it would feel as much like a community as it does. Thank you. We made most of the best things that I've made together. Most of the best videos that I've made. Most of the things that people enjoyed the most, that the most people enjoyed, or that the people that enjoyed it enjoyed the most, which are two very different things, but both of those things, that stuff was made by all of you with me, not by me. It was made by you all prompting me to make things in a certain way, or made by me making something when thinking about you rather than YouTube or Twitch or the industry in general or gaming or whatever. They were made by me thinking, I think the individual humans in my audience would enjoy this, so I'll make it. And then I did, and you did, and it was good. Or you said, hey, make a video about this, and then I did, and you were right, and people liked it, you know? And I'm finally losing my voice at the end. It's not me choking up, surprisingly. It's me losing my voice at the finish line, but we're almost there. And I'll finish my thought. And my thought is that while I didn't set out to review things, that's not why I made my channel this way, I did set out to find Buildcraft I liked, to find ways of making things that I enjoyed. There are so many possibilities with sandwiches. There's no way to refine it down yourself, no matter how many 8-hour videos you make. And we will make a few more in it to attempt that. But it's really with input from a lot of people. Probably from the comment section of this video, which is probably going to be a gold mine, by the way. If you haven't already, I'm sure everybody has already looked down there. But seriously, I guarantee this one is going to be good, okay? It's going to be a masterpiece. Go down there, take a look. That's how you get a really good answer to, you know, this is a sandwich that I like, that I've iterated. This is not my first idea for a sandwich, the sauerkraut one, or any of them really. But it's not perfect. Let's make it really good, even better than that. It can't be perfect, but really close. Let's find a way to make it so the ingredients get used up in this perfect, elegant way. Let's figure that out. Let's find a way to, I'm weird and don't like my hands to get messy. Let's optimize all the sandwiches so that they do that if possible, or see what you're missing if you don't, or what's an easy way to eat them. By the way, I wrapped the cutlet sandwich in foil. Why? It's metal that's thermally conductive. Why? Anyway, whatever. Don't do that. Use parchment paper or something. Use anything else, and don't use conductive foil. That's gonna perfectly thermally conduct the heat into your hands. Why? Anyway. That's how you get that. I feel like doing this thing with a channel, that's the only way to do that. Now, a lot of channels, you'll see a pattern. They either cover one topic or they cover a huge number of topics, but not as deep. I think that to get the thing I want, I need to make something that's in between. And we may find out that that's not a particularly viable way to run a YouTube channel, but in my opinion, it should be enough to make things people like and see if they want to support me continuing to do them. It's worked out pretty well so far. So thank you for doing that with me. And if that sounds interesting to you, this is me trying to do that. We'll see how it goes. But my commitment is that I'm not going to do things in a way that is only intended to get a lot of views. There's no point. I hope you can believe by the time that I'm at the end of this long video that it is no way going to do that well, right? You believe that I'm not doing this because I think it will perform well in the algorithm. I'm doing it because my 20 some people in my community said, haha, let's do a long sandwich video, and paid me $1,000. So I'm doing it. The people have spoken as far as I'm concerned. And so that. If you care about that, then I think you will enjoy what I will make no matter what, because that is the guiding principle behind the thing that I'm doing. That's why I made this. That's why I have done virtually everything I have done in my entire life, in my young adult life. And it is a young adult life. So here's to a lot more, folks. I wish I could toast you with some alcohol or something, because it's tradition, or some tea or something because it's delicious and would be a better tradition. It's not necessary to get drunk to celebrate, after all, as you should well know. Well, let's take a stand. Might as well be standing up for the end of the video, because we have 3.5 minutes. I feel like all of you must be thinking, there's got to be something else you want to do in this video. And I'm going to be honest with you, the answer is no, there isn't, because there are 2 more of these. This is the part where I've essentially done it. It's pretty preposterous to be worried that something will go wrong at this point. And so now I'm thinking, okay, so on the one hand, I'm looking at the part in the script that says finish, thinking, wow, we did it, nice. Now you just have to do that 2 more times. Whoops. The other 2 videos, I'm planning to put these out over the course of the next month or so. I put this out on April 1st, 2021, and I recorded it only a few days before. And there are 2 more videos, and they each also have 7 sandwiches over the course of 8 hours, like the format I described before. They're not different in structure. It's going to be interspersed parlay questions and hour-long requests from the Kickstarter backers. It's going to be sandwiches, mostly from them, a few of them injected by me, but almost all of them are from Kickstarter backers. There's 3 or 4 other ones from me still in there. And those will be every hour, and I'll take breaks the way I have been, and it's all going to be like that. Now, I may change a few things in the second video based on feedback, or a few things I was thinking about doing in this video but didn't have time, so they decided themselves. I was thinking about recording 1 hour of video in the middle, the 4th or the 5th hour or something, ahead of time, and then I'd be able to take a real break during that, like a real break. I do have a moderately severe headache right now. It might be a better idea to just eat a more full meal rather than a gigantic blondie. That might be a bit of a mistake, but anyway, that's something to think about. So I'll consider that the 3rd video. If you have suggestions, mostly target them toward the 3rd video, because that video is going to be, in a lot of ways, a response to these first 2, this one and the one to come, which will probably be halfway through April and then toward the end of April, or maybe early May if something goes horribly wrong, which it sometimes does. There'll be that 3rd video. And again, there's the same density of stuff from the Kickstarter backers in those videos, but we did a lot of groundwork in this video. There are a lot of things, flavor and preference related things, that I do want to talk about in the video about, in the second video and the video about flavor. But the 3rd video, while there are topics for that video, I want to leave room for it to be a response and for me to get to pull from feedback, because I'm sure there will be quite a bit of it. And also, of course, for the Kickstarter folks to potentially suggest things that they would like in the series that they think, oh, well, you mentioned this. It seems if it's doable, I'd like that. And for me to include them. And so I hope you look forward to that. I'm not gonna ask how you thought this went, because you're here at the end. That's good enough for me. Thanks for watching, folks. It really means a lot. I'm gonna go take a very long shower.